in my room. Except Mary has taken refuge on my bed.
With a popsicle.
With a red bean popsicle.
That's cold as fuck.
Girl, it's fucking cold outside! Let me eat a fucking popsicle. They could take a fucking popsicle. What was the...
Oh, check this out. Look at this. Absolutely no way I'm getting through that. Completely solid. But watch this. Dastardly witch!
I'm gonna tap 4.
4? Oh.
It's like broccoli because it was like before, so it's like broccoli.
Oh.
I'm gonna have 4.
4? Oh, it's the broccoli at the end. Next time we ever play Magic, I'm just gonna take a brag of frozen broccoli.
That's your fucking forest.
You don't have any forest cards. I do. Boom! A fucking broccoli. I just
I brought some from home.
Instead of land cards, like the fucking swamp is just tiny skulls.
Just throw fucking
bones.
The water ones. You just throw water on the fucking table.
I get my little baby bottles and turn them to the side. I never have to find land cards again. Real nature. Earth, I take dirt and just like shift it or something. I don't know how you can shift dirt to one other direction. I need to open up King's sheet. I had to delete half my character.
I did delete some of mine too.
This was Zul's sheet, fake sheet that was added to the campaign, so you would not know he was a changeling until now. So I think Kaylee can just add her original sheet. There's Indra right here. I don't have fucking Mikhail. I'm just using Josie's sheet. I'm not getting rid of Josie's.
I love him.
I'm not getting rid of her fucking sheet because she probably has the spells he would know anyway. Except I need to bump her up to level 20. Later though, I don't really care. So
Mikhail is Spencer from iCarly coded.
I love Spencer from iCarly. What? Oh god! There's Hayden's. I'm keeping Josie's in Hayden's sheet, and there's my other character.
Who's that?
That's the dwarf I play at the other campaign. We're level 9. I think we're level 10 this upcoming episode. Apparently they got their asses beat, so that's what they said in the chat.
Oh no.
They're like, you missed out, and I was like, it's okay.
See you next week.
See you next week. But I won't see you the week after because I got another business company party. I can't deny free food, okay? I can't deny it. Well,
don't smile at me deviously.
I always smile deviously even though I have nothing in my head right now.
It's even worse because you're all in darkness, so I just see your teeth.
You're like, ha. The fucking guy in the darkness is like, what? I fucking love that. You wake up. It's the next morning. Good morning. It's been a few days. You've been resting.
Mom, what a long break we've had.
I'm just gonna like change the world because I'm the DM and just make the fucking new moon a month ahead of now. Like, I want Zula to be there for the new moon so it could be like, like slashed, but we'll just wait on that. So for some reason, the moon was taken away for a bit.
Well, they finished their one new moon, so they have a month anyway for the next one.
Well, they're fine then. They're so fine. So like halfway through the month, you wake up.
Because Electra's avoiding the full moon.
Mm-hmm.
She's not going to do shit on that day because she's mad at Saloon.
I mean, that's fair though.
But she did suggest to Mikhail to do something that day.
Yeah.
So I had to put it up to you on what kind of moon phase you want it to be.
I'll just say it's like halfway. Perfect split. Or about perfect split because there's like 100 moon phases in a fucking moon. But
so in a week it would be full.
That would be longer. I would just say it's gonna be like 3 weeks till because I don't know the moon phases.
So till the full moon?
Yeah, because I don't know the moon.
It's every 2 weeks.
Every 2 weeks.
So every 2 weeks it would be a full moon. 2 weeks later, new, full, new, full, new. 2 weeks.
Boop. We're no time. No disregard time.
What you don't want to talk to Saloon?
I don't have any good plans right now. Maybe as we go on, I'll have good plans, but right now I have empty brain for that. I have empty brain.
Write something.
I don't write. I don't write. I just write at the beginning of every session, and I never jot anything down after. I hope my memory will stick. I hope it will. But you wake up. It's morning. Good morning. No one said that. That was me. That was a voice unknown.
She looks for Kane.
He's laying next to you. His back to you.
Is he asleep?
You don't know.
He got answer. He said that he's always awake when she wakes up.
Usually, yeah.
Liar.
The only time you think he's honest until it's morning, then he oversleeps because he's been awake all night.
I gotta pull up her sheet. S-H-E-E.
Loser. I don't even know what finger to put up because I don't have my glasses on. Just kidding. Looks like your index. Because it's like your cup finger.
I would hope my index finger's not that long. I'm good inside.
If it was, you'd have so much power.
Really would.
Nothing is out of your reach anymore.
26.
26. He's asleep. Looks like he's having a little nightmare again.
She's like, don't have a nightmare.
Loud! You say that, but he's still sleeping. You see his tail just slowly thrash. It's like lightly thrashing
She moves and she gets in his face and she's like,
in his face.
she blows in his face.
You see his face moves a little bit in response. He eventually wakes up.
You gotta stop having these nightmares.
I don't think I can control nightmares like that.
Well, I suppose I'll just have to wake you up every time you have one.
No, I'm alright.
Mm-hmm. That's what they all say. Then they're never alright. Anyway, we're busy today.
What are we doing?
Well, we have some time, so we're going to save the East.
Brian's like, that's a big undertaking, Electra.
When do I not do big undertakings?
And how are you gonna save the East?
Well, for one, not get killed by Shah.
I was like the main person around there.
And then while avoiding that, because, I don't know, maybe she's just so tired right now she's not going to do anything. I think that we could put a lot of faith in that, okay?
Ken's like, I don't know.
Well, I don't know either, but all I know is that the East needs water.
Okay.
Okay, we have no leads on the Night Stalker. Indra's doing Indra things, and Shah is being Shah, okay? And I really don't want to be thinking about Saloon right now, so I want to fix the East.
Okay. Okay. He's like, okay.
Okay.
Is Mikkel coming?
No, his wings are hurt.
Okay, I was like, so, I can still walk.
No, you are on bed rest until your wings are better.
I'll do my own.
Go hang out with Avril or something.
I'm gonna go on my own little adventure.
And you're gonna get yourself killed by Shah.
No, I'm not.
So you're telling me if you leave this holy city that Shah's not going to try and kill you?
No, but I'll be fine.
Yeah, you're really gonna fly away.
I'll see what the...
Perhaps this time she'll take your wings instead of just break them.
I'll see what the day entails.
I can't with you.
What?
You're gonna end up getting taken. I'm gonna have to take this fucking ring off.
Look, I'm not gonna get taken, okay? I'll stay in the whole city, but I'll just, I guess, do something.
Like what?
I don't know, I'll figure it out. It's just morning. It's like 8 a.m.
Read a book.
No.
Talk to Saloon.
No.
You need to talk to her on the full moon.
Okay, but it's not the full moon yet. Go on your little adventure.
Maybe next time don't break your wings and you can come too.
Shut up.
She laughed. And she's like, off we go. Bye.
You go for Kane. The axe still on Kane's back.
She side eyes it.
So if an axe could side eye, it would side eye.
That axe is such a fucking hater.
Kane's like, don't get too hung up on the axe.
And she looks at him. She's like, oh yeah, can't get too hung up on the fucking axe that has your life in its grasp.
Maybe you could eventually wield it.
It hates me, so I don't think so, and it's
Yeah.
obsessed with you, so also don't think so.
Getting Mercy's magical cart. It's not pulled by any horses. It literally just is just I go.
Magical car.
So where are we going in these?
Where'd the water stop?
Well, it stopped in many places, but an easy place to start is Alamigo.
We'll go to Alamigo.
You go back to Alamigo, and you see Elise and David just playing around.
Okay. Where in Alamigo?
Kano says, so we start in Alamigo, and then we can follow where the stream used to be all the way to where the, I guess, mouth of the water would come from.
Oh, that's smart. Let's do that.
And Elise comes out and she's like, hi!
Hi.
What are y'all doing?
Hanging out.
Hanging out?
Mm-hmm.
Going anywhere?
No.
Going anywhere?
No.
Well, deception check against Elise.
A deception?
Yeah, because you are going somewhere.
30.
If you go anywhere, I'll know.
How about you do one of your performances on the stage?
It's not finished yet.
I helped them finish.
I'll think about it. And she just says, bye, have fun. She walks away.
She looks at Kane and says, that kid's going to follow us.
Maybe. He kind of like looks over and he sees Tisha, and you see them. Kane and Tisha lock eyes, and Kane gives Tisha a nod, and Tisha nods back.
Never mind. Okay, let's investigate.
Yeah, those kids will not be left alone. Like they will still be around Tisha and Merlin. You go, and it's quite a dry, hot trek as you climb over steep hills and such. And eventually, you reach like kind of like a top of a like cliff/mountain. It's been a journey and a half already. Are you alright?
No, I don't walk.
He picks you up.
Didn't ask for that.
Nope.
I'm good.
Just
I have 2 feet.
slings you over his shoulder.
I have 2 feet. I do.
He laughs.
Put me down. What if something eats us?
What, a tiger?
Yeah.
A mountain tiger?
Yeah.
Gonna come out,
Yeah.
try to eat us despite
Yeah.
us going through Shar's realm?
Yeah. Death by mountain tiger.
Death by mountain tiger.
Because you won't put me down. How am I supposed to cast a spell of hit?
Puts you on his shoulders.
That is no better.
Well, you can see everything now.
Okay.
You can look out for those mountain tigers.
Wow, you're right. She looks around.
Look around. Dry and dead, but you notice that nature did used to be here, but you just see dried trees. And if you touch them, they would honestly fucking fall apart.
Okay, don't touch the trees. Duly noted.
And as you continue walking, roll a perception check.
With advantage because I'm on shoulders?
Yeah.
Oh, I got a nat 20 now.
Oh, well, then you're fucking fine. You're fucking fine. As you're looking around, you see like campfire smoke coming from in the distance of where y'all heading, and you hear like people talking.
Fire.
Fire indeed.
Okay, lay me down.
He puts you down.
Okay. She goes all sneaky.
He'll just follow your lead and be sneaky too. I'll make a stealth check.
Okay.
No, don't fall dice. Not bad.
17?
You both sneak, and you come across like a little like clearing in the rocks, and you see people that seem to be camping. A few of them.
She listens.
You listen, And you hear them laughing and joking around about, they're like, haha, how was the raid, Billy? And he's like, it's pretty good. I mean, City didn't really put up much of a fight, but, you know, I'm not around on the east anyway.
She keeps listening.
Keep listening. He's like, yeah. I mean, we got to bring this back to our city, though, all this stuff. He's like, what do you mean? We don't get to keep none of this? No. We don't get to keep none of this. These are offerings. You dumbwit.
She waits for them to say offerings for who?
And he's like, I thought we were getting them for ourselves. And he's like, no, we offer them and then we get richer. That's the whole game, okay? That's how it is here.
She tries to notice if they have any, like, emblems of any gods or anything.
Old religion check. 9. You're like, I don't know.
I can't see.
I don't know. But Kane notes that there seems to be one Shar follower, one Cyric follower, and one Lyra follower.
I reckon we should follow them.
Should we?
Yeah. Where are they going? Maybe they're making an offering to whoever's stopping the water in the east.
Maybe. Since y'all rolled high on stealth, I won't make any do it when I went to later. So eventually they pack their bags a bit, just after like an hour, and they start moving along. You both follow behind them. One of them's like, oh, my feet hurt. And the guy's like, quiet, you're gonna attract monsters!
He screams.
You hear their echoes, and he's like, you see like the other one smack them both across the head. And she's like, shut the fuck up, you two.
I reckon that's a Sharon follower.
It is a Sharon follower. He's like, we gotta make our first stop. And they continue down, and you notice these are large mountains, and you know that these mountains are on the other side of the east that block the east and the west from deadly winds from each other. They are huge, and you see the most driest waterfall. And you see lots of like just dried riverbeds and everything. And it's like a plateau here. Like it's you could not hide.
Oh fuck.
But you can hide right now because they're like at the top of it, and then you see them going down into like just desert, sandy, a few rocks, like thin trees. You cannot hide behind. The sun is blaring.
She'll watch from where they are for right now.
You watch them, and they're like standing at the base of it. But you notice there's like some holes carved out onto the side of like this giant like side of the waterfall, and they go into one of them.
They climb down. And they follow them.
You follow them. Roll a perception check.
23.
As you're looking around, and you're stepping everywhere, you step on something crunchy in the sand.
She looks down.
You look down. It's covered in sand. It's bones.
Yikes. Okay.
And the more you walk, the more you realize, like, this ground is covered in bones.
Oh, great. Okay. And still we persist. Alright. She continues.
You know, I have to make a soul check for inside something, but eventually you come to the mouth of the cave with Kane.
She looks around.
Look around in the cave.
Mm-hmm.
You look inside, it just seems to go on forever and ever.
Onward.
Onward. As you enter, it's like you enter almost like another realm, it feels like, as the outside just is quiet and it's cold in here. Very cold.
Okay. Arcana?
Yes, you can.
15.
15. Little tidbits of the Shadowfell, but also the realm of trickery.
She continues.
But also tidbits of the Underdark.
She walks cautiously.
Yeah, no, Kane walks cautiously, and you notice that as you go deeper, some glowing mushrooms start to light up a little bit of the cave, and you know these are from the Underdark.
Not really.
Kane's like, oh, fuck. And you continue walking onward until you start to hear voices further down the cave.
She listens.
He listens. You hear them echoing, and they seem to be talking about just general stuff as you hear them start to unload their bags.
Okay. Does she think they're very close?
You think if you walk just like maybe like a minute more, you'd find them.
Okay, she'll do that.
Walk a minute more, and you do see them.
What are they doing?
They seem to be dumping their stuff in a giant, massive hole.
How big is the hole?
It's like, it's massive. Like, it's like a whole giant room in itself. And you do see water is dripping from the stalagmites and such.
Can she... inside the hole?
Yes, you can.
15.
An entrance to the Underdark.
And they're just dropping shit in?
Yeah, it seems like it.
She glances at Kane.
King glances at you.
What the fuck do we do here?
I don't know.
What the fuck are they dropping in?
It looks like gold and stuff.
What's an underdog that wants gold?
I mean, dark gods are also into the Underdark. What's she do?
She shrugs and says, "Hey." She turns and she casts Thunder Wave on them to try and push them in the hole.
And roll stealth check to get close enough to cast it on them.
Nat 20!
Okay, you're fine. Kane will stay behind. And yeah, they gotta roll a con save, right? They'll do that at disadvantage because they're surprised.
Con save 15.
They fail, so they get pushed into the hole. Me and the fucking father skate when you can jump down a hole without any feather fall and just die.
She fucking approaches the hole and looks down it.
You look down. Usually you can kind of see pretty clearly, like how far it goes down, but you just see like almost like a green smog covering everything in it. Kane will come up behind you now.
She's like, why is there a smog?
He's like, I don't know. Even the Underdark's like smoke pits couldn't come up this high.
Show Arcana.
Arcana.
19?
Now that you're closer, you do know this is still a pit to the Underdark, but it's been altered. You think it could be lead somewhere else.
I think it leads somewhere else.
That's fun.
She got a religion ticket now.
Yes, you can.
21.
You think this does not lead to the Shadowfell because it's kind of obvious to tell that this doesn't really give off Shadowfell energy, but at least the lands of trickery.
She says, do you think the lands of trickery are associated with why there's no water in the east?
He looks around and he says, must be, because this used to be one of like a huge water pool a long time ago. Or must have been one.
Well, I suppose we hop in.
How do we not take fall damage?
Pray. No. Let me see if I have Featherfall.
You can also just, Kane can possibly climb down the side.
Oh, she has Featherfall.
Oh, sick.
She uses Featherfall on them.
Use Featherfall! So I'm looking at the realm of trickery. The domain of trickery, I should say.
Oh.
Ooh. It's like a subsection of the Shadowfell, but it's not the Shadowfell itself.
Yeah.
So Char wouldn't be around there. But eventually, you both just kind of gently fall through the smog. And you feel yourself enter the domain of trickery.
I didn't think about how we were gonna get out.
Good point. Guess we're stuck in the domain of trickery. He laughs.
Guess we'll have to trick our way out. I don't know.
Because I can't exactly open another rift.
Yeah, no, don't do.
But eventually, as you're
This would
falling,
have been helpful with Mikkel, huh?
I don't think he could have done much without his wings.
Planar shift.
Oh, that is true. Well, I guess we gotta deal with it as it comes.
They're so stupid.
I love them both so much. But you're falling as you look above. Compared to like Shadowfell and Ethereal Plane kind of reflecting the mortal plane, this is a whole different area in itself. Like it's got its own cities and stuff going on.
Ooh.
Eventually you just land on an open plain where the grass is all purple and dark blue and such.
Does she see the people's dead bodies? That's splatted?
You see only one, but the other two are gone.
She is gonna look at the body and see if there's any information or anything on them.
You're like moving the body around and stuff like that, and you find like a journal. It seems.
I read it.
You open it up. It's dictates like cities they've raided, cities they've taken from, and such. And you notice that there's a lot of like Lyra drawings, like symbols. This must have been the Lyra follower that died. And you notice that they're like they mentioned that a lot of like these groups are dying because of the lasting flame, and that the lasting flame hopes to stop, like kind of subdue the villainry in the east, help subdue it anyway, and that they need to make more offerings per Lyra.
So they're making more offerings to do more villain shit.
Seems like.
Okay, that's pretty stupid. Okay. I suppose we try and find the other two. Hopefully not dead.
Roll investigation.
23.
23. You find some like tracks that seem to be leaving the body. And it's going towards one of the cities. You walk towards the city, and it's got nice black stone walls, not like shards, but like more dark bluish.
Mm-hmm.
And you see two large statues standing next to the gates.
Are they alive?
You can make Arcana.
Okay. 24.
Yes, they're watching. The gates are open, by the way, so.
The statues are alive.
Yeah.
Do you think they'll stop us?
We won't know until we find out.
Okay.
You walk forward, and they don't seem to do anything, but you do feel like an eye on you almost by them. I hate that too. Eventually, you enter the city. You see people do live here, but they almost like seem ghosty almost as they walk about the streets and such.
Okay.
And a lot of them are like looking at you like, someone not?
Hello?
Someone knocking? No. Sound like a knock.
It was like dun.
I was like, hello?
They're looking?
Yeah, they're looking.
In what way looking?
Like they're just like more like what are these living people doing here type of stuff. They're like looking at you oddly.
She's thinking, and she's like, huh. Do you think the other ones came through here and got the same looks?
Maybe. I mean, we aren't exactly a Lyra follower or anyone of the Domain of Trickery follower.
I mean, I could pass for them, I guess. Just dye my hair. There you go.
What would you like to do is you still can find the trail.
Yeah, she wants to follow it.
You follow the trail, and there's like a lot of people in the street, and you just pass through them, and you just feel like chills every time people pass through you.
I don't like ghosts. I don't like them.
Eventually you get more towards like a deeper part of the city, and you see like more than just start looking at you.
I don't like ghosts. They're giving Dolly, and I don't like it.
Eventually you come across a large tower that overlooks the entire city.
Wow. That's a big tower. Is that where the footsteps lead?
Yeah. That's where like the trailer can even track ends at.
She go toward it.
You go towards it. The doors are closed.
She tries to open it.
It's locked.
She tries to unlock it.
What?
Sleight of hand.
Do you have any tools?
She's got a crowbar.
Any small tools?
No, just a crowbar.
Well, you can slide a hand to force the lock open, but you will not be able to put it back.
That's okay. Nat 20?
You just pry it off.
Damn, she's thinking a lot of
You
Nat 20.
pry it off the handles. Kind of break the entire lock, so.
She gives the game a thumbs up.
It's like, you're gonna get yourself in trouble.
I usually do. She goes in.
Kim walks in. You walk in and you see some armored statues like turn towards y'all. Two seem to be blocking the staircase.
Do they look aggressive?
You're kind of like midway. You're like kind of halfway in the door and halfway out. I don't know if they're aggressive or not, but they had paws, whatever they were doing.
Are you aggressive?
They don't speak. The statues don't speak.
Do they move?
They just look at you.
She puts one arm in.
Put one arm, one raises its axe.
She takes her arm out.
One raises its axe.
Okay. So that's fun. How many are there?
6. Roll perception for me.
Nat 20.
As you're doing that, you feel like there's a presence behind both you and Kane. A few presences, actually.
She turns around and fucking...
You punch your hand goes right through a ghost.
Sorry.
And it says you're trespassing.
Haven't trespassed yet.
You have broken the lock off of a door.
But I haven't went in.
Per the laws of this city, we're going to take you both in.
Okay. For one, I'm living. Right? So I didn't know the laws of the city. 2, I'm looking for someone that has caused me a great injustice. And thus I am here.
You follow any god around here?
She thinks hard and she's like, not in the domain of trickery.
Then it's best we, how about take you out?
See, I need to find 2 people though.
And these 2 people are?
One of them is a follower of Shah and one is a follower of Sarek.
Why are you after them?
Because they took something.
Then deal with it. It's theirs now.
You're right. So, since I opened this lock, I could just go in. Because, you know, it's not your problem, might as well deal with it.
Well, we're just warning you.
You're warning what? What's the warning?
Guess you'll find out.
What's in the tower?
Guess you'll find out.
A god?
Told you, guess you'd find out. It's your actions, your consequences. And then guys kind of just back up because you think they were given an order as they leave.
So they changed their minds. Because they were going to try and get them out. But then they just, like,
It
left.
seems like it. You think a command was given to them.
She looks at Kane.
He's like, I think we're in trouble.
We can't leave. We have to go in. We can't leave the domain of trickery, Kane.
I know we can't.
She puts her hand in to see what the armor do.
They get aggressive.
Okay. calm down.
They are, and it's not sentient, so they are. No matter what you say, they will stay the way they are.
You said there were 6, right?
Yeah, they're 6.
Okay. She tries to use Dispel Magic on one to see if it works.
It works, because magic armor will automatically die with Dispel Magic.
She uses 6 Dispel Magics on all of them.
They're all dead. But you can tell magic is slowly getting absorbed back into them. Slowly.
She bolts in.
Okay. Bolts in too.
And she's like, okay, she looks around.
There's a staircase up. You just see a bunch of books everywhere though.
I hate it here. She's like, Kane, do you notice anything interesting about the books?
There's a quick scan of the room. And he says, nothing that I haven't seen before besides that there's some books that are relative only to the domain of trickery.
She goes upstairs.
Roll a dex save.
Oh, fuck. 16.
16. The staircases like go flat and slippery, and you just have to slip up the fucking stairs!
So she falls back down?
No, you make it all the way up, but you're like right there at the last portion of the stairs. You almost slip, but you're able to fall forward and catch yourself on the flat like surface of the thing. Kay makes it too. He actually just kind of runs up the slope.
She stands up.
You stand up. Now you're at the second floor of the 3-floor tower.
She looks around.
You look around. More books, but you notice that there seems to be something sleeping in the room, and it's big.
She points at it. It's a cane.
That's a juvenile black dragon. Did you say a black dragon? Yes. I don't want to deal with a dragon. No. What the fuck do we do? You see the staircases on the other side of the room, but not like past it. It's like on the right, to the right of it. We can sneak around it. Okay, that's the only thing that we can. We have no other way out of the domain of trickery, so we have to go forward. It's like, be sneaky.
Try. Not 20.
What is that place? You both.
I wish I was joking.
I know you're not. Kane actually passed 2, so you both sneak by the black dragon, and it like moves, and it just continues to sleep.
I want you to see.
She's doing
Her
well.
fucking rolls.
She's not gonna do one when Shark comes around.
No!
No.
Because that's when she gets fucked. Okay. She fucking... So they got past it?
Yeah, you got past it.
Okay. She goes up the stairs? Right?
Yeah, it's only more up.
Okay, she goes up.
You go up. Oh, wait, we can dex. No, I don't need to. You go up and you come across 2 large double doors.
She stares at them.
You stare at
Do they go to different rooms?
There's just 2.
Oh, they're next to each
Yeah,
other. Okay.
it's like a double door. Like,
well, I guess we're going in.
you open the door and you see 3 people look at you as soon as you open the door.
She closes the door back. No, she opens it. She, she's like, well, this is a cane.
You see,
She
like,
walks in.
you hear this, like, old living, like, this old fucking, like, long-ass white beard motherfucker with a robe. It's like, now there's more fucking living?
Hi.
And he's like, give me 1 second, sit over there. And he points towards, like, a little, like, sitting area, almost.
She sits.
You sit and Kane sits, and he's like, look, I don't care that you somehow accidentally fell into a fucking hole or whatever the fuck you're trying to say to me. It's like they're talking to the 2 followers. Like, Sarge's supposed to come get you and Shar's supposed to come get you personally. I can't send you back, so I'm gonna have to contact your gods. And he goes over to, like, some runes as he, like, digs through them. And he's like, let me call your father.
She gets back up and she walks right back out that door.
He's like, this door's locked.
I need to go.
And you're another living, so you have to stay here until I call your god.
I have to use the restroom.
The restroom's over there. And he points over there.
Is that another room? She's like, okay. I'm going to the restroom!
It is actually a restroom! It's actually a
I'm like,
restroom!
oh my gosh, Kane! You need to use the restroom too! She goes, points.
In his head, he's like, there's only one toilet.
We're going in the restroom!
Okay. And you both walk in, but it's like crit because Kate's so big. You're both up like, this is so stupid.
The way I thought that this was gonna go was not like this.
What's that noise? Is your mom taking a shower? Is your mom taking a shower?
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, I can hear the water. He's like, he's like, I don't know what to do. I'm like,
Not that Sarah could be any better, to be honest with you.
no. You can't really hear anything but muffles as you're in the bathroom.
What's the solution here?
Wait, I guess.
Huh?
Wait.
In here?
We have nowhere else to hide.
Maybe I can make an animal handling on the dragon and then it'll be my best friend.
We just can't go back down.
She's just holding her head like, fuck.
I could use a teleportation helmet, but it only takes me.
You teleport outside and open up the door so I can leave.
I think they're magically locked.
Oh, fuck.
I don't have magic. I mean, you could put on the
I
helmet.
would have to attune for a day.
Oh, fuck. I don't have a day. And he sits there, and eventually, you feel a presence nearby.
She's like holding the
Two presents nearby.
She's like holding her breath.
And Kane's holding his breath too. I imagine it's small in there, so Kane's in front of the door, and
She's standing on top of the fucking toilet, just like.
and
The silence is deafening.
you feel one presence go away.
She doesn't move.
And you hear a knock at the bathroom door. Kane's like, we're busy.
We're busy.
He's like, we're busy. You hear another knock at the door, this time more furious. He's like, get out the bathroom.
No.
You hear it's the old guy. He's like, get out the bathroom.
No.
You hear the door unlock.
Oh, the god. Oh, the god's gone.
He's like, yes. Come on, get out.
Okay. They come out.
You get out. You still do feel like remnants, though.
She stays far away from wherever those two people were.
He's like, you gotta come over here so I can handle your requests. What are you so scared about?
A lot of things, actually.
Come on over here, whatever.
I cannot go. I need to wait for the presences to be gone.
We got a Arcana check. 11. You think it's just the remnants of the gods having influence right at this moment, but they're not physically there.
Hesitantly, she walks over.
You walk over and he's over here like, now, who are your gods so I can get you out of here?
We don't have any.
Is there anyone you can contact?
No.
But I'm gonna have to send you straight to Lyra herself.
Don't do that! Don't do that.
Sorry, but that's just the way it
You
goes.
shouldn't do that.
He's like, I also have to do a background check on y'all.
You definitely don't do that. No, we haven't even said our names. Please don't.
He's like, then say your names.
No.
Well, I can't help you.
Gosh.
The living aren't supposed to be here. The more you stay here, the more you'll die.
I'm already dying, okay?
Or unless you want to be stuck in the domain of Tricky for the rest of your life.
Not preferably.
Well, then you're going to have to give me your name.
I have a question, okay? I don't want having to come here have been for nothing, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Hear me out.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So, the place in which we came through to enter the domain of trickery,
Uh-huh.
right? there is a hole in the east on the mortal plane.
Mm-hmm.
Alright? And in this hole, there is an entryway that was supposed to lead to the Underdark, but leads here.
Mm-hmm.
And we came here through said hole, okay? So tell me why that is, please.
And he sits there while I was like, some places in the realm, a lot of places and lots of domains have different ways to enter them. So some places have mirrors to enter them. Some places have holes. Some places you just blink and you're somehow in the domain if you're in a certain spot in the world. It sounds like this is just a common occurrence, usually common occurrence, of a hole being to the Underdark being transferred into a portal of some sort. It's usually made by somebody. I don't know who.
But is it correlated to the lack of water in the east?
Tell me exactly where this location is.
She explains.
He explains, like, And he's like, possibly, though not by the cause of anyone I know around here. Probably someone up on the mortal plane. Unless a god did it.
But those people were saying that they were coming here to make a contribution, like they were donating shit.
Yeah, we get a lot of donations and stuff to keep things a certain way. Now, do you want to return to the mortal plane or not?
Well, I know when you can call.
Well, then I'm going to have to call Lyra.
Don't call her!
Then you're stuck here.
Kane, are you sure you don't have a god?
He shakes his head. And he's like, most people in the East don't have a god. I mean, I can also contact another god.
Oh! Contact the goddess of the forests.
Goddess of the forests, okay? And he kind of like digs through his runes and stuff. And you see runes for every god. Just sitting there.
And say, pretty please.
He's like, you're gonna have to talk to them yourself. So.
Okay, I'll do that.
And he's about to hand you the rune, and the whole tower shakes. And he's like, oh, Jesus. He still holds on to the rune.
She's like, please!
He hands you the rune. He's like, oh, what's that?
She's like, she fucking shakes the rune.
As you're shaking the rune. The tower hold make a strength save. Game's gonna help you out. 11. You're trying to use the rune properly, but the tower shakes and you fucking lost concentration. It doesn't like die or anything. It's still constant, but you like fall almost. You can't catch it. And he's like, my God. He's like holding on to his stuff as you see most of the runes the rune in your hand is fine, but most of the runes of the light gods go dim.
She's like, she looks at Kane. She's like,
Maliki's is like seems to be fine in your hands, but
if she wasn't holding it though, they would have gotten fucked.
Yeah, you are completely fine with Maliki's rune.
She looks at Kane and she's like,
would you like to take a look at the runes?
yeah.
I'll try to check.
19.
You see Shar's is glowing the brightest. However, you notice that Lyra's is getting stronger too.
Kane?
You feel like the more that Lyra's gets stronger, the dimmer that Shar's becomes.
Okay. She tries to focus on the one
Well,
she has in hand.
con save.
Oh fuck. 9.
You're trying so hard. You feel like Maliki's actually trying to reach towards you, but as soon as you feel like you're about to like connect with her, would you like to take a look at the backgrounds? You notice that Lyra starts to overshadow Shar's, and you feel like and the tower shakes once more as the guy holds onto his stuff. You hear almost like voices again, but they're like murmurs to you again.
She's like, Kane?
Kane? You see that Kane's listening.
What did she say?
And in front of you, you start to see like a form.
No. No,
But
Kane.
but it's not Shar.
I don't want to see Lyra either. She's a Kane? What is she saying? Who is talking?
He relays to you that Lyra seems to be talking to Shar and said along the lines that you don't have any right to be in this domain. This is my domain. I handle what I want to.
I don't think this is good. I don't think this is good.
And you see, like, almost like an illusionary invisible figure appear before, like, far away from y'all. Like, more near, like, the balcony. And he's like, you see the professor's, like, bows.
She knew. She like lowers her head, like
Kane looks nervous.
like bow.
And Lyra looks at you and Kane, and she's like, so this is the trouble that Shar was trying to break through the realm for.
She holds up her hands like
Holding the rune of the leaking. And she rose her face almost, and she's like, what are you even here for?
That's a great question.
What did you even want to do? The fact that you're even in here, Shar tries to tear a hole into my realm.
Okay, so we stumbled upon an entrance to the domain of trickery here, right? We were trying to find the cause for the lack of water in the east.
Yeah.
And in this cave,
Yeah.
there was an entrance to the domain of trickery. And we saw some people go in, and I was hoping that coming here, that we'd be able to find a way, number one, out, but also find a way to deal with the lack of water.
Sorry, I just saw that one of the titles for Lyra is literally the Lady of Mists. Damn, what you doing, girl?
Crazy too, to be honest with you.
Man, they do have limbo. Nah, my limbo's better. So I'm just giving a little synopsis for her, seeing what alignment she is. Not really bad. Just a lot.
Not cool either.
Not cool, but ain't Shar. I'm gonna just say that she ain't Shar. So you basically relayed the whole story for her, the water and stuff, and she's like, and what are your names?
She looks at Kane.
Kane swallows. He's like, Kane.
Electra.
She thinks, and she's like, the Star Walker. And you are a part of a little group that's been causing a lot of trouble for some of my people lately. It's just a scheme of, I guess, lies and such. And she turns around and she's like, you know, Shar did quite some damage entering this realm. And you're just here because you wanted to solve a water crisis.
I mean, if I closed whatever this, like, hole is, then you wouldn't have any more, like, humans coming in.
No, that'd probably be beneficial, considering my tower man is getting overworked. You think that guy's like the devout right hand of fucking Lyra. And she says, I guess I could help you out. They could help me out a little bit. Though I think you're on the track to helping me out anyway.
Okay.
You want to free the water? I wasn't the cause of the water disappearing.
Who was?
Mask. Shar's son.
She slaps her head like, fuck!
I don't inherently like Mask. He betrayed me.
He betrayed you.
A very long time ago. And grudges still stay grudges, I guess. Yeah. So, breaking, I guess, the little barrier that's preventing the water from entering the east could cause Mask a lot of problems. And in turn could possibly cause Shar a lot of problems. So there's something there. Don't tell anyone else I told you this, though.
Mm-hmm.
There's something, remember, that, as she, thinks, actually before she said it, she thinks Cain whispers to you, she's the goddess of deception.
She nods. She
Lies.
nods.
But she is telling the truth about the history. She turns around and she says, "There's an artifact there that's keeping the water from reaching the east."
Insight. 22, 23.
She's telling the truth that there's an artifact that's keeping the water. And it's located right where the water's being blocked off from entering the east. If you're able to take that artifact and move it somewhere else, destroy it, do whatever you want with it. Or, actually, bring it to me. Bring it back to the hole where you've somehow found this realm. Just drop it in. So I can fix the hole Shar did.
She insights? 20?
You think she kind of means that you can kind of do whatever for it, but you'd be doing her a favor if you did give her the artifact.
She glances at Kane. She says, "What exactly would you use with the artifact?"
Contains a lot of power, another ancient relic of the past, as you people call it. You know, and takes ages for a domain to heal, and I'd rather not have someone sneak in through the hole that I don't like. Like a god, like God or something.
Okay, she's gonna insight check that. 18?
Lie, but not really.
For what she's gonna do with it?
You think she is going to do it, but you think there's more that she's keeping away from you.
Would this harm Shah?
Maybe wane her influence a bit on the east.
Insight. 20.
That's truth. If the east has water, then who do they have to beg to? I'm not necessarily powerful in the east. East is not my thing.
She's like, okay, so you want us to take the artifact and drop it in the hole?
Yep. That's all it takes.
And you're not going to use the artifact on the mortal plane?
No.
She's inciting that. 13.
You think she's telling the truth?
She glances at Kane.
He ain't gonna do it. He shrugs. You think he doesn't know? And I can maybe help you out. Just a little bit to get that artifact.
Then I'd rather make a deal.
Oh, and what's your conditions?
That if we get you the artifact and make sure it comes straight to you, that you cannot use it on the mortal plane.
Sounds good.
She's gonna insight again. 22.
You think she'll stay true to the deal? She'll stay true to the deal, it seems. But you can tell she has other plans as well. But not with you. Or anyone else near you.
I suppose if she's not going to use it on the mortal plane, then I guess Electra really wouldn't care that much. She doesn't really fuck with the gods anyway.
No.
Okay. Then I want proof that this is a deal and you can't break it.
She says, she smiles and she says, "Sounds good to me. Stick out your hand." And you see her, she has a small black pen. And she sticks it into the middle of your hand. You feel sharp pain as you see like almost a black inky sigil of her symbol show up on your hand.
Okay.
You see one show up on hers. When you finish your part of the deal, yours mark will disappear.
Deal's a deal.
Well, I guess I'll send you back up. And watch out for Shar, I suppose. She's been lurking around my realm.
Been looking out for her since I was born.
And you see her, she just snaps her fingers, and you blink. And you're back, like, outside the base of the waterfall.
Hopefully she uses this to fuck over Shaw.
It sounds like she doesn't like Char at all.
Seems like it.
I read up a little on her lore.
She hates Shaw, yeah.
She doesn't hate her, but the issue is her son fucking betrayed Lyra.
A mask?
Yeah, Mask. Mask did. Apparently, Larry's allies were Mask who betrayed her. And though she had no enemies, she was opposed by Agma. Uri was slain by the new deity of death, Cyric. At the village Whoa! God's Bane! Which was in effect an avatar of Mask! What the fuck is going on?
The lore is loring. Okay.
She, it seems like she really has no enemies, and she's just kind of like, ha 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 ha. But I'm gonna make her not like Char just a bit because her son was a fucking bitch, which would make sense.
Also, getting an artifact would be pro her, not con her. So
yeah, might as well use the mortals too, little bitty. They get what they want, and
it makes Char mad, which is funny.
Yeah, and again, Lyra's not a big East person.
Well, also, even if she didn't like Char just tried to encroach on her fucking.
She'd be pissed too. She'd be like, "You like broke a piece of my fucking realm when you agreed to stay away." Like, and she's like, no, we don't do that here.
Electra's like, okay, we need to go.
King's like, we gotta get up there.
Yeah, fast.
He starts climbing. He actually puts you on his back and starts climbing. Oh yeah, he's so fine. It's like he'd done this. He expertly climbs the like cracked like stones.
Like shit.
And gets up to the top.
He climbing. He going.
Yeah, no, you can tell he's a bit exhausted, but he's all right.
She feels bad.
He's like, all right, let's go.
Okay.
And you kind of like both kind of run down the like empty, dry bed of the waterfall.
Mm-hmm.
And as you run, you start to feel not a presence, but a strong energy slowly. Like as the closer you get, the stronger it starts to get.
Does it feel like it's the artifact?
You can make a guess.
A guess?
Yeah.
Like a roll guess?
Yeah, if you want to, intelligence.
Okay.
Or Arcana to check it more.
I'll do Arcana. 17?
Shadowfell energies, but not Char's.
Is Mask from the Shadowfell?
And Kane nods. He's like, he's Char's son.
Right. She goes and she's like, okay, so then we need to go towards that.
We need to be careful because he's Char's son.
Yeah. Well, maybe he doesn't like his mother.
Maybe. I don't know. Mother's still a mother, I suppose.
Yeah. Even if it's Shaw. She goes.
And continue. You see the land start to shift. Like, you know how like Nightwalker like walks around, but it's not the Shadowfell, but it like brings images over?
Yeah.
That's what's starting to happen.
Okay. She puts one arm on Kane.
Yeah, Kane grabs you. And as you walk, make a perception check.
11.
You look around and you just kind of see the land shape shifting. And Kane kind of like holds you a bit close. As he actually picks you up and puts you on his shoulders. As you notice the ground, the cracked like dry ground, in between the cracks seems to be like not a goo, but like almost like a shadow liquid. The fuck is that? She's like, I don't know.
She Arcana checks in. 18.
It's living.
Don't step in, it's alive.
He's not. He's actually kind of standing still on the cracks.
Okay. We need to find the fucking artifact.
You feel like you're getting closer the further you go down the bed.
Okay. We gotta go. We gotta go forward.
Since you are on top of Kane's shoulders, he's gonna have to make a roll. Yes, purr. He starts to slowly kind of walk, like almost carefully. When you notice, every time he walks, like the liquid reacts, but he's walking so quietly that it's not doing anything. But it's like very reactive to him just stepping.
She's terrified.
He continues to go forward. And eventually the energies are just so strong, it's sickening. Because you know exactly what the Shadowfell feels like, and it just feels like it. And it's disgusting. And eventually you see a single dagger stuck into the side of the riverbed.
Oh, that's not good. I didn't think it was going to be a dagger.
It's like stuck in one of the cracks.
I didn't think it was going to be a dagger.
And you see like, there's another like waterfall like up, and you see like something's kind of blocking like that mouth of the waterfall up there.
Is the dagger the cause, or whatever's blocking the cause?
You think that the dagger is causing the blocking.
Okay.
It's pretty, yeah.
She's gonna Arcana check the dagger to see if something bad would happen if she grabbed it. Well, she got a nat 1, so...
You have to, like, common people sense that this is definitely, like, an evil artifact. Like, this shit's evil as fuck right here. This thing is evil. But you don't know, like, how dangerous it is. If it is even dangerous, or if it's just the energies that are just make you feel batty and nasty.
She looks at Kane.
You don't got a car now. He says, I don't know. I've never seen that.
Okay. I'm gonna have to grab it.
Maybe
It's probably better than you grabbing it.
Is there a way to indirectly grab it? Maybe if I grab it, my axe would get mad enough to just not.
Yeah.
Maybe
Use
attune
your
to it.
fucking axe again. Okay, yeah. No.
Is
I have a ring of fucking mind shielding with fucking selenite kid shit.
Is
Okay.
there an indirect way to grab it? Also, this is what those people that must have tried to find the lost sparks. This is what must have happened to them. Something must have, 'cause they never would come back.
Yeah, kind of got that one. I mean, I can like blast it, but I don't think that's gonna help anything. I think that's gonna be worse. I indirectly grabbing. I mean, I can do Mage Hand.
That could work. You send a mage hand, like crawls on the ground to the dagger, and what do you want to make it do exactly?
Poke it.
It pokes it, just kind of moves a little bit in the dirt.
Grab it.
You see it like slowly wrap its claw, and you just see the shadow, whatever is inside the cracks, consume it, and you feel you're disconnected from the mage hand instantly. And then the dagger appears back, and it's like almost like it's been adjusted to get it back into its original state.
That's not good. Okay. So we can't grab it. Maybe I could blow it away. Prestidigitation.
I'm laughing because it's funny. We can charisma save as you do so.
22.
You're fucking both fine. As you blow it and it tilts, you see there's an eye and it opens on the dagger. And you see like there's a shockwave from it as it goes towards you and Kane. And you are able to resist it. You think that was petrified person. Which means it turned you to stone.
Yeah. Got that one.
And it seems to be a basilisk eye on the dagger, and it slowly starts to close again.
Maybe we could cover up the dagger with like a blanket so we can't see.
I think that's... I have a blanket.
Okay.
I'm gonna put you down.
Okay.
Put you down gently so it doesn't disturb anything. He's gonna stealth his way, because you're gonna have to stealth your way to the dagger.
Do you have better stealth than me? Wait.
He does. He has much better stealth than you. He has +3.
One more, because she has +2.
Yeah.
No, she has +4.
Oh shit, you're good. They're about the same then. How did you get?
Oh, I didn't know you wanted to remove.
I mean, if you want her to move, she'll have to do it. But if she's not gonna move, then she doesn't have to do it.
Well, if he's moving, then there's no point in her moving.
Yeah, no, he's
She'll just
moving,
sit
and
there.
you see he's doing just fine still. He's gonna have to make 2 because it's like you're 100 feet away from this thing. fucking fine. You see him get up to the dagger, and he has like a blanket. He's kind of holding.
She's like, okay. Prepare teleportation for in case it tries to blast you.
Yeah.
Okay. Put it on him and just teleport away.
You see him take a deep breath, and then you see him. He wraps it, and you feel the whole ground start to rumble as he's able to pick it off the ground, obviously, as he wraps it in the blanket, and you feel like everything start to move beneath you.
Run!
So what does she do first? 'Cause he'll have teleportation.
She's going to try and dimension door out.
You can dimension door, because you're far enough away. You feel like there's a stir in your magic, but since you're far enough away, you're able to actually fully cast it. But the door does instantly disappear after you use it. Kane. Wait. So glad he has such a high con save. I'm so glad. He's fine. He's able to get. Now you're a little further than he is, but you think he's out of the initial shockwave of whatever was underneath y'all, and you see a hand start to rise out of not ooze like shards, but it's like a shadow liquid, and you see this the sun start to become eclipsed, half eclipsed. But instead, a figure starts to rise from the ooze, very big, but instead of seeing Shar, you see someone wearing a mask. No, run, Kane. And you hear this mask yell, saying, "I'm not gonna let you ruin my plans." What would you like to do?
How far is she from Kane?
I'd say 30 feet, not that far.
Is he still running?
He is running, right behind you. As he's holding the dagger in the blanket.
How far are they from where they have to drop off the dagger?
You're at least maybe an hour away. He only used 2 teleports, by the way, so he still has his third,
Okay, then she's probably herself gonna keep fucking going.
Yeah,
he can teleport if he knows to teleport again at some point.
Yeah, you notice he did use 2, and he does know he has 3, so he has 1 more left. Roll a athletics check, just for speed. This mountain did a lot of fucking work on your legs.
My poor girl's never strong.
Oh, I've lost it now. I did not lose it. No. It blends into my carpet so well. Kate actually catches up to you.
Hey.
He notices you're lagging behind, so he picks you up. And he holds the one dagger and one blanket, and he picks you up so he can, because he's running faster than you, basically. He's kind of you look behind you and you just see Mask approaching at once, crawling almost, and he's like, "Get back here!" Kate's running. We roll athletics for. Mask is catching up. You can try. You can do absolutely. It actually staggers Mask. I'm not gonna look at it too. I'm dying. You beat the 15 no matter what. Plus
He's screaming
You see him shake his head a bit, but it seems to make him a little angrier as he starts to walk. You notice he grabs a portion of the mountain and throws it. And you see an avalanche starting to happen. Not good. Kane is gonna try to see if he can beat the avalanche before it hits y'all. Man, damn, bitch. What the fuck is wrong with you? He is barely just able to get past the avalanche as stones, but then you see Mask break through the stone. It slows him down, though. Is there anything you would like to do?
Thunderwave again. That's all she has.
Why does he get the same exact roll like last time? Daggers him again. They should make a con save for me. 11. Mask sends out like almost like a shatter. You see, like he casts his own shatter. Oh my god! You both failed that. And you are at the base of like you're close to like the other base, like the top of the other one. He casts shatter, and you just get thrown. And you get thrown away in the opposite direction of Kane.
Does he still have the dagger?
He is still holding onto the dagger in the blanket.
Just go!
You're flying off the edge.
I'm flying off the edge?
Both of you are flying off the edge.
What the fuck, Jacqueline?
You're like 1,000 feet up right now at this moment.
God.
And Kane is at least 50 feet away from you. In the air.
Jackass motherfucker.
Is it distance? Or is it touch?
It's. Look at it.
Because he's 50 feet away from you.
When you or a creature within 60 feet of you falls.
Nice, he's within 50, so you can reach him. You cast Featherfall twice.
Okay, I'll take those spell slots.
But you're falling slowly, and you see Mask is at the edge of the thing, and he's gonna try to reach. You see him try to reach towards Kane.
Thunderwave.
What are you gonna do Thunderwave on? Kane or the guy?
The guy. Mask again.
I'm gonna just say you don't think that's gonna stop him at this moment.
Okay. Could she shatter him? At him? Maybe it'll just.
Yes, you can do that.
I should try shatter. It's a concept.
He's gonna pass the con save. You can tell it hits him, but he continues to grab towards Kane.
Drop it down!
Drop it down! He drops the dagger. He's gonna make a dex save to try to avoid the hand. He drops the dagger as it, falls in the blanket. Kane is able to dodge just barely, but you notice that his leg is kind of grabbed by Mask.
She's freaking the fuck out.
The dagger is falling rapidly, so he's cannot grab it right now. You can use anything in your managed spells. You don't have to use the ones that are prepared for the dex.
Yeah, but I'm still gonna follow the spell slots. That's what I've been doing.
That's true, yeah.
I don't want her to use any of her spell slots because that would be too OP. She has a 5th level spell and she has a 2nd level, so
Yeah. Feel free, because I'll make Kane do something if not. Because it's only his like ankle that got caught in kind of between Mask's hand. It's not his full leg. I'd say it's like his ankle. I'll make him roll for it right now, just in case. That's crazy, man. Make him do a save. No. Yeah.
my poor little bard.
Remember that gods are people.
Yeah, but trying charm person on a god would be such a high fucking. That would be really hard for them to not beat. And also, probably trying to charm where your brain is connected to a god's not a good idea, especially not fucking Char's.
You do got the ring of mind, Shelby.
Is Mask a celestial?
Yes, by technicality, all gods are celestials.
She wants to try and cast planar binding on him.
That's really good.
It's a charisma save.
What's the charisma save?
I have to find what her charisma save is. Let me look for one of her charisma ones and see.
Yeah, I think it's like DC, like you should see on your spell, it's like DC base is like 10, it's like plus a modifier, I think. Or something. You plus proficiency slash modifier. I don't remember what it was. Technicalities.
Does she really have no charisma based spells, dude? Like currently equipped? What the fuck?
It's actually really that's crazy.
Let me take away one of her 5th levels so I can see.
Yeah, cause I honestly am like, feel free to use any spell you fucking want, dude.
Cause she's best at charisma.
Yeah.
Which is why I'm
like, where the fuck is it? Yeah, I'll say that.
It is a charisma of 15.
Cool. I will say that with the Ring of Mind Shielding, just for your knowledge, you can make connections with other people, but they cannot make connections with you.
Okay.
Especially with how Mikkel buffed it, Mask cannot make a connection with you.
Okay.
Yeah. That's also why Amari or Ramona mentioned that, or no, it was Elise said reversing the Mind Shielding could be the craziest thing.
Mm-hmm.
So, you're technically safe on that front. I want you to roll just a plain d20 for me.
5.
That's actually delicious. So, as you cast this fucking planar binding on a god, right? You feel yourself get a surge of energy that you have felt before as you feel a warmth and you cast your spell directly at Mask, and you see him flinch and he lets go of Kane's like ankle basically, and you see him get transported in a whole thing of like light transported away.
But it binds him to this plane.
Oh, it does?
Mm-hmm. With this spell, you attempt to bind a celestial, an elemental, or fey, or fiend to your service. The creature must be within range for the entire casting of the spell. At the completion of the casting, the target must make a charisma save. On a failed, it's bound to serve you for the duration. If the creature was summoned or created by another spell, that spell's duration is extended to match the duration of the spell.
Well, you feel yourself have control, but you feel like someone's you still feel that same worth of power. Like, it gives you, like, an extreme amount of power to be able to control Mask. And you're able to give him one command. Since he's a god. So I don't have it to be OP, but
yeah.
You will get to have, like, maybe 1 or 2 commands I'll give you. Like, it can be an and. It can be an and, for sure.
Release Kane and go back to where you spawned into this realm.
Yeah, ooh, delicious. So you see his like hand reluctantly like almost get pried open as he releases Kane, and you see him start to be like pulled back almost, and you notice the half eclipse that you saw is starting to fade away into a, not like, you know the sun eclipse where the sun actually eclipsed the moon instead. You see that starts to happen.
Oh shit.
As he gets dragged away. and you feel that warmth that you felt before start to slowly disappear.
She looks at Kane.
Oh, you both slowly just fall to the ground. You just kind of go beep. And you see Kane picks up the blanket again.
We need to go quickly.
And you both run to the tunnel and you jump through the tunnel, I guess. Because you still have Feather Fall active right now.
Mm-hmm.
And you fall and fall and fall. And as you're slowly falling, you see someone appear in front of you. And it's Lyra.
We have it.
And she sticks out her hand and Kane kind of gives it the rough blanket to her. She's like, innovative. And she starts to slowly unwrap it. And you see the dagger just laying there. And it tries to open its eyes, but you see it put her hand over it. Yeah, and she's just kind of like, well, a deal's a deal.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure you'll have fun having water back in Alamiga, Kane. Kane's like, okay, yeah. She's nervous.
Does the thing disappear from her hand?
It does. You see, you feel like something's coming out of your hand. And it's the pin. And it just kind of falls to the ground. Below y'all as you slowly fall. Actually, now you're just hovering there. So. And she's like, she looks at the dagger as she kind of like covers its eye at the same time. She's like, She's like, nice. Well, I'll send you back.
Thanks.
She snaps your fingers and you blink. And you just like kind of like.
Does the water come back?
You hear rushing water. It's fast.
Coming at us?
No, like coming like from above y'all, because y'all are back at the base of the waterfall.
She goes and she looks.
And as you're sitting, you hear the ground start to rumble as you see just water shoot out. And then it kind of like relaxes as you see water start to fill the basins and like rush like down the riverbeds.
Well, that was successful.
And it says, Mask will not be happy now. Especially you did that to Mask.
I'm surprised it would.
Well, you did shimmer with a big light.
She shrugs. Maybe the ring helped me, I don't know.
As you look up, you do see a full moon, but in the blue sky.
She crosses her arms and goes. She says, let's go back to Alamigo.
He's like, what's wrong?
Nothing.
You walk back to Alamiga and you see people are like, oh my god, the fucking water. It's a bit muddy because you think sand is mostly getting in it, but you notice all of them like, oh my god, water. And Lisa's like, I knew y'all would do that. I was watching.
I hope you would.
I saw Mask himself try to grab Kane, and then you commanded him away with the power of the moon.
Power of the moon, yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
And now the water's cracked. It's kind of muddied though, but I think that's just gonna have to be in time.
Yeah. She looks at Kane and she says, the power of the moon.
Yeah.
She's uncomfy. Like, wildly uncomfortable.
Kane's like, I'm sorry.
Me too.
He's like, well, that dagger was giving off weird energies the entire time.
Yeah? What energies? Mask energy?
Kind of. I feel kind of stiff, but that's about it.
Well, I would assume it tried to petrify us.
Yeah.
But it didn't. She is gonna, Arcana check to make sure there's nothing residual.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's athletics. Ignore it.
I'm gonna run towards the apples.
You got a 19 for it, though. You got a 10.
She just starts running around laps around Oswego for no reason. She got a 10. You feel like there's a residual effect on him. But you don't know what's going on. Go happen with it though.
She drags him over to Tisha. What's the residual?
Tisha says, a curse that could affect him but is not affecting him.
Another curse?
A curse that could affect him but is not affecting him. He already has one curse. Can't have two.
So what's happening to it? Is it just waiting for the axe to no longer be with him?
Curses can't stay forever. It'll just dissipate.
Can it transfer?
No. Not those types of curses, at least. Disease curses can, but this is not a disease.
What is it?
Just it seems to be some sort of Shadowfell curse.
Okay.
You'll be okay. You always talk to the ex.
She will actually. She talks to the ex. Hey.
What?
What's going on?
A curse tries to infect my master, but only I can have a curse on him.
Okay, what's the curse?
He says, one of Mask's curse that the more the dagger is wielded, or once you grab it, your bones will slowly turn into stone. After 10 years, you'll be completely petrified.
Well, I guess it's a good thing I didn't grab it. That would have sucked.
It would have. But I think you would have been fine.
You think I would have been fine?
Curses cannot affect some people.
You know something. She's like staring at this axe in its face. Like, what do you know?
You see the reflection of your own face on them. More than you.
And you're not going to tell me?
No.
She looks away baffled. Like, why not?
You have to figure it out yourself.
You are impossible. I wanted to be your friend. No. Kane. Your axe knows something.
It knows a lot of things. Apparently, from what I've heard.
Yeah, well, it knows something that I want to know.
What do you want to know?
It said that the curse wouldn't have affected me if I would have grabbed it.
Oh?
And it won't explain why.
It's like, I don't know if I can force my axe to tell you.
It'll make Kane sad, Axe, if you don't tell me.
He can live with it.
This love you have from him is just ridiculous. It's selfish in nature.
I cannot prevent all sadness from reaching him.
Okay, but you can prevent this sadness. Please?
No.
True to Kane.
All ask is you possess great power.
That's not helpful. Kane also possesses great power.
But he wasn't born with it.
Are you saying I was born with it?
What do you think?
I think you're talking out of your ass, personally. I'm hanging up. She
Hang up.
ends it. She's like...
Kane's like that, okay. Well, we took care of the water, follow me, go.
Yeah.
It wouldn't tell you anything, would it?
No! Taunting.
Says I can't have to leave it anywhere, so. Kane's like, I don't know what to do with an axe and a fucking person. I can't solve that argument.
You could tell her to tell me.
You better tell her what it is. It actually doesn't move. Kane's like, get up.
No.
Come on, get up. It's been a long day.
There's fucking moons in the sky.
It's gone now.
The moon was in the sky.
Was it?
Yeah.
Why?
I don't fucking know. It's not supposed to be a full moon.
It's not supposed to be a full moon.
I hate it here. I really hate it here. She's like, well, I want to go back to the holy city.
Okay, let's go back to the holy city. At least it's like, bye!
She actually second thinks it. She's like, no, I don't.
You don't.
Mm-mm.
We can always stay in
We'll
Alameda.
stay here.
You notice that people are like, water!
Because she's like, I want to go back to the holy city. And then she's like, saloon. I don't want to go back.
They actually built an inn.
Oh my god, we can stay in the inn.
You can stay in the inn. You walk into the inn, you see a bunch of tieflings like, did you hear this water? There's water, there's water. And everyone seems very excited in Alameda.
That's good. It makes her somewhat less disturbed.
Yeah, you see everyone's like, water! And you see a lot of them start talking about like plans and as well, what to do with the water and such. You know, some people are talking about like the trees that used to be there, like if they could even restore them and stuff like that. But everyone's chilling, and the bartender, who's a woman's like, "Howdy, y'all!
Hi.
It's good to see y'all again."
Good to see you.
He's like, "I opened up my own inn here. Thought it was a good spot." So,
It seems like the perfect one.
and you notice it looks a lot different from like Western inns, just different in general.
That's for the best.
Yeah, and she's like, "Well, you can have free room and board."
Are you sure?
Yeah, I mean, you got the heroes of Alamigo here. Why would I not give free room and board?
I'm not gonna pay you.
He's like, I don't need money. Money's not that important.
Okay.
She's like, money, and everyone's like, we don't like money here. Kane's like, they're just not into money, Electra. They're more into favors.
Okay.
He's like, let's go to bed. And since you're in the inside of a mountain, you don't see the moon at all. There's like no windows in there.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Just triggered by the moon right now.
You get a 1-bedroom, so. That's on the side.
Yeah, the biggest sigh in the world.
What are you thinking?
I have a bad feeling.
Bad feeling about
A lot.
a lot. Specifically,
The moon.
the moon. You think the moon is bad?
Yes.
Because?
Because I'm mad at Saloon.
So you don't like the moon coming out.
Portion. But why did the moon come out?
Well, in lots of folklore, every god has their own symbol, and if you see the symbol in a place that you don't expect that usually means the god has left an influence right there.
See, I don't like that. I don't want her help. At all.
Yeah.
Don't want help from Saloon. She seems very adamant about it.
Yeah. He's like, well, I don't think I can stop a god.
I wouldn't ask you to.
You wouldn't ask?
No?
I would still do it.
Well, that's not good. Because the only way you would stop a god is with your axe.
Yeah.
That's not wise.
No, not inherently.
I prefer not to lose to your axe. Preferably.
Then you can just wield my axe.
That bitch ain't gonna let me wield it.
Hey, keep me around. He laughs.
I wouldn't even be able to pick it up. It'd probably slice me. For trying.
Just give the axe to someone else and it'll kill them.
Yeah. Oh, why don't you just follow me down the road here where Cain died that one time so then you can pick up this axe that'll kill you. And kill me because it'll know what I'm doing. And be annoyed that I'm bothering it.
I wonder if there's a realm inside this axe.
Probably. It wants you to be there.
It's actually Barovian.
She's like, and honestly, I don't know that killing a god is a reasonable task anyway.
Yeah.
But ruining a god's life does seem like a reasonable task.
It's a little easier than killing one, I suppose.
I mean, I don't think anyone has the power really to kill a god.
No, except for a few.
Yeah, and I don't perhaps think that me nor you have that power.
Cain thinks.
That we can use without dying.
Mm.
What?
He's like, do you think he's thinking of just
What are you thinking about?
ideas?
Oh?
Potential ways to use axe without.
You're not going to find one!
No, I guess not. Or I could find God's Bane.
Yeah, because that's definitely going to be more worthwhile. She says, I think today was amazing. And I think it probably would have been wise to have Mikkel, but
We made it though.
yeah, playing a ship would have been more helpful than making a deal with a god, but you know, hey.
At least that dagger won't make its way into the mortal world ever.
I'm just, hoping she uses it on Shah.
Yeah, Lyra. I think that's the whole in Lyra. Guess we don't know till later.
Mass cancelled now.
I think that was bound to happen. Eventually.
You think it was bound to happen?
I mean, Shar's son.
Okay, well now he hates us for a totally unrelated thing. He destroyed his plans. So I'm sure that's good.
That's, yeah. He was like a little anxious actually.
Why are you anxious?
I just know the stories about Mask.
Oh, I've not really heard any.
He's more interactive with the mortals than just like any other guy. He is the master of thieves, as people would call him here.
That's great. Weird then I could, you know what, I'm just going to leave that where it lies. I'm not going to question it. I'm not going to question it because there are going to be answers that I don't want and I'm not going to question it.
Okay. Don't question it.
Because some things are better left unsaid, you know? Sometimes it's better to live in oblivion than no. Don't look at me like that. I'm right.
I guess so.
What? You think I should know?
I don't know what you were gonna ask, so.
I'm not going to even ask the question.
You don't have to ask the question.
I don't want to ask the question.
You don't need to ask the question.
Because it's going to lead to more questions, and there are going to be answers that I feel like I don't want.
Let's keep it at that then. Let's keep it at that.
And I have a feeling that I'm going to find out either way in the future. Somehow, some way.
That's what always happens. Questions left unanswered will eventually be answered.
But hey, at least,
Well, you helped most of the East out. I'm sure water's going to bring back a lot of people together.
got another target.
Yeah.
Tradesies those bows. Now we have 2 dark gods.
He says, the more good that someone does, the more people that turn their eye towards them.
Yeah, you know, it'd be different if it was people.
Yeah.
But they're kind of gods.
Villains, I guess, they get the same treatment too.
Yeah. Yeah. They're like, well, we're starting the process over again of me being shit at sleeping.
Yep.
She thinks for a minute and says, okay, so we fixed the water issue, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now we have to investigate the castle.
Let's take a few days to read. Let's take a few days to calm ourselves after what
I
happened.
don't want to.
Electra.
Because then I'll think about it. I don't want to think about it.
Electra.
I don't want to think about
Sometimes you have to think.
I don't want to.
Electra.
Okay.
Electra. What if more things happen when we go to that castle?
Then we'll deal with it.
Like another enemy of a dark god?
I don't think it's dark god related.
I think it is.
I don't think it is.
Electra, it is dark god related.
Kane.
They fell apart because of the worship of dark gods, Electra.
Kane.
Electra. Listen to me.
I don't want to do this anymore.
Don't save the East, it can save itself.
No.
Electra.
It's something that I can do.
Something big!
But it's something I can do.
It is something.
I can't exactly just go, kill Nightstalker myself, or Indra, or Shah, or Mask,
What if
for
it
that
makes
matter.
more enemies for us to deal with later?
Maybe we'll run into one I can kill. Finally!
Maybe. Maybe.
I can only control so many things, but you know what I can control? What I do.
Well, I guess you're gonna have to go to bed first then.
And what if something comes?
Go to bed.
What if Shah destroys all of Amiga while we're asleep?
Then I will be awake waiting.
And what if Mask comes with her?
I'll be awake and I'll wake you up.
No, you need to sleep.
No, you need to sleep.
Why?
Mrs. I did not sleep for a long time and I'm getting on and off sleep.
That hasn't changed since I was born.
I know. Well, then you should try to get some sleep then. Not all you want.
You should sleep.
You should sleep. He was very adamant.
Go to sleep.
No.
Yes.
You go to sleep first.
Then you'll go to sleep.
Yes. What? Just laughing at her face.
She insights him. $18.
You think he's telling the truth?
She tries.
Try. He messes with your hair again.
Stop it!
What?
She turns towards him.
We turn towards him. He's laying on his back.
She stares at him.
His eyes are closed, but you don't think he's sleeping. I hear your fucking breathing. I was gonna say that. You're looking at me?
Mm-mm.
Yes, you are.
Mm-mm. She also faces the roof.
That's the best word.
She actually tries to go to sleep now.
She tries. Get the on and off sleep. It's morning.
Bulbs up.
You blow up. He's sleeping on his back.
Do you wait?
No, he's sleeping.
She's gonna inside check. 16.
16. Furrowed brow again. But that's about it.
Him and these fucking dreams.
But instead of like a furrowed brow, like concern, it seems almost like sad.
She messages him.
That's so funny. What did she say?
It's just a dream.
You see, his face gets a little upset, it seems.
More upset?
Yeah, just a little. Like, he doesn't know that it's a dream, obviously, when he's there. Because you think you're talking through a dream, so.
She says, Kane, don't you trust me? Wake up.
He starts to stir just a little bit when you say wake up.
Wake up.
And you see him, like, kind of shakes his head and he, like, opens his eyes and he just sees you and he's like,
What was that? That was different.
what was different?
Your dream.
My dream.
You made a different face.
A different face.
Mm-hmm.
What face was I making before?
Concerned. What?
He's just like, he seems to be like, that's a, like, thoughtful, like,
You want to talk about it?
He like looks around a little bit.
What?
It's like he's like thinking about it, like long, like he has a hesitation as he sits there, and he's like, "We can talk about it on the way to the castle, I guess,
We're gonna get to the castle?
if you want to."
You agree?
I agree.
Okay.
That's a sigh. He's like, "But it's gonna be dangerous."
No, it's too dangerous to leave.
Okay.
Let's talk to Mikkel first so he knows we're not dead.
Yeah.
Then you can tell me about your nightmare.
He was really hoping that would deflect it. And he's like, you can tell he kind of like,
Unless you don't want to talk about it, you don't have to. I won't cry.
I know. Maybe he'll pass.
So that's a no for talking about it.
No, not right now.
Okay. She pulls out her journal and writes in it.
You write
She
it.
writes something.
What's she write? Kay doesn't know.
And
Obviously.
then she closes it.
You close it, right? So then you close it.
What she writes is the date. And then, Kane, sad nightmare. Period. You close it.
2 words! 3 words!
And then there's one, like, above it that says, Kane, furrowed brow. And then it explains
It's like
why.
a lab details lab, my fucking control variable.
And so she doesn't forget. Because she's good at forgetting things sometimes.
So, Kane likes this. If something big and important happens, doesn't write it down. Kane says, I like that. Kane liked that.
She does have, like, little notes on pages in which, like, she has written things and stuff where she puts, like, this person likes this. Like, Mikkel or Kane. Usually both either of them. She's like, they like this. They had this. This bad thing happened to them on this day. So that way, if that day comes up, she can look through her journal and look and see, that's why they're like this today.
But eventually, you can get back to the Holy City.
She stares at him the whole ride.
Kane's like burning fucking holes into his skull. And he's like, why are you looking at me?
Just worried.
Worried about me? I'll be okay, I promise. I'm still standing.
That's what they all say.
It's okay, Electra. Do you think something bad's gonna happen to me?
No. I don't think anything bad's going to happen to you currently.
That's fair.
But you had a
Maybe never know. Stop pouting.
Fine. I'll
Stop.
let it go. But we're talking about it. I'm going to ask you every day until you want to talk about it.
Okay. You'll be like, okay, you can ask me every day.
Mm-hmm.
The axe is just leaning up against the cart.
Makes me suspicious.
Why?
Like, you don't want to talk about your nightmare.
I don't know. I just feel like it's just a nightmare.
She insight checks that. 22.
You think he like believes that in a way? The fucking head hitting the wall really solidifying
That's her
it.
hitting her fucking head against the fucking wall of the cart.
She's like, don't pout.
I'm not pouting.
I see it.
No.
Electra.
I think I'll talk to your ex. They might give me better company. Bloodborne.
No.
What? You won't talk to me either?
I don't feel like talking.
Oh, why? What happened?
I don't like to talk a lot.
Well, I do. What? Are you gonna keep secrets from me now too?
I already kept one.
What one? Oh, the one from yesterday. That's right. I can't with you. You're just like him. You're both the same.
I keep more secrets than Kane.
Yeah, clearly.
Because he won't tell you his nightmare.
He won't.
That's the only thing that he's ever hidden at this moment.
Yeah, for now.
He's not the one to talk about it right away.
But what was it?
He's like, I can't see into his mind.
But you know all of his secrets.
No, but he's been feeling sad occasionally.
Why?
He'll tell you eventually, I'm sure. Another nightmare will come. Can you see her pout harder?
Yeah, she looked angry.
She's like, what?
Nothing. She waits till they get to the holy city.
Wait, you get to the Holy City.
She goes in and she goes to Mikkel.
Go to Mikkel, who seems to be just resting.
We brought water back to Olamigo.
Oh, sweet.
Mask tried to kill us.
Oh, no.
We also kind of got stuck for a brief while in the domain of trickery.
Oh, no.
Lyra helped us out. Shah tried to grab us. Made Lyra mad. Lyra made a deal with me. We completed the end of the bargain. And then, yeah.
That's a lot. Got more gods playing around.
And Cain is cursed, but it's not affecting him because he's already cursed.
Yeah, you think the curse will wane. It has already waned away.
Cain was cursed, but it didn't work because he's already cursed. And then the axe told me something.
Yeah?
The axe told me that if I would have grabbed it, that it would have been fine and I wouldn't have been cursed.
Oh.
And I said, why? And he said, you're powerful. And I said, what the fuck does that mean? And dude wouldn't tell me. And Cain had a nightmare.
He's like, why is Kane having a nightmare related to this?
Because it made me upset.
That he had a nightmare?
No, that he was sad in the nightmare.
Sometimes we all have sad nightmares.
You have sad nightmares?
I mean, sometimes, yeah.
About what?
I mean, sometimes I'm sitting there and I'm like, la 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 la, with my friends, and then they all die and it gets really sad.
See, I wouldn't get sad, I'd get angry.
I get
murderous.
Well, I get like angry, sad, like both. Like I was crying.
You are so lawful good.
I would cry a lot. I'd cry a lot.
And since we're still waiting on the Night Stalker and Indra and Shah, we can't really do anything about it right now until we get more information. We're gonna go solve another problem.
Oh, what is it this time?
We're going to the castle in the east.
Can I come?
How are your wings?
Still can't fly. I won't be able to fly until the full moon.
Oh,
Yeah.
I forgot to mention.
Yeah?
I was able to play no bind mask.
That's crazy.
Best part, out of nowhere, it became a full moon.
That sounds like God stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Saloon. Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm not gonna touch that. I'm gonna leave that where it lies. But do you think you would be okay if you came?
Yeah, I just can't fly, but everything else I can do. I just can't summon my wings.
She stares at him long and hard. Fine.
Yay!
She says, not that I want to be alone with Kane and his axe anyway.
You mad at him?
No.
Yeah, you're a little mad.
I'm not mad.
Collapse.
Mad's not the word for it. Come on.
Okay, let's go.
They hop in the bug.
You hop in the bug and you head back to the east. But eventually, as you try to go to the castle, you notice that everything around here is just dark and dreary. And the cart actually stops way before you even reach the castle.
What's wrong, cart?
It refuses to move any further.
Should I an Arcana check? 23.
Whatever the barrier the cart hit, it screws up magic. Kane says, the castle was long since destroyed because of a large arcana energy. It lingers here still. No one knows what's in that castle. No one.
Yeah, this barrier's kind of a problem now. For a lot of reasons. Okay, let's go look at it.
You look at it. It's not really a physical barrier, but you can tell, like...
I can sense it.
You can sense it.
Yeah. She puts one hand through it.
You're able to put your hand through it. Nothing happens.
She's like, I'm hesitant to put this ring through it. She looks at Mikkel.
Mikkel's like, I don't know how it would affect it. I mean, and you see Mikkel walk through the, I guess the invisible barrier, but just like more the feeling. He says, I feel fine. He pats himself and he's like, I still feel like I have my magic.
You try, Kane.
Kane walks through.
She walks through.
You walk through.
Nothing happens?
You just feel weird energies, but nothing happens. But you think casting a spell here could be dangerous.
Okay. No casting spells, friends.
Yeah, it's like you think you can cast a spell, but it might come with consequences.
Yeah, no casting spells unless absolutely necessary.
Mikkel's like, sounds good to me.
Okay, they go onward.
And you go onward, and eventually you see in the distance, after hours of travel, that's how big the land that you could not traverse on that cart is. You see the giant, it's huge, massive. The whole castle is as big as the holy city, but even a little bigger, and it is in ruin, falling apart. And you just see the darkest of magic swirling everywhere.
That's concerning.
You see almost like tornadoes below you, like magic tornadoes forming slowly and disappearing.
That's concerning.
It's like, no one's been here.
Clearly, yeah.
It is like Arcana dangerous land here. But there's no exact oh, God controls this. It just seems like it's chaos.
Well, nothing too bad's happened yet, so let's go forward.
It takes a whole day just to get to the castle. Okay. It takes a whole day. But night and day don't exist here.
Okay.
You actually have no idea what time it is anymore.
Cool.
Because the sun has stayed in one spot, but it's also eclipsed, but it's also backwards eclipsed. It's kind of
Weird as fuck.
like it's just so weird. And eventually you come across the ruined castle itself. The entrance of it. Just the entrance.
Jesus. Okay. Who wants to bet that this is a bad idea?
Karen says I bet everything.
Okay, I bet that it's a great idea. She turns back and she gonna arcana check the doors.
Something funky is just happening everywhere, including this door, but you cannot point it out, but it's funky as fuck.
Is there a trap or anything on it?
You are not gonna be able to tell. It just feels funky.
The door feels funky.
It's open, by the way, like you can see into it and everything, like the throne room.
That feels funky.
Kel's like, it's funky, alright. It's not giving good energies. It's like, not bad. It's just chaos.
I also don't think leaving this is a good idea, though, either.
No, it's not.
Because, like, what if that barrier suddenly one day just, and then everything in here goes,
Kane says that was the most worry about the East, about what could happen. That's why a lot of people moved west, because of this castle.
Okay.
But it has not, the barrier hasn't moved in thousands of years.
Okay. Still not trustworthy. What if a god just goes like, and then destroys the barrier?
He's like, luckily no god has control over these lands. Or could even control these lands.
Okay. She's like, well, to go in or not to go in?
Kane's like, we either bite the bullet to go in, because every other place we'll try to get into the castle is just hard to get around.
Then I suppose we bite the bullet. She grabs the boys.
You grab the boys.
She goes in.
And it's like, you feel like you're entering a different world as you step through. And when you open your eyes, you see the castle itself is in complete repaired state. But as you try to grab around the air where your friends are, you do not feel them.
I don't feel them.
Yeah.
But I was holding them.
You were holding them, but then it felt like you were holding nothing.
She's like, fuck.
But you look around and the castle's in complete, like, repair. The sun's shining through the windows and the door behind you is completely closed and repaired.
Damn it. Fucking hell. She walks in, I guess, further.
You walk in, you see servants about. Tiefling servants walking back and forth between room and room and cleaning the place.
Can she arcana to see if this is an illusion? Please?
Yes, you can.
21.
This is an illusion.
Okay.
This is real.
So not an illusion.
Not an illusion. Nothing here's an illusion.
She looks at the servants and is like...
And you see one of them approach you and says, "Hello, good madam. We have come to visit the castle today."
I suppose.
Come, we have tours for all.
I came in here with some friends. Do you know where they went?
And he's like, "I'm sorry, but," and he actually goes to the servants like, "Did she come in here with friends? Did they approach the door?" Like, they seem genuine, like, trying to help you out. But they shake their head and she's like, "No, she was here on her own."
So why does everything here look normal?
Normal? It's always looked this way.
Everything's
I mean, we may have changed the wallpaper, I think, recently. And we just added that art piece up on the roof.
She's sitting here like, did I go back in time? Okay, yeah, give me a tour.
Of course. Come, let's go. We have open to the public sort of places.
Oh, perfect.
And he walks you down, and it's exquisite here. Fancy as fuck. And you see, he should lead you down one hallway. And he's like, each of our rooms is dedicated to certain things. You see, like, portraits. You actually get to see, like, compared to this stuff, you actually get to see the gods on how they look. Portraits of them. Like, and you're going down and you're seeing each light god. Like, a full portrait of them, like, huge, up on the wall. And as you pass by them, you see each one just going down the way, including saloons.
She glances at a wall.
You glance at a wall.
Yeah, she glances at them all.
You glance at them all. You see Lathander, standing proud. You see that each one carries seems like a personality. You see another, like, the Maliki, the goddess of forests, with a stern look on her face. And you see the goddess of peace. Beautiful, just dead drop beautiful to put, like, her hair's flowing. It's hilarious a little bit. And you see saloons where she has a small smile on her face. But you do know that it's always said that nobody knows what the gods look like. And so, but here you see their portraits all lined up against the wall.
What does Lathander look like?
He's got, like, I always imagine with curly blonde, like, curly, like, not ginger, but, like, auburn kind of hair. Like, kind of like a stern but proud look on his face.
What color eyes?
I'd say, like, a hazel, kind of.
What race?
What race? He seems to be portrayed as a human here.
Maliki?
Maliki seems to be portrayed as a tiefling.
Ooh. What color is her hair?
Her color seems to be like a dark green.
Eyes?
And eyes, she has also like bright green eyes. Like a tiefling, like dark eye and a like light circle.
Goddess of peace.
Goddess of peace. Long blonde flowing hair. Definitely seems to be a high elf of like some nature, and she has bright blue eyes.
Then Saloon.
Saloon seems to have white hair and moon-like skin, but has no pupils for her eyes are completely white.
Okay, she follows the dude.
You follow? It's like each portrait is an accurate depiction of a god. For each god has visited this palace.
Each god's visited this palace?
Yep, and he leads you down to the hall. You see each one of the dark gods too.
She gets a little skeeved out, but she looks.
You look, you see Mask, who seems to be having a mask on his like on his chest, not on his face, but the one you saw, with like he seems to be a human with dark like black hair, black eyes as well, and he stands there with a frown on his face. You see Lyra, who has a mischievous smile on her face, and has like almost like dark purple hair. It seems that's like braided and pale skin. And you see Char's, almost an exact reflection of Saloon's, as she has dark hair, pale skin, and black eyes. And she gives it a smile, not like Saloon's, but more like sinister.
She gets the heebie-jeebies.
And he says, each god has visited this palace before, and so we painted each of their portraits.
How long ago?
How long ago? This collection has taken thousands of years.
Do you know when Saloon visited?
And he actually takes you back to the portrait, and he points towards a golden plaque underneath it, and you see the exact year it was that was on that.
How long ago was it?
You think it was at least pretty recent, 50 years ago.
She looks at Char's.
You see Char's, and it seems to also be exactly 50 years ago.
From present day date?
From where you're at. You don't have no idea what the present day date is.
Okay.
like you think
how many years ago would it be from what, like, from when
for
she
if it was
here?
from where, like, 2,500 years. Which you know that Candace has been thousands of years since this thing has been destroyed.
She's like, oh.
It's like, this was done 50 years ago. But for you, you know 2,500-ish years ago.
Oh.
She's like, oh god.
Okay. You can continue.
Continues to walk as everyone looks like a lot more like it's old fashioned. Like this is like history. Right?
What was it said that happened to this place?
It was said that the last ruler, quotation mark, legalized the worship of dark gods, and apparently himself worshipped, basically like decided to throw away the light gods and only worship the dark gods, and then caused a complete destruction upon the realm.
Shit.
But for some reason, You don't know why both light gods and dark gods portraits exist in this palace, despite them outlawing dark gods.
She says, light gods, outlawed here?
No worship is outlawed here. Well, some worship gets outlawed depending on what gods tend to do. The palace here is meant to keep a close eye on the gods.
Okay.
And every time a god does something against the mortal plane, we ban their worship, even if it's light or dark.
Are there any currently banned?
And he points, he says Shar is currently banned for crimes against humanity. Mask as well. He says, and the light god that is banned is the goddess of peace herself.
Really?
Though each one is temporarily, for we believe firmly that there needs to be a balance between both evil and good for us mortals to exist. For no matter what, you can never get rid of evil, but you can never get rid of good.
Interesting. Okay.
It continues to walk.
And none of the gods are going to visit, right?
He says, the visits are random, usually.
Okay.
So maybe you might encounter one or such. But it takes them many years to even visit. She'd heard quite the banquet 50 years ago. Both Saloon and Shar at the same table. Maintaining face, for they know that great consequence is held if they even do anything heinous within this palace.
Yeah, I wouldn't do anything heinous either.
You're like, what is this place?
Stressed out,
What is this place?
She's like, I hope to God I didn't go back in time for real.
Help!
She's like, okay.
He's like, we also have some refreshments for guests as well.
How sweet. She looks at him.
You look at him. This is like fucking. You never seen this shit before.
She's gonna insight or whatever to see if they're fucking deathly to her.
Okay.
Nat 20.
No, these are real foods, girl. These are real. This is real shit.
She grabs one.
You grab one.
She eats it.
It tastes like a little biscuit.
She's scared.
He's like, oh.
She's trying very hard to keep face though. She's so terrified, dude.
You see a few guests, and they are all like dressed up in different types of attire. Things you would see kind of at the West if it was like old fashioned. Some at the East. And they seem to all just be talking to each other. They're like, have you heard what Miliki did recently? They're like, no. And it's like, I've heard she's grown a big tree recently back in the West. And they're like, really now? It's like, hopefully the goddess of winter won't destroy it. Sounds like a beautiful thing. And it's actually a cleric, like the goddess of winter, saying that. And he's like, it is supposed in nature and all, but winters don't get too bad where I live. And he's like, that is fair. We must always go through a brutal winter, but we usually tend to do our best with it.
She's in her head like, damn, shit used to be a lot more peaceful than it is right now. She's like, okay, where else is there to look at?
And he says, well, we have the statue room, obviously, of each of our leaders that have so far led, even our current one.
Oh, your current one?
Yes.
Who's your current one?
And he kind of leads you to the statue. You see, like, hundreds of statues, each of a different race, too. Like, there's diversity here. And you see, the current one seems to be one of a tiefling.
Could she history check?
Yes, you can attempt to roll a history check from what you know currently.
9.
You have no deer, like...
Who's that?
He says, our current leader, Undell. Something. Undell. Raid. Let's call him Undell. He currently leads us in the East in peace treaties with the West. And right now, he is planning to outlaw another light god for transgressions against humanity.
So there's been no ruler who's outlawed dark gods completely, or outlawed light gods completely then?
No, and have not been a got a person that's outlawed dark gods completely either.
She sits there and she's like, oh fuck, this is right before bitch gets overthrown then. She's like, oh. Okay. Wow. This is so crazy.
He says, feel free to explore anything else and ask any servants of anything. Stay within the public areas if you can.
Where are all the public areas?
You know, the private areas are roped off.
Okay. Where is the royal person currently?
He's in a very important meeting.
Is there any way that I could speak with them?
Oh, of course. It may take a few hours, but I'm sure he'll allow to speak to anyone.
Okay, I'll wait.
Kind of sit there. He looks so out of place, by the way. Someone comes up to you and she's like, oh my god. What are you wearing?
It's a great question.
It's gorgeous.
Thank you.
It's like different and it looks like nice and roomy and comfortable. Who's your stylist? Where did you get it from? Are you from the West?
I am.
You are from where?
Just a small town.
A small town?
Yeah.
I always like the small towns there. They're very friendly.
Yeah.
The small towns are very friendly. And, you know, the bigger cities are nice too. The East can be kind of cruel sometimes.
Oh?
Yeah, I live here all my life, so.
I've lived in the West all my life.
Really? Well, I'm glad you came to visit the East. It's nice here, though. I would recommend staying away from the bigger cities.
Oh?
It can get a bit chaotic at times. That's all.
Makes sense. Where are you from?
Me? Well, let's see. There's like a new town, Alamigo, like around there. It's like a few like west that way. Jeffersonville. Villa Jefferson. I'm thinking it's called Uda.
Ah.
Kind of still growing. We're like in the middle of like being a city, but not.
I know some friends from Alamigo.
Really? It's like I heard they just started building there. It's a gorgeous place.
Truly?
You need to visit there sometime.
Yeah, I know a lot about it.
It's like the trees, the water's so clear. The trees like cover a part of like a mountain crevice. It's gorgeous. I don't know how they found that place.
Yeah, I haven't had the pleasure of seeing it presently, but I've heard a lot about it.
There's some drawings around of like places around here, like the gallery.
Oh, truly?
Yeah, if you want to go take a look, it's just like over there.
Oh, she goes.
You go and you see like there's drawings of both the West and the East, like done by tons of like artists and such. And you see Alamigo in its prime. And it's just naturey all around. And it's true, the leaves are orange and red.
She pulls out her journal and she starts drawing it.
And then you see the holy city before it became the holy city. You see what seems the smallest shrine to each of the light gods.
She sketches both of them.
And it's actually like a quaint little town. And you see a few other western things where you see like the west snow and all that, and things you have never seen in the west because it's so much further out. And then you see the border of the east and the west where a river ran between the two, and it was a very shallow river.
Yeah, she sketches some things that she's seen that finds interesting.
You're like, time.
Yeah, she's nervous, but she's waiting on the king.
And you see some people leave, and they're like, they just polished the altars? I'm like, yeah, they did just polish the altars. And he's like,
altars?
oh, and they're like, oh, yes, the altar room. It has each of the gods' altars inside of it.
She goes.
You go inside, and you do see, like, it's in there's each god's altar and symbol in a pure circle. But you notice that instead of it being split in half, there's like a light god, then dark god, then light god, then dark god. It's like a pattern.
She looks at them all.
You look at them all. You see they really do stay true to what they are still now, but they seem to be a lot smaller, with bowls each on one of them. And you see stuff put in each bowl.
She, what's put in what are put in them?
You see like some gold coins, some jewelry. You see stuff pertaining specifically to like the god. like what you know them for, which it seems that's pretty accurate. Like that's history has transferred over. Like you see like obsidian shards and shards one, and then you see like what seems to be like almost opal and saloons, and Mask seems to have like small little like toy daggers almost, and some gold
goddess
coins.
of the forests.
You see what seems to be like little seedlings and such, along with gold coins and some flowers, dried flowers.
She puts a gold coin in.
You put a gold coin in.
Does anything happen?
No, you don't think so. But you also notice there's like kneel prayer stuff in front of each one.
Yeah. She's like, okay, I'm gonna have to come back here if I cannot get out of this fucking place. She goes back. She goes.
Eventually you wait for a few hours and a butler comes up to you and says, Madam, and he's like, Undell would like to speak to you.
Okay.
And he leads you to like kind of like it seems like a kind of like a meeting area. So you're not like privately with the person, but Undell, it seems to be like a tiefling woman with a large crown, and she like small bows to you and says, "Welcome to the castle.
Thank you.
So, may I know your name?"
Electra.
Electra. Nice to meet you.
So, admittedly, I don't tend to be very honest, but I kind of have to here. This is gonna sound very crazy, okay? But bear with me. I am from the future.
And she says, "Go on.
And
What warning do you bring us from the future?"
warning, and also I need help to get out of here. There is going to be someone who overthrows you and destroys all of the East practically, and they are going to make the worship of only dark gods and ban the worship of light gods.
She like says, "Beth," and she says, "That is big news indeed. Come, we must talk privately in case some prying ears are listening."
Okay.
And you see her like she like passes the rope, which is like private because the butler like undoes it and just redoes it as we both pass. And you go through like winding hallways, and as you come across a wall, like this is a plain wall, and you see her cast a spell, and all the bricks start to move as a door opens up. She's like, "Come on." And you walk through, and it seems to be like a private office, and she sits down on her chair beside the office. She points to one in front of it.
She sits nervously.
You sit down, and she's like, "That is quite foreboding news. Sometimes you would get guests that appear and say they are from the future.
I'm sorry.
So you are not the only one, so give you props for that. Plus you look much different. Out of place a little bit. No offense."
Yeah.
And so she said, "You told me that someone that plans to overthrow me and to ban light gods and only allow dark gods."
So I ought to mention, I really don't know much about the East because I'm from the West in my time. So I know limited knowledge, but what I do know is that this castle in my present is completely destroyed, and there is a barrier around it in which magic is like, if you cast magic here, it'll be really weird, and weird shit'll happen. There's like dark tornadoes and all kinds of crazy shit, and the palace looks wacky, but at the doors of the palace there is some weird magic. And me and my two friends, one of which is from the east, which I wish he was here because he'd be able to explain things better than me, but he's not here.
So she nods and she's like, "So it has worked then. I was warned a very long time ago by somebody that told me what you're telling me now. Seems like the balance of the gods was disrupted and has completely destroyed whatever this castle used to be. And it seems that the spell I've cast has worked."
What was the spell?
I had to prepare a spell, and I didn't know how long or when to trigger it. So for years and years and years, I perfected it just at the right time, where it would preserve something. so it seems to have transported you to me.
Okay. Where are my friends?
And she sits there and she says, I don't know how long it has been from here to back then, from when you entered. So I don't know how long this spell has been holding certain times.
So you're saying they're probably also in different time periods?
They possibly could be. That is an assumption.
Mm-hmm.
You do not know the name of this leader that is going to overthrow me?
Does she?
No, you were too low on history. Got 9.
It says, that's what Kane knows. I don't know. That's why I went in with both of them.
You see her think. And she,
They're a man. I do remember that.
she says, I know the boats are coming up in a few years here. And there is a man that is running for candidacy.
What's their name?
Evil names.
Undale.
What's the Final Fantasy name?
Gundar.
Gundar. I feel like I have a. Not that one. Okay, this is a funny story, but his name was like Honsterfay or something like that. It's like a French name. I thought it was Honchfort for the longest time. I couldn't read anything. Honchfort. His name is Alphanod. Alphanod.
Alphanod?
Yes.
Did you make a history check to see if that sounds familiar?
Yes. There's Alphanod and Zilbar.
She had a 14.
Oh, she was just 2 men. It's like Alphanod and Zelbar. I'll just do it for both of them. You don't remember the name Alphanod, but Zelbnar sounds familiar.
Zelvnar.
Zelvnar.
That sounds familiar.
He's running for candidacy as well.
I think Tim. Because I don't know the other dude.
And he's like, considering how the votes are going right now, Alphanod is in the lead, but Zelvnar is young. He might run again. She says, And she said, I could transport you through time again. The spell is prepared down in the basement. Though you might land up in another time, but only be forward from here.
Okay.
But it is your only chance to find your friends.
Alright. And what would you like me to do?
She says, you have warned me, but I do not know
What you can do at this point?
because nothing can change here. Obviously, if I have done what I can and nothing has changed in the present where you come from, then whatever changes here will be pointless.
I don't agree. Because I only just got here.
I guess you'll have to go forward to meet Zelvnar if he is the person that needs to be not running anything.
Could I leave the castle?
I don't know. I couldn't tell you.
No, just send me to the future.
She leads you to like almost like a incantation room, and the circle's huge. You've never seen this huge of a fucking incantation room. It's like the size of a fucking Super Bowl.
Do you worship a god?
No, I worship all gods.
Okay, just checking.
All gods I follow, and all gods listen to me.
Mm-hmm.
And eventually, she casts a spell. And you see the whole circle, the size of a football field, light up as you feel tons of energy get surged through you. And then you appear back at the front of the, like, basically castle doors. This time, you see other changes have been made. Additions, basically. Different style, you notice. And it seems a little more quiet here, but you still see people moving about.
She knocks.
Yeah, they're inside, yeah.
Okay, she's in.
You see only a few servants, this time different races, obviously. Different people.
She walks up to one of them.
And they're like, oh, I'm sorry.
No, question. May I talk to the person in charge?
The person in charge. Right now he is out, but he's expected to be back by
What's
tomorrow.
his name?
Oh, his name? Alphanon.
Okay. When does he come back?
Should be coming back tomorrow. Tomorrow afternoon.
Okay.
And he says, someone came by here that looked just like you, sort of.
Really?
Yes, white, kind of curlyish hair. A little bit moon pale skin.
Miguel?
Yes.
Where'd he go?
He was saying, babbling on about something. I don't exactly remember. He was babbling about something. And eventually we decided to get him his own room because we thought he was not okay, so.
What room?
Oh, I can lead you to it.
Thank you.
And again, you pass by the portraits of the gods. They look different. Changed.
Weird. What's the date on him this time?
You see, this time, each one you pass by only says 20 years ago. That means they visited 20 years ago. Each one was the exact same date, including the dark gods.
She goes to Miguel.
Go to Mikkel. You go to his door and she's like, here you go, ma'am.
Miguel.
And Mikkel's like, oh my god. And he was like, what's happening?
Going to the past.
No!
She says, I was farther back, I think, than you were. But I talked to the lady, and she sent me further to the future, and I happened to find you.
Oh my god.
I think Kate's probably farther in the future.
Everybody says I'm crazy, and I was like, no, I swear I'm
Okay, well,
not!
maybe it's not wise to just start spouting names.
I've been here for like a week, dude.
Okay, well, the guy comes back tomorrow. We can talk to him.
Oh my god, what is happening? What did you learn?
Well, I learned that the gods visit this place.
Yeah, that's what I learned too.
I also learned I met the previous leader of this place, and she kind of said that she doesn't think that she could do anything to change anything, but I know the guy that we need to hinder.
You do.
Yeah. It was a Z.
Zelnar.
Zelvnar. Zelvnar.
I heard. I talked to someone. He's running for candidacy again.
He's the one that's the one with all the dark gods and shit.
Oh my god.
That does not bode well for Cain.
Yeah, no. They just lifted a ban on all the gods again. So that was what like the portraits say. Like it says how many years it's been since they last visited. All of them said 20 years.
Mine said 50.
Yeah, only a few were like scattered, but Shar and Saloon visited at the same time. Everyone else was like scattered.
Mm-hmm.
So they all visited at different times, but this one it was all the same. And he was like, apparently there was a big meeting with the gods in Alphanon.
Oh?
Yeah.
Does anyone know what happened?
And he's like, so I asked about it, right? And apparently the gods were going crazy and basically destroying lands and such and commanding. It's kind of like what we're kind of going through now, back in our present day, like how everything's kind of up in the air. And I guess both Alphanon and the leader of the West, like the Holy City, like join hands and literally summon the gods to this temple, or this castle.
Holy shit.
And basically they both were going to say they're going to put a permanent ban on all of them if they did not leave them alone.
Wow.
Apparently,
A lot of power.
Apparently intimidated the gods enough that they at least put truces between each of them.
Okay.
For all of them, really.
Side note, I saw pictures of what Alamigo and the Holy City looked like.
You did?
Yeah, she shows them.
Yes, wow. He's like, the gallery's still there, but the pictures look really worn.
Yeah, the one I saw, very vibrant. What do the shrines look like now?
You go check out the shrines. They seem the exact same, still polished, still taken care of. You see there's like a little more additions, like more like side additions. Like now you see like a full moon behind Saloons and a new moon behind Shar's. You see Maliki seems to have a large tree depicted behind hers. You see Mask seems to have a dagger and a hood behind his now.
She's like, yeah, we'll wait for dude bro and stay far away from this room.
Sounds good. It's just crazy here. Like, all the worship of all the gods?
Have you tried to leave the building?
I didn't think it would be smart.
I didn't think so either.
Like, I honestly don't think if we came in now, I don't know what would happen if I left. I don't know if I'm stuck here in this time period forever or if it's just this certain area.
Yeah, that's why I didn't leave either. I wanted to see Alamigo though. I thought it would have been interesting because it looks pretty.
I'm sure it does. With the little, he shows you the picture and you see like how like paintings wear over time. You see it's just kind of like getting faded and stuff.
He's like, well, hope Kane's not being killed.
I hope so too. You do stay in the room with Mikkel. There's like 2 beds, so.
She lays there.
Yeah, no, Mikkel doesn't sleep either. He's like, oh.
This is bad.
I also sometimes get like weird feelings when I'm here. Like the longer I stay, it feels weird.
What do you mean?
Like things feel like it starts shifting in front of my eyes and stuff. Cause I've been here for like a week, right?
Yeah.
You've only, I don't know how long you felt like you've been here. You haven't been here for like a few hours.
Yeah.
He's like, and it's like as I'm here longer, I feel like everything just starts shifting. I don't know what's real anymore, what's not.
She says, well, when I was, it was real. It was the past.
Yeah, to you this is still real.
She was like, it feels real to me.
It's like I'm going insane.
She's gonna Arcana check again. Now that he's noted something. No, she got worse. 10.
You can ask him to Arcana check.
You check and see if you can notice anything in place.
I'll try. I've been checking like every single day. And he sits there and he's like looking, because now he has like a reference, which is you. Because he just has him. And he's like, I don't know, you feel like you're more solid, like here. I don't feel as solid here. And when he points out, you do notice that it's like almost like just the smallest of fades. You would have never catched it. But it's like he's like almost fading himself too.
Why? What? Why are you fading?
I don't know. Maybe it's because I don't belong here. Like this is not my time.
Then why am I not fading?
I mean, you only been here for a few hours. I've been here for a week.
Yeah, but I was just in another time too. Okay, well, do you think you'll be able to live another day?
I think I will. I don't feel like anything's like happening to me. I just feel like stuff around me is happening.
Okay. Do you think you're waking up? Like, back to the real world? Like, or our bodies? Or
I don't know. It's hard to tell anymore. It's like this is real. Like it feels real, and then I feel like I'm losing my mind.
what are these shifts you're talking about?
Like I have a cup of water or something. It's a real cup of water, but then my hand would phase through it for a second, and then I feel like I'm like drifting away, and then I get pulled back really fast.
I don't think that's good.
No, I don't think it's good either.
Okay,
It's like the longer we stay here, the worse it gets.
yeah, probably. Okay, she's like, I guess we'll sleep.
I'm not sleeping.
I'm not sleeping either.
Maybe we could just explore a little since we're here. I mean,
I guess.
it's good to see stuff.
Maybe we should go to the shrines.
We can go to the shrines, yeah.
She looks at the shrines.
Look at the shrines again. H God.
Does she sense any, like, arcana, like, from the shrines from present day on them?
Like the similar like feelings.
Yeah.
You feel like in terms of God or
No, like how when she looked at like Char's shrine, that was in
got like Shadowfell energies.
Yeah, does it give off like energies of the gods?
It does, but instead of it being like Shadowfell, it just feels very distinct. Like this is them.
She puts a gold coin in the forest one, the goddess of the forest again.
You put a coin in the forest one.
She's like, I put one in the past too.
Huh.
I was curious of what would happen.
I guess it's more like just offerings. I think usually what you do is you give an offering and you wish for something. Or you can pray to them here.
Yeah, I'm a little nervous to do that.
Yeah, but usually when you make an offering to a god, it's in turn of a wish.
I just made an offering. I didn't want to wish.
Yeah, so
I don't really want one now either, but hopefully, you know.
God, imagine the past and like, I remember you.
I'm hoping that maybe having done that if we are stuck here or something bad happens, she'll maybe know when if someone is worried.
He's like, hopefully.
Because if everyone makes a contribution and then a wish, if one person doesn't, it'd be different. Especially if they're not a follower.
That's true. And then you hear like a bell ring, like a ding, ding, and you see servants say, "A god!" and they start running down the hallway.
I'm scared.
I'm scared too. Help. They're both holding on to each other. I'm scared. And you see servants like, "Oh my god, a god!" and they start running down the hallway. Do you follow like where the entrance is?
Kind of.
Yeah.
Not fully. She's like, I swear to God, if it's a dark god, I'm gonna cry.
You look over the corner and you see it's two gods actually, a dark and a light, not so sure, but it seems to be the goddess of peace and Sight, the god of lies.
Okay, she's less nervous now.
And you see them, physical mortal form, and they look exactly like their portraits.
She looks at Mikhail. What are they gonna do?
Probably just do normal stuff like apparently the palace does have them do, like they eat.
So where are we supposed to go?
In our room?
Why?
Because I don't want to interact with them.
Why not?
And eventually you see them, like both Cyric and Goddess of Peace, I always forget her name, bow. I'm gonna open the D&D Beyond Pantheon. Actually, I might choose a different god because I think it's interesting. D&D 5e Pantheon. Everyone can hear my keyboard clack. I want to see what gods there are because I always forget their names. Who should it be actually? Yeah, let's have what's the goddess of peace? Peace. Where's she at? No, I don't want that shit. Goddess of peace. Torm goes. Eldath, actually. I don't know if it's a woman or a man. We'll call them they. Eldath and let's actually do Daenerys, god of writing. Knowledge domain.
Are they good and bad or just both?
They're both neutral good. So
Okay.
let's go with that.
She says, I think it's fine.
Okay, and you notice Daenerys and Eldath both kind of like do a small bow to the servants as they bow, and they kind of like start talking to each other as they walk down the hallway that you're all are in.
Let's just like calmly walk by.
Mm-hmm.
But when they come by, do we bow?
You don't notice that. You see that no one, like visitors, are not bowing to the
Okay,
gods.
then we'll just walk by and like go past them.
Yeah, you're going down the hallway and they both seem to be talking. And they're like, it seems like casual talk, like how's your day been, like type of shit.
Like, I mean, they're okay gods, so like it should be fine.
And then you hear the door open again,
She looks.
and you see a dark god this time.
She's like, oh.
And you see Bane, god of tyranny, lawful evil, walk in.
She looks back at Mikhail and she's like, why?
But this time, you see next to Bane, you see what seems to be what's a good guy? Maestra, the goddess of magic.
She says, why are there 4 gods? Why are there 4 gods? Why are there 4
And they bow and they also go.
She says, Mikhail, why are there 4 gods? That's not good. They're not usually all here at once.
I don't know.
She's like, we are here at a very bad time. There better be no more gods that enter.
I'm panicking.
Stop panicking, stop panicking, stop panicking!
I'm panicking, Electra. I've never been in front of God. This is different.
The son of Saloon!
This is different.
How is it different?
Because we were told that they didn't have no mortal forms. And here they are.
She's got her arm hooked with Mikkel and she's just holding him. She's like,
He's like, we're always told, always learned that they don't have mortal forms. They don't come down to the mortals. They don't do anything. But here they are in front of our faces.
She goes to one of the servants.
Here you go.
She says, question.
Yes.
Why are there so many gods here currently?
They choose to visit at random.
Ah.
Last I heard, I don't think there was any meeting planned for any of the gods. So.
Okay, good. Oh, I mean, yeah.
So, enjoy the stay.
Thanks. She turns Mikkel. A day. We have to stay here for a day.
It's morning, but it's still morning.
We have to stay here.
It's like probably like late morning now.
She was like, maybe they just won't notice that you exude selenite energy and I exude this fucking ring. Maybe she won't notice.
I hope not. I hope no more come in. I hope no more come in.
It's just the morning, Mikkel. And I don't want to not be here because I want to know if there's someone bad here that we need to know about.
That's true, yeah. No, you're so right. And as I guess, where are y'all standing at?
I feel like the door would be like over this way, and they're like
Kind of like for a little in front of the room. It's like a throne room of sorts. And you stand there, and you see the door open again.
She stares at it.
You see, Lathander walk in.
I talked to him.
And Lathander greets the servants, and
She's like patting Mikkel. She's like, that's so cool. I know that one. And he's not awful.
And he laughs with the servants as he also walks down the hallways.
He seems nice. Maybe we should follow him.
Why would he want to follow God?
I don't know. Maybe better than the one that, the son of.
That's true. I mean, we got Bane, the god of murder. God of tyranny.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Maybe more gods might walk in, so maybe we should leave the front door.
But
What if Shar walks in?
she thinks for a
What if
second.
someone walks in?
But then you can ask her a lot of questions.
She ain't gonna know anything. How far back is it?
Aren't gods all knowing?
I don't know how all-knowing they are, Electra. I really don't.
Like, okay, let's just go.
Everything I've been taught was a lie. That we've been taught.
Maybe we could stand in like a hallway or something where we can still like look in.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, come on.
You look in. You do notice a few more gods do filter inside the hall, and you see Lathander seems to be talking to Bane, the god of tyranny.
She's like, what do you know? Next ball will walk in.
Ball does walk in.
Oh fuck.
Cover your mouth. He like puts her hands like, jinx it. And you see the gods actually seem to be communing quite well with each other. Like, you don't notice that, like, they don't seem like they're holding any malice towards each other.
Are random people talking to them?
Yes, they are.
She's like, I don't think we should talk to them.
I mean, you could, because you just give the excuse that you found this ring like an artifact or something. I can't.
Yeah, I just found this ring as like an artifact or something, and they're gonna look at me like I'm fucking stupid, knowing damn well it's a mind shielding ring that has fucking special things on it. You'll be like, oh, you just found it?
That's not the most unusual. Have you seen the artifact gallery here?
Mikkel?
I mean, this is our opportunity to talk with the gods in their mortal form.
I don't want to talk to any of them.
If Maliki walked in.
I might talk to her.
Maliki does walk in. She goes up to Lathander and gives him a pat on the back.
She's like, what if they know?
I don't know if they know.
What if they'll forget? We look a little out of place.
We do. So we just go back to our room?
No, because we have to know if fucking Saloon or Shaw walk in here.
Why?
Because I have a bad feeling, Mikkel.
Why do you always have a bad feeling?
Because I have a bad feeling that this fucking back in time shit doesn't actually have as much to do with this fucking palace. I have a feeling it has to do with the bitches that I keep getting on the bad side of.
Maybe, I don't know.
There's 2 gods that hate me right now.
They don't know that.
Unless they do.
Are you standing in a hallway right now?
Kind of, yeah.
Okay, I imagine that y'all are kind of like standing there and you hear like, excuse me,
Moves.
and it's Mask as he walks by y'all. Yeah, your ass clenches so hard. Like, and I thought you're standing like alone. He's like, sorry, excuse me.
Sorry. Didn't mean to look.
It's alright. I was like, he's just going through. And he passes by to like wherever other god is at.
Okay, so it wasn't him.
Yeah.
It's not the one that did it because he doesn't know.
Yeah.
I'm scared that there's other things from the present here, is what I'm saying.
Like, other things that have made
Like
it here.
beings. Like bad beings.
That's true, that could be the case.
Like bad gods. Because if mortals could cast a fucking thingy to make people go into the past, then who's to say that gods couldn't go into the past?
And you hear a voice, like an old voice, say, well, that's very true. What, do you look behind you? It's Agma, god of knowledge. A very neutral, pure neutral god. That's very true, young one.
Hi.
Nice to meet you. I'm Agma. Unless you did not know.
I'm Electra.
He looks like Gandalf from Lord of the Rings.
She says, I'm Electra.
No, I actually want to be bald, but with a beard. Shiniest head in the world.
That's Mikhail.
Nice to meet you both. I hear you're talking about times and such.
Mm-hmm.
He's like,
Hypothetically, let's say that you, there was this building that was decrepit, and you walked in, and there was like this weird energy, and suddenly you were in the past, and the world's kind of weird, and your friend here, she gestures to Mikkel, then ungestures to Mikkel, and says your friend here says that he's starting to see things, like they're starting to phase, and he's starting to think it's not reality anymore, and you have a really bad feeling.
let me guess.
And perhaps you have a lot of enemies.
You're very specific, aren't you not? Let me guess, this is not your time, is it? It kind of like looks you both up and down.
But we have to keep that confidential.
I know. It shall be kept confidential. Well, since you both do not belong in this time, it is only right that this time will reject you slowly.
Reject how?
Kind of get absorbed into time and space in itself, sort of type of deal.
She looks at Mikhail.
Because then you'll just become lost through time. Until eventually you find your time, but by then you'll be too long. And you just basically die as soon as you appear.
Uh-huh. Okay. That's not good. I actually have a lot of things I have to do in my present time.
Just don't worry. Time passes the same here as it does out there.
She looks at Mikhail and says, does that mean it's been a week?
And he says, who has gone the farthest back?
Me.
And that means it follows you.
Oh. So it's only been a day.
Because the person who casted this was the last leader.
Ah. Cool. So, I spoke to her, but she said that there wasn't really anything that I could help with that I haven't already helped with, and then sent me forward so I could find him.
I think what she meant was that she couldn't do anything in her time, but you could do something the further you went.
Cool. Also, very much a side note, and like totally unrelated for sure. Are there any gods coming? Other ones?
Well, all of us gods have decided to get together today. Though we are kind of busy, so we were just filtering in.
Cool. Okay, thank you.
He gives a smile, like a knowing smile, as he walks to the crowd.
She grabs Miguel and she says, yeah, we're going back to that room.
I would laugh.
She says, I don't want to see, 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 I don't
You
want
know,
to see.
you have to go through the main entrance to, like, entrance way to get to the room that you were in.
I don't want to see. I don't want to go.
Are you both covering your eyes as you're walking?
No, because that's more suspicious. I feel like she just got hooked arm with Miguel and she's like gripping onto him.
Miguel's
so
gripping
fucking
onto
tight.
you.
And they're just walking very stiffly.
You both walk very stiffly as a few other gods pass you by. Some of them being like, hey, like kind of saying hi, almost. Some of them saying hi, some of them like kind of like just nodding at y'all, like a greeting.
She nods back.
But none of them really seem to pay y'all any mind.
She says, these aren't the gods we're worried about. No. She's like,
As y'all are like walking stiffly through, you see the door slightly open.
come back, retreat.
Like you can keep going forward because it's just like on your left that the big door's opening. So you're like going forward to where y'all's room is in the hallway of. You glance.
Very
You
discreetly.
glance. You see the door open. You see Shar opening the door.
She grips Miguel.
You see Saloon behind her as well.
She's like, we need to go.
You both walk faster, and you hear them both talk. And Shar's like, they interrupted my outing today. Saloon's like, be quiet. She's like, you weren't doing anything. She's like, I was. It's like nothing important.
They don't seem to hate each other as much.
And you see Shar roll her eyes. Oh, if you glance, you see her roll her
Yeah,
eyes.
I imagine she was like subtly doing it, and now she's like,
glancing.
they don't seem to hate each other as much.
And Saloon's like, just deal with it. We have to do this, okay? It's good to at least see the other guards, unless you want to do, I don't know, want Alpha to do what they promised they would do. And Shar's like, no. Begrudgingly.
She's like, okay. I feel like talking to them might also be helpful, though.
But I can't because I got too much.
Oh, I do too!
You just have the ring, though.
But the thing is bad!
It's an excusable thing.
I don't really want to talk to Saloon.
You don't have to, and I don't have to either.
Never mind.
He's like, what? What are we gonna talk to, Shar?
No! Yeah, because I'm sure that would go well. I don't think we'd make it out.
No, we wouldn't.
She'd probably grab us.
She probably would. Even now. He's like, what? I'm supposed to talk to Saloon? What do I say?
Hi, Mom.
Shut the fuck up. It's like 1,000 years in the damn past.
I don't know how God birth works. Maybe
I
you
don't
were
know
born
either.
yet. Maybe you were born.
I don't think so.
You're thousands of years old and you just don't know.
Oh, so old.
Your soul is
You know, I don't want to talk to them.
Okay, then we just have to make it out of this room without them noticing us.
Which you're easily able to do. What did she do?
She's like peeking in.
You peek in and you see all the gods
She's
communing.
like, I feel like we are here at a very bad time.
But we are.
I feel like Kane's probably had a worse one.
Because if nothing bad happened here,
Then that means something bad happened when Kane was there.
because it seems like the gods are at least putting up faces with one another.
The problem is, though, if we somehow warn them and they do fix whatever it is,
Things could change a lot.
where Kane is.
And Kane would probably get screwed over.
So I don't know how the fuck we're supposed to go back with Kane
He's like, I don't know.
unless we talk to a god.
We have to wait for Alphanon.
I don't.
It's like late afternoon now. Unless you want to talk to a god.
Not really, but I also don't want Kane to fucking die.
You could try to talk to Ogma again.
Because I'm 100% sure that
You could talk to Ogma. You seem to know.
Fine, let's go talk to him.
You seem to know a lot.
Come on.
They're all in this. All gods are in the same room with each other. but they're kind of spread out. It's a really huge like ballroom.
How is Agma in accordance to...
Agma's pretty close to one of the doors that you can enter
Can
from.
we go to that one with the cow?
You enter and you see like gods don't seem to pay all minus. There's also commoners walking in and out, so it's like whatever.
Hey, another question.
Yes.
Okay, so, and she like keeps glancing towards the gods, and she's like, so if my friend is in the near distant future, right?
Yes.
And he is on a current course, and I tell the current leader something that changes the course of the future, what would happen to that friend?
He says, well, he's gonna have to fight through the unpredictability of time change. Though, he kind of thinks and he says, whatever happens here could possibly change. It seems like the time you were in would have never changed what was gonna happen now, or what's happening now.
Okay, so I can't change anything anyway.
I guess it depends how big the change is. Because I don't know how much Alphanon knows. The
Okay.
last leader knew lots.
Yeah. Well, we kind of have to tell him in order to, go back further in the future to get my buddy.
Mhm.
So,
If Alphanon is as understanding as the last leader, which he is much more direct, you must be careful what you say to him.
okay.
He is a man of action.
Okay. And also, if by chance we somehow did die here, what would happen?
Just as your friend here will disappear into time, you will too until you appear back and your soul will be in the present and can be taken to its rightful place or unrightful place.
That's really bad. That's really
Though being
bad.
revived here is a whole nother story.
These are a lot of really bad options.
It is.
Thank you, Ogman. Helpful as always. Can't wait to meet you in the future, I'm sure.
I'm sure we'll meet once or twice, but it all depends on you. After all, I know you're going through enough in the present.
She glances at Char and is like, yeah.
Not every god is as all-knowing as I am.
Still don't want to test my fate.
You should not.
Glad you agree. She goes and she's like, is there anything else that you want to tell me?
Agma?
Yeah.
He says, learning things and healing the East is a big step in, I guess, everything that is happening in the present. For I'm assuming that us gods are not very active as we used to be.
Yeah, we didn't even know you had multiple forms.
And he says, it's because of our choices and our faults only.
She glances at Char again and then glances back and goes, yeah, our faults. Okay, well, probably wise we don't stay in here, because if we're seen by those two, I'm sure it will go great. Bon voyage.
Bon voyage.
She turns and leaves with Mikhail, and she's like, okay, well, I suppose we should probably wait in our room for now.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go.
Go, it's nighttime now.
Oh, she's like, okay, it's nighttime. Is he supposed to be here at night or
Tomorrow morning.
tomorrow? She's like, okay, it's nighttime. Perfect. Perfect. Yeah, perfect. Okay. She's like, we'll try to sleep.
Because
We didn't ask Alchema if the gods were staying here, did we?
No.
Fuck.
We'll have to see you in the morning, I guess.
Yeah.
You don't really both sleep in that
No!
because, like, it's weird seeing the gods just here.
It's weird seeing Shaw.
I wonder what really happened during that day to just cause everything to make a whole turn.
Have a feeling we're gonna find out.
feel like we are gonna find out.
Okay. They sit there in fucking terrifying silence, scared someone's gonna come up to the door.
No, you hear like footsteps past the door.
She hates it. Every time there's footsteps, she's like, she fucking pushes the bed next to fucking Mikkel's because she's scared.
Mikkel's like, I'm scared. You know, so the episode like Sponge and Patrick, they hold each other like, ah! That's exactly what they are. And there's such like a sponge on, they're Sponge on and Patrick coding. But eventually the morning sun rises as you both.
Oh wow, it's morning, come on, let's go. And she opens the door and looks out.
Oh, you find a servant walking.
Hey, is the king back?
Yes, he has arrived.
Oh, perfect.
I was actually here to retrieve.
Oh,
but-
thank you.
And you see, Alphanod is a very stout, like half-elf. Strong commander vibe comes off of him as he sits at his desk, which is the same desk that you knew that the last leader sat at, but you can tell he's made his own touches to the room entirely.
Mm-hmm.
And he says, "Come on in."
She sits.
Miguel sits right there, like, also in front. He's like, "I've heard that the servants say you wish to speak to me."
Yeah. So this might sound crazy, but we're from the future, and your previous ruler, the previous lady who ruled here,
Yes.
she casted a spell that had us like go into the past, kind of thing, right? And I just came from past with her. And then I had her come. She said that I told her some information about the present, and that didn't go. Like, she's like, I can't do anything about that. And I was like, well, my friends, they're in different time periods, and so she sent me here. So I'm going to tell you what I told her, just in case you might already know. In the present, the palace is destroyed. This little castle, and there's like really dark. Like there's like dark tornadoes and magic and like a barrier and everything around it, and the barrier it's weird. It's like magical weirdness. And then we and then we walked through a door, and the door led us to the past. Yeah, and so me and my two friends. This is one. The other one's, I'm sure, further in the future. Lost at the time, kind of thing. So my question is, oh, the bad guy, the person who does this is the next person, I believe, to take over the throne, I assume. Which is Zevlor.
Zevlor, yes.
Zevlor. And he bans light gods.
And he kind of like looks at y'all. He's gonna insight check even though you're telling the truth. And he says, "I've heard of similar stories spouted out of other mouths, but I thought them to be insane. But I keep hearing the same story over and over again these past years I've been leader."
Yeah, so now that you know that, is there any way that you can help us get to our other friend?
You said the last leader, which she is very honorable and I respect her highly, made a spell of some sorts.
Mm-hmm.
You do know exactly where she had it.
Yeah, it was down.
And he says, "Come with me."
Okay.
And he goes down, and you do see the like old incantation marks in the basement, but they're not active. And he touches them, and he's like, And he says, "I may not be able to rewrite what she has incanted here, but a god possibly could."
Okay.
But you get to choose the god. Agma. Wise decision. And he gets one of his servants to go get Agma, and Agma comes down into the basement.
Hi.
And he bows his head and he's like, "I predicted you'd choose me."
Yeah, you're probably the best option.
Better than anyone else. I at least know how to keep secrets. And he has a long cane, white staff, like old ass oak staff, and he slams the ground and you see the incantation start to light up.
One more question before we go.
Mm-hmm.
This is gonna take us to Kane, hopefully, right?
The next leader,
Yeah.
I suppose.
Yeah. How are we supposed to get out from there?
You will have to figure it out there, Agma says.
That's fine. Go ahead.
And Agma slams his staff on the ground as you and Mikkel feel the
She
same
grabs onto
wind
Mikkel.
of energy. And then you appear back at the palace. Except you notice things here look not as like as exquisite or historic, but it seems a little more darker here. Not like physically, but there's like darker tones everywhere. More blacks, dark blues, dark purples type of feel to like the walls and marble and such.
He looks for a servant.
You, what perception check? This is like for another thing, but you notice that compared to the servants being pretty diverse, like who was a servant here, they're all just tieflings and drow.
17.
As you look around, you notice that all these servants are not just diverse, like it's not high elf or like anyone, it's not just a dwarf. These are all tiefling and drows. Every servant is a tiefling and drow.
Fuck, we stick out like a sore thumb.
Like a servants. Just servants.
Okay, but are there anyone else?
You do, like there's just random commoners again.
Okay.
But compared to that diversity in servant selection, it's just tiefling and drow. And as you're looking around, you notice a familiar tiefling in a servant's outfit.
Kane?
It is Kane, and he's a bit further away from me.
She runs up.
You run up.
Why are you in a servant's outfit?
Lets out a sigh. He says this is the only way for me to blend in.
Oh? How so?
And he says, look at the commoners. And you see the commoners, but you do not see no tiefling or drow among the commoners. I was kind of placed here, and they forced me to work. And I kind of went along with it because I had no idea what was going on right now. I can't really... He looks around. He says, I can't stray from my duties.
How long have you been here?
He says 2 weeks.
Okay. So, I'm sure you've realised we are in the past.
I figured.
Okay, I talked to the first lady who casted this spell. She did it so that we could... I don't know what she wanted at this point, because nothing changed. The thing is still going to get destroyed, because dude is evil. I suppose we could kill him, but I think that would fuck us all. So,
He says, who told you it'd fuck us all right now?
Ogma.
Agma said that if you do anything before that time, it would fuck it up.
She's like, I don't know, I thought that... She's like, I don't know, I feel like if we change the past though, wouldn't that change like...
He says if we change the past, King says if we change the past now, it would change what our present and what the East present is.
Okay. Alright. Wouldn't that change a lot though?
King says, I think it would. But I guess, is it worth it? Or not worth it? That's the biggest decision here.
He looks at Mikkel.
Okay, and Mikkel's like...
I mean, are we going to be able to make it back?
And Mikkel's like, I don't know, unless we find Agma again.
And I guess I could pray to his altar.
And Kane's like, I can't follow you both, but I'll be around.
Okay. Fucking hell.
And you see, they're like, Kane, you need to serve. And he's like, okay. It's like one of the tiefling, like, head servants. And he's like, gotta go. Better for my own skin.
Sorry.
And he walks off.
She holds her head. She's like, I hate it here. She's like, Ogma again.
Let's go. And you notice the portraits are different now for each god again.
She looks at when the last time they were here was.
Seeing the dates seem scattered like the first time. You were like the first time.
Okay.
You think there has been no major things, but you notice that compared to Saloon and Char's date being the same for the first 2 times, that they're completely different times now.
They have falling out. Bigger than usual. Okay. To the altar room.
The altar room, it is still the same.
Is there Ogma's?
Yes, Agmas is there.
She goes over to it.
Go over to Agmas.
And she puts a gold coin in and she sits there and she prays.
You pray. Agmas says you made it safely. Though I can tell you're a bit shell-shocked on what to do.
A bit.
So tell me, what is your idea?
Well, if we did stop this dude, right? The problem is getting back to the present.
And he says, the room where you've appeared in twice, with the sigils on the ground because of the first one, I can reactivate them again.
Okay.
I am nor light god nor dark god. I am just like Mistra, neutral.
Okay. Is that would changing the past be bad for the future?
If you do not change anything now, it is still going to have consequences as changing it. So you have to decide what you deem is appropriate. He says, what do you think is more dangerous? As you can see, us gods have a different relationship with mortals here than we possibly do in the present. I don't know the exact details.
She says, the first woman who casted the spell,
Yes.
is that spell what was stopping everything from spiraling out?
He says, in a way, yes.
So if we go back, everything will spiral. If we leave it as it is, it will get worse for the East.
He says it will. And there could be another solution to stop it, but it may take a long time to figure it out. For that is high concentration powers of magic.
But you can guarantee that we'd be able to get back.
I can guarantee that you would be able to get back whether you decide to change something or not.
Okay, thank you.
And he says, choose wisely, for in the end there will be something great that will happen.
She looks at Mikkel. So, bad news
Yeah.
and good news.
Yeah.
We can definitely get back to our time.
Yay.
Bad news is that when we get back, it's either going to be bad or good. And that's going to depend on our choices right now.
Yeah, basically says, Agma says, you have the chance to, Agma actually speaks to both. He says, you have the chance to completely change history and how things work. And you also have the chance to do bad. And both things are both bad and good. There is no right decision here.
She looks at Mikkel.
Mikkel's like, ooh.
Can you tell us which is better?
He says, it depends on you. He says, if you decide to not change anything here, then I can take you back now. And get you all back here now. Eventually that concentrated magic will go free, even if it's not right at that moment.
Mm-hmm.
But you're right. It will go free one day. And the second one is changing history and the complete history of just more than just the East, but the West as well. You've learned what everything was like before the fall of the East, because it affected the West. And now you have to determine if it's worth it. Whether to not have what we have now or not. But it'll still be much different even then.
She looks at Mikkel.
It's like, I don't know which one
She makes a face. She makes a sad face. And she's like, I don't know, maybe when I went back in the past, I would have just done it.
He's like,
Maybe
I
should
know.
just stay home. Maybe I should never leave again. I'm never
Girl's
gonna
like,
make this again.
yeah.
I'm never gonna go anywhere ever again.
Kane did warn you.
I know he warned me. That makes me feel worse.
He's like, I mean, we could just go back. We really could, Electra, and we can eventually find something else to help deal with this.
But it wouldn't. And you know it. You know exactly what would happen if we went back. Because he's telling us that. He's telling us if we leave it, this is going to become someone else's problem.
It is. That's what he did say.
And the difference is that if she used the spell and we used it up by entering this building, then there's not going to be another person that's going to be able to come to the past and do it again.
That's true.
So that means there's no way for them to stop this magic from unleashing itself on the east unless we fuck this dude up. So, just so we're clear, because that is thinking so clearly here. And if we go back and we do that, we are fucking awful people. We are beyond awful people.
But it's the fact that Haley's gonna come back and be like, what the fuck has changed? Okay, a little crazy with it. Haley's gonna be like,
the better question is who would know? Like,
who knows?
would only the people who go to the past know?
Who knows, actually?
She says, she was like, but the way it is, what happened and what the gods did here is they let the East get fucked by this dude.
They did.
They let it happen. And I don't think it's fair to have the West have everything and let the East have nothing.
Yeah, no. That's why.
We're gonna have to fuck him up.
And things are gonna change a lot when we get back.
Are we gonna change?
I don't think so. I don't know. Maybe we can ask Agma again.
Agma.
Agma says yes.
So, would we change?
He says, you were here changing time, so you would not. But
Okay.
who knows what would change out there?
Would our lives change?
Maybe. You're changing the course of history.
She looks at Miguel. She says, would we still know each other?
He says, that's the difficult question, is it not? Because what if the things happened that happened to you, that happened to him, that happened to Cain, that happened to anybody, happen if what happened here did not?
But leaving it would fuck everyone. All of us.
A tough decision indeed.
Oh, bro, I need to go. Maybe we should go talk to the dude first.
Yeah.
She takes Mikkel. She's like, okay, let's go talk to him.
You're gonna try to find the guy?
Mm-hmm.
Who do you talk to?
The servant. And she's gonna be like, can we talk to the king, please?
Oh, yes you can. He's his office is open right now.
Exactly. She goes.
And this guy looks scary. Very, very scary.
Inside checks his alignment. 25.
Lawful evil.
She religion checks him to see if he follows a god. 18.
Follows all gods.
She stands at the door.
He's like, come in.
She walks in.
You walk in and Mikkel walks in. And he says, please take a seat.
She sits.
You sit. He says, why have you come in to visit me today?
I want to know more about you.
And he's like, I'm not running for candidacy.
Oh?
Because he's got the position. So, like, he would not run for it.
Yeah, but still, you're the king, so I want to know what kind of person you are.
He's like, I follow the rules of the land, and I follow the rules of balance.
She nods and she says, so you would never ban the worship of light gods?
He was like, He's like, only if they commit an atrocity against them or
Permanently.
against humanity. He said, we never have done permanent bans, but only if it comes down to it, then it must be done. But so far, no god has trespassed that line.
Two things for a minute. She's trying to put it all together because she's not understanding what changed and what the good gods could have done to like fuck it up, and what would be the line that they would have crossed to make you outlaw them.
Yeah. He just says evil and good must always be in balance.
And what would the good gods do
What could the good gods do?
for you to outlaw all of them?
And he says, he's like, light is as dangerous as darkness. If light consumes the entire land, people will die. Just as dark consumes the entire land, people will die. The gods are always in odds and power struggles, and we are the people that keep them in check.
So you would say not having this castle and summon power in the east would be detrimental to the world.
He said, if the east and west were not conjoined together, then it would be detrimental to the world. For it is not just me, it is also the leader of the West. Did you know that you never have heard of a leader of the West before? You just thought the West was always just a conglomerate of certain sections in the States.
She says, okay. She looks at Mikkel.
Mikkel's looks a bit confused.
And she says, has there ever been a god that's tried to overpower your position?
Yes, many.
Which?
He actually gives you a list. He says Shar, Mask. He says Lyra, and he goes down. He says Lathander, Tyr, Torm. He goes those both light and dark gods. Tyr, Torm.
If there was one to do it right now, which one do you think it would be?
If there was one to do it right now.
Right now.
Shar.
She holds her head.
Ever since the fallout, she's been a lot more aggressive.
The fallout?
Fallout between Saloon and her.
Do you know what exactly happened?
He says, I tend not to pry into the gods' own mortal lives and drama. But they are both sisters. They at least kept front with each other even though they disdained each other. But sisterly bonds and such, I suppose.
Is Shaw visiting anytime soon?
He says, no, I have not called the gods to anything. Though if she wishes to visit, I will not deny her entry.
She looks at Mikkel. And she messages him actually and says, she did it from the fucking start. All of it. From the fucking start. It's fucking her. She's like, you are determined to keep balance, yes?
Yes, that is a natural order of things.
She's gonna insight check that. Can you roll the dice for me? I have a plus 11, my computer died.
Huh. yeah, 27. He's truth to that. But you feel like compared to the last two, which you think were a lot more good aligned, he's willing to do anything to keep the balance, even at the expense of other people.
But that's not the problem.
No, it's not.
Him being evil aligned isn't the problem.
That's why I just want to make clear, it's not, he's evil not because, he wants to do bad.
But Char's gonna do something, and that's why.
Yes.
And she says, do you have precautions?
And he says, I keep as many as I can. But again, just like mortals, gods are just as unpredictable.
Okay. I'm very hesitant here to put trust in you, but but I'm going to try here. We are from the future because your 2 times predecessor decided to make a spell to take us from the future back here. In the future, the East is practically destroyed. This palace is gone, and magic swirls and darkness swirls all around it, and it's in a stasis, but it's not forever. Eventually, it will be unleashed, and eventually, I'm not even sure that it would end in destroying the East.
Do you have any proof of this?
That we're from the future?
Yes.
He's Saloon's kid. And we dress weird. I don't know. I can show you drawings of what the present looks like.
Show me them.
She shows her drawings. And her writings and shit. And she says, I can't really convince you of it, but I don't know much. All I do know is that in our time, you are known as the one who outlawed all light gods and the worship of all light gods. And that brought the East into chaos. And that everything went awry from there.
I was the one that did it.
And from what you say, it seems like you weren't the one who did it.
He sits there and he thinks and he says, I don't know how much you know about the East history or what they have kept, but you know that each lineage is a different lineage. No same lineage bloodline runs this palace. It is a new dynasty every time. I do have a son who I have suspicions of what he could be doing behind my back. He says, for I would never outlaw completely like God worship unless they trespassed a line which no God has ever done, because I know better than that.
But even then, outlawing all light gods and leaving only dark or vice versa.
That would destroy balance in the
Yes.
world.
Exactly.
Says, my son doesn't like the teachings that which I abide by, for each dynasty leader has to abide by these teachings, and they must wholly believe it to be so, no matter who they are. My son does not like them, for he thinks that there should only be true good in the world, true light, or either true darkness. There should not be one or the other, for it just causes misery, which I understand, for it is always a tug of war. But at the same time, it is far worse with just one or the other. So I believe with what you are telling me and the evidence you have shown me. Because you feel like he's never seen this before. He's like, compared to the others, like, I feel like I've heard things before. This one, he's like, what the fuck? So you don't think anyone's actually made it to this point if they enter this castle. Or if they made it past the chaos of the damn world. Like, area anyway. But you really think no one's made it this far. And he sits there and he's like, I let my son run a few things in the palace. Because it gets busy. And everyone does have, like, right hands and such, usually in the dynasty. He says, if you could help me out and find out what my son is doing, I would greatly appreciate it. Unless you do not have much time here.
How long would it take?
He says, I'm sure it'd take a day or two. Not too hard. I'll give you all the resources you need.
She glanced at Mikkel. Does she think that they could handle 2 days?
Yes, you do think so. You think it takes like a month or so for y'all to actually just dissipate.
Okay.
So
yeah, I think we can do that.
He says, thank you. If otherwise, I'll be keeping an eye and keeping low suspicion of gods and people alike.
Okay. If something goes wrong, please notify us.
I will.
Know, like, we just met you, but...
I will. Allies are in great need, no matter what.
She nods. And she's like, okay, where's your son?
And he says he usually traverses a certain path where he runs certain things. He mostly takes care of the servants, and who's a servant and such. He takes care of the dining hall. Food.
Also, question. Why are only tiefling servants?
He said, he actually thinks, he's like, I've never noticed, actually. I tend to be very busy, so I keep away from the palace and what happens here. It's really all tieflings.
Yeah, and drow.
Hmm.
She says, okay, gotcha. Cool. She goes.
You leave.
She's like,
There's a lot more going on here than I thought. Like, this is what Kelly says to you.
she's like,
There's a lot.
I really hope it's not Shaw.
I really hope it's not either.
And the reason I hope it's not Shaw is because I know I could probably put money on exactly what she's doing. I could put fucking money on it.
Shouting the world in darkness.
Not even that. What she's doing to his son. To get him to agree.
Oh, I hope it's not Shar.
Me too.
What if he's just a bad person and we're just like, yeah.
I guess get rid of him. Tell his dad, I guess, and his dad's, not the greatest morally, so I guess he'd probably kill him.
Yeah.
So I think it'd be fine. She's like, she walks around, she's like, keeping an eye
All
out.
we have to do is find evidence, so I think we're alright.
Yeah, she keeps an eye out. She's like, okay, well, where is he though?
He said a few places he works around, so he works in the entire palace. Maybe we can ask the servants. They seem.
Mm-hmm. Oh, we can ask Kane.
Yeah.
Maybe he's seen him.
If we can find Kane, I don't know where he went.
Starts looking around.
Like Ryan, you see some servants, but you don't see Kane anywhere.
Hi, servant person.
Yes.
Do you perhaps know where your co-servant Kane is?
Co-servant, he was with the young master.
Where?
And he's like in the dining hall. They're preparing for a big dinner. So he kind of like points you the direction of where it is.
She goes that way.
You go.
She looks at Mikhail.
Mikhail's like, I'm gonna cry.
I hope to God it's not Shaw.
I hope to God it's not. I hope he's just a bad dude. Like, he just sucks. And then he makes the biggest mistake of his life or something. Without any influence. He's just stupid.
She goes towards the dining hall.
You hear yelling inside the dining hall.
She listens for a second.
You listen, you hear like, it's just someone complaining, it seems like. Nothing serious, you think.
What are they saying?
Can't really tell because the door's really thick, so all I hear is muffles. It's like,
She opens the door.
you open the door and he's like, this is not how it's supposed to be. He's like, no, you don't put the forks on the left, you put them on the right. And you just see a line of servants, including Kane, just standing there, kind of like, eesh. And he's like, and you see someone that looks exactly, because he's a half elf, but the leader is a high elf. But this his son, which you can always tell is his son, seems like a half elf. And he's like, we are preparing for a big dinner. This isn't just a dinner for mortals. This is a dinner for gods. and he says, he's like, what is this? The Gordon Ramsay.
She fucking looks at Mikhail and says, didn't the king say that there wasn't going to be a dinner? Or anything with the gods recently?
Yeah, and you see the kid's like, it's gonna happen in 4 days, and we're doing prep dinners, and you can't even get it right. And as he says it to the servants, all just standing there. He's like, this tea, cold, and he drops it on the ground.
She looks at Mikhail and she was like, am I wrong?
No,
He said that there wasn't supposed to be one.
You're not wrong. I think the only one supposed to plan it seems like high dude over here, not his son.
She turns and she does a fucking religion check on this kid.
Yes, you do a religion check.
You roll for me? She has +5 to religion.
+5. You got a 13.
Okay.
Die.
Does she notice any, god energy on him?
You feel like he worships, but not like individual gods, but you notice more of he worships more of the darker gods, and more of the darker gods than he does the lighter gods.
Okay, she does an insight check for his alignment. +11. Go, Jack. Go, Jack.
You're good. This guy seems like neutral evil.
Okay.
Because I feel like Lawful's evil is not as bad as any of the other two evils.
No, not at all. She watches for a second. She just tilts.
Yeah, you see he drops one. He's like, this tea is cold and it's sour, and he spills it on the ground, throws a plate on the ground.
He looks at Kane.
He goes to eat sugar and he comes up to Kane and he's like, you're just clumsy. You spilled the whole ham on the ground, not even roasted properly. And he throws a towel in his face.
She says, okay, I think that's a bit much.
Is that what she says out loud?
Yes.
And he's like, excuse me, who are you? No one's supposed to enter the dining hall.
Well, there was no one guarding it, so I opened the door.
He's like, please leave, we're in the middle of dinner rehearsal.
And how about you treat your servants better?
And he's like, they are not working properly, I'm only fixing what they're messing
You're not
up.
fixing, you're ruling with an iron fist, and all that creates is fear.
And he scoffs and he's like, we have to keep the people in line.
Keep them in line? Well, of course they're not going to work good for you when you're acting like a spoiled brat.
And he's like, who let you in here to speak to me like that?
Your father.
My father.
Mm-hmm.
He scoffs and he rolls his eyes and he's like, I suggest you leave.
She takes a step in. I suggest you change your attitude.
He's like, I do not need to change anything. That is just how the world works.
That's how the world works. That's why you only hire Drow and Tiefling.
And he's like, and he doesn't say anything.
It seems like you have an inferiority complex.
And he says, and what's so wrong about that, I guess?
Having an inferiority complex? All it does is make an ass out of you. You look like a fucking clown.
And he looks very mad as he yells out, guards, remove this woman from the dining room.
No need. I'll make my way out. She turns and she glances at Kane.
He kind of looks annoyed, not at you, but just like in the general situation he's just in, but you can tell he's not affected by anything that's heading towards him.
She goes back out and she goes straight to his dad.
He goes straight to the dad.
In 4 days there's going to be a meeting with the gods.
What?
In the dining room. He's literally preparing the servants currently.
He looks He's like, there's supposed to be no event with the gods unless it's at my discretion. Or if the gods request it themselves.
He also almost seems cocky. As if he doesn't care that you know. Which means he has something up his sleeve.
And he says, if he's busy in the dining hall, you say.
Mm-hmm.
And he actually pulls out a master key. He says, you're allowed access to his room.
Okay.
And he gives you the key.
She takes it. And she goes to his room.
And he actually tells you how to wait, and he gives y'all 2 bracelets. They're kind of golden bracelets. These will allow you access to the more private areas without butlers questioning you.
She puts them on.
And Mikhail puts it on. Mikhail's like, and as you're leaving, Mikhail's like, damn, that guy's a fucking jerk.
Yeah.
I think he really is just fucking evil. There's
I suppose I think he's evil too, but I also think that there's a large possibility that a dark god or whoever is manipulating him into doing their dirty work, because it seems like the gods in general don't really like that the mortals have this place.
I don't think they do. I wonder how the West is though. If apparently they were working together.
Yeah, that seems to change a lot too. They go.
You go. You find his room.
She unlocks it.
You lock the door.
Opens it.
You open the door. It's disgustingly messy in here. The same sour face. Like he's like, oh.
She goes in.
You go in.
She looks around.
You look around. You see a bunch of just mess of paper, clothes laying on the fucking ground.
A perception check.
Roll a perception.
5 plus 5.
I can't even find it. I lost it. 17. It's cold. But, you walk and you're looking around, you're rummaging through his nasty ass shit. Like you pick up a nasty, sweaty ass shirt, like, it's nasty as fuck.
Look at you.
But you start going through his desk, which just has millions of papers on top of it. But you see, when you open one of the drawers, you hear like, ding, ding, and you notice like little like figurines almost. Like I forgot what they call them. Like they're like a certain religious like figurine, but I forgot the exact term for it.
Idol?
Idols. Yes, they're tiny little idols of different gods.
Oh God.
You see Cyric, Mask, Shar, Bane, Baal. You see a few like Malikis, you get like Maestras, but you never see like a pure light gods in here. You see like the neutral good ones, but not like pure light.
She'll Arcana check them to see if she notices anything. +5.
You got a 7. You're like, but Mikkel can try. He got the same exact roll you did again. You got fucking 2. You both got damn 2s on the die. Mikkel also makes the same exact face. Like
She picks them up
you pick up.
and she pockets them.
You pocket them.
Does she notice anything else?
You notice some letters.
She glances through them.
He gets through them. Seem to be like generalized, like ha 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 to his friends. This stupid ass shit.
What do
dude.
they say?
Like ha ha. I'm so rich. You should go.
Like, I'm racist.
Like they're like, I can't believe your father's the fucking like head of the East. Like blah blah blah. And he's like, I'm so cool.
He's so fucking stupid.
It's gross as fuck. It's sort of like, eventually you get to letters that you see them like they're like rolled up and stuff.
She unrolls them.
You unroll them, and they seem to be like requests or wishes almost.
She reads them.
He's like, I wish my father would let me do more things like in the palace. He's like, I could run this pretty well. And then you see like they're not like towards anyone, and they're like but they're rolled up so nice and like thin almost. And he's like, I wish that I could have more power than my dad. He tells me I can't do certain things.
She pockets them.
Yeah. And you see one where it's like I wish the dynasties didn't work the way they did.
Pockets it.
Yeah.
She's like,
They're like on tiny slips of paper too, like this like inches like long. Fortune cookie ass.
did she notice any like Arcana anything in this room?
No Arcana, no.
Okay, so just weird kid. Okay.
Yeah.
She's like, okay. She noticed anything else in the room?
No, besides you see like a small pouch of money as well.
She'll leave it. Are there any like secret compartments?
Perception.
+5.
Damn, we're fucking good. I have 18 on a die. So like yeah, 20 over 20. And telling around secret compartments. You look under his nasty ass bed. It smells sour.
Like, Cal, this is your job.
Mikkel's like, ugh.
If I find something here, you're getting it.
He's like, okay. You're both like looking at the bed and you see like a loose kind of stone on the ground.
She pulls out her crowbar.
Pull your crowbar!
Pops it.
Pop it open. And Mikkel reaches his hand in the hole and he's like, I found like a pouch of stuff.
Open it up.
You open it up and you see like herbs and stuff. I'm gonna make you roll religion.
+5.
Mikkel's gonna roll religion. Yeah, Mikkel did better. And he's like, these are like offering items. Like things you usually give to gods.
Oh?
But they seem to be only things that dark gods would like. I don't think any light gods would like this.
He made the wish. These wishes, he made them to the dark gods.
Oh.
She takes the fucking that. She's like, we need to go. We need to go tell him right now.
Yeah, he puts the stone back where you pulled it off, but he still takes the pouches of like stuff.
She leaves with Mikkel.
You leave. You hear like shouting down the hallway.
She closes the door.
Yeah, you close the door and lock it basically, and you're running. You're like, do you not know how to clean? He's like, these windows are all smudged. You can hear him yelling down the hallway.
Don't look. She's like, okay, we need to go.
Let's go.
Yeah, she's like, that better not be Kane. But she's not gonna look because she's gonna start some shit. She goes to the father.
You're the father.
She gives him all of this.
And he looks at it. He looks concerned.
And she says, I think he made a wish to the gods.
He's like, that is illegal. He's like, for anyone in the dynasty to do.
And I think he did it.
And he says, I'm going to go check the altars.
She nods.
He stands up and he walks out. You can follow him if you'd like.
Yeah, she'll follow.
You follow and he goes to the altars, which again are still the same. And He looks into the altars, and you see the same slip of paper in, not Shar's, but another Dark God's altar. So you don't think he made one to Shar. Unless you maybe did, but you don't know how long it's been.
Jesus Christ.
And you see him take one of the offerings out. You can tell him he looks around a bit before he takes one of the offerings out. And he looks at the paper and he scoffs. And he says, my son is foolish to think to do this with the gods.
A bit. He's also been yelling at the servants all day.
And he, do you know where my son was last?
He was in a hallway by his room.
And he nods and he starts to walk towards it, but he marches almost.
We follow from a distance.
You follow, you're like, and you see, he was yelling at Cain. Cain's just kind of standing there looking like, this neutral expression on his face, kind of like, whatever, dude. And he's yelling at Cain, and his father stands right behind him. And Cain says, "Hello, Master Zelvor." Kind of cocky, but not cocky. And the son turns around, he gets spooked. And he says, "Son, we need to talk." And he says, "Well, Father, I'm just very..." And he just grabs him by like the back of his neck and drags him to his office. And Cain just kind of stands there like,
Electra approaches.
Cain's like,
Cain.
"So how's everything?"
Not very good.
Very good.
So, where do we start?
Now that I have time.
So, the father didn't know about the meeting with the gods. Neither did he know that his son is making wishes to the dark gods in order to get his wishes made. A lot of these wishes are basically to overthrow his father.
Cain nods and he says, "I know Zelvor was the villain, but now that I interacted more with his son..." Ugh.
But I think one of the dark gods promised him something.
I'm sure.
And so that's what is the catalyst of everything. We also realise, so we have a choice.
Mm-hmm.
Either we go back and leave everything as it is, and eventually the magic that is surrounding the castle will be let loose and destroy all of the East, and I don't think it would stop there.
Mm-hmm.
But we could go back and it wouldn't happen immediately, and nothing would change. Or we can make a difference and change something, and then go back and deal with whatever changes that may be.
Many people's lives could change.
Yeah, including ours.
Including ours. Unless the gods still pull stunts on themselves and ruinous will eventually happen.
But the thing is that the East would be changed.
The West would be changed too.
Mm-hmm. Because the East would be different. But leaving this, not knowing whether another person's going to enter this castle, come back here and try and change the past, knowing that's the only way that's going to stop whatever magic's going to be unleashed at some point, that is a big risk.
It is.
For all of the mortal realm. Every single person, past, present, and future.
He says, "I wonder if much will change if the gods will stay at odds with each other."
Well, a lot of the at odds are still very
prevalent.
She's like, from what I've seen, Shar and Saloon already hate each other.
It's funny because you hear someone walking down the hall with a staff, a wooden staff, hitting the ground. You see Agma.
Oh, hi.
He says, "I guess you found every piece of the puzzle."
That was it?
He says, "Well, I presume so."
What about the God meeting?
He says, "The God meeting?" He says, "It may continue or may not. I don't know if it will happen or not."
Did we change the future?
And Agma thinks, and he says, "Not exactly yet."
So wait.
Wait, yes. And he sits there and he says, "So you decided to change the future, yes? Or change the present?"
Yeah.
Anything you wish to know?
A lot, actually, but can you actually give us answers?
He says, I could possibly give you answers on how different lives would be or not.
Okay.
Because in the end, some lives will still probably be very similar, considering that the gods still play with mortals.
Okay.
But, I will say this, if lives don't change that much, I can say that our lives would change that much. And he points towards like himself.
Okay.
Because now the gods will still have a leash on them. Just like it was. Or just like it is now. So he says there could be a chance where lives could completely change. Or our lives only change a little. But our lives change a lot.
Could you tell us how our lives would change?
He says, I cannot give you specifics of your life, for I'm the God of knowledge. There's some things that I truly cannot tell.
Okay.
But I can tell that yours and Mikhail's will still stay pretty similar.
Mm-hmm.
Where Saloon and Shar are always at odds with one another.
Yeah.
And honestly, it wasn't because of the East that happened.
No. Yeah.
It was because of their own
As they
fallout.
do. Mm-hmm.
Cain's, he kind of looks towards Cain's. And he says, villains will always still exist. And he says, though your family, your friends, your life may be very different. For you lived in the East, Cain. And he says, I don't know if you would have met the people you would have. Except for the ones now. Cain kind of gives like a thin lip. So some things will still say. He looks at the axe. And he says, what you did before the whole war and stuff was a long after effect of what happened. So you would still have the axe. You would still know Alamigo as it was. But who you met back then, and who you fought back then, will not be the same.
She looks at Cain and she says, we don't have to do it.
He says, no, let's do it. He says, you'll remember, Cain, because you were here.
She feels bad now.
And Cain looks at you and is like, it's okay. This could save lots of lives. It could help us work against Shar. Imagine if Shar had a leash on her again. Imagine if Saloon had a leash on her again.
She seems a little more, less sure of herself than she was.
And he says, don't worry about me, Electra.
But it could be really bad.
It could be really bad. Some people's lives may completely do a 180. Including villains.
They could be alive. We killed some of them. Like Professor White, what if she lived?
And she wouldn't be the same person she was back then.
But we would know.
Yeah, Agma says people don't revive though. That's one thing.
So she'll stay dead.
She will stay dead. Just because time change does not mean lives come back to life.
What about Zool?
Zool, he thinks and he says the Bloody Baroness is someone that is still the way she is, even with or without a god. And
So it wouldn't change Zool much.
it wouldn't change Zool much. He would still fall into the same trap of his wife. But how his wife works could be different after the betrayal.
Would Cain's body still be dead?
Cain's who? Sorry.
Party.
He said, the ones that are alive. The ones that are dead will stay dead.
Tisha said that there was a way for us to bring them back.
This is a weird one. I'll say that for sure. They may still be able to be revived, but their past lives will probably be changed, whether you're little or a lot. You won't know until you meet them again.
And anyone that's presently alive wouldn't be dead either.
Yes. Time changes history. Time changes the present and future, but it does not change lives, except for who is alive, and possibly the dead story. It only changes stories.
Okay.
So those are dead stay dead, those are alive stay alive, but their stories could change.
Does his story change? He gestures to Mikkel.
He says,
Because yes, Saloon and Shah are always at each other's throats. That's not going to change. But are our stories going to change? Because the reason we are the way we are is because of those stories.
for you and Mikkel, not that much.
Okay.
You're totally separate from what happened here. Way too far to relate to anything that has happened here.
Okay.
Maybe your lives might have more minor changes to it. Maybe Saloon and Shar might be more active and more present and more mortal.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe you'll remember them differently.
Don't think I want that either.
Though at the same time, you'll remember what has happened to you before this change. Because you were here. I guess let's say this. To you, your changed story, you'll have inklings of, you'll know, but you also know this story too. But the people around you, the gods, some other folks, besides Cain and Mikkel here, might change.
Are they going to forget us? Certain people?
No, I don't see anyone you know forgetting you.
What about him? She gestures to Cain.
Maybe.
How many is maybe?
He says, I cannot tell every single person's life who could forget, who could not. Some people around him will change, definitely. View him differently. Some people may view you differently. May view Mikkel differently. It's a big choice.
Yeah. Okay. I'll think on it.
Because honestly, I'm thinking about it, I'm like, Kane's would probably be a big change. Because Electra's and Mikkel's, I was thinking, they would have changes, but it wouldn't be too major. Like, they'd still be in a fucking game. Because Char and Saloon, but Kane's is a whole...
But it could also depend on which way the game would be going if one of them has a leash on them, or both.
Yeah, because both of them will have leashes on them.
Which means that they can't do as fucking much without getting tugged, basically.
Mm-hmm.
I guess they could affect individual lives just the same, but they couldn't affect big scale things.
Yeah, it wouldn't be as big as what Char has been doing. So it wouldn't be as Saloon is doing. I feel like what would happen was the amount of Char's kids she had would probably lessen a lot.
Saloon or Char?
Saloon. And probably, like, when I thought it was 25, fucking cut it. Probably 10 now. Because that's all she could do. And then Char couldn't pull as much shit as she could.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's up to you how you want it. But I will say the gods will be more, like, mortal. Like, corporeal. Like, they're actually, like, there. Like, you know they're physical.
Yeah, Kane's life would be fucking crazy.
A lot can change and a lot can be changed with his.
Yeah.
Compared to most of the other party, which was a lot of the things that happened to him was so separate from just the large scale thing. Though also side effects of it too. It's up to you what you would feel like would be more appropriate for Char and Saloon now. If you
I'll
just...
leave it up to you. You can fuck around.
Okay, because I think it'll be funny with them with leashes. Both of them. Both with fucking leashes. Not even one. Both. Oh my god, the West would change and the East would change. That'd be fun to see.
Well, already Electra doesn't like the West as it is anyway. She prefers the East, so if the West changes for the better because of it, would be good.
Yeah, because now you heard that the West also had a big leader, so.
She looks at Kane.
Kane says, "Are you okay?"
I should be asking you that.
I mean, I'm scared.
Then don't do it. Let's not do it.
No.
We'll just leave.
No. But as you said, that thing that's surrounding that palace could destroy the entire mortal plane.
Fuck the mortal plane.
No. I care about the mortal plane. 'Cause I live there.
Well, yeah.
Plus, it's good for the East.
Not good for you, potentially.
No, but it's good for the East. You know, my brother and sister will still be there.
What if you end up being like a villain or something?
I don't think I'll end up being a villain because, one, I remember this.
Well, yeah, you remember this.
Why?
Well, what if your other life you're a villain?
Why would I be a
I
villain?
don't know why you would be a
What?
villain. I don't know everything about you, Kane.
I always care about people. I would not be a villain. Electra.
I don't like it.
You don't like it?
Mm-mm. We should just stay the fuck out of this.
What do you feel like you want to do excluding me? If you do not know anything of what would have possibly happened.
I don't know. I don't want to be a hero. Don't look at me like that.
Well, I'll leave this choice up to you, Electra.
Oh my god. I don't want to make the choice.
You don't?
Not really.
Then I guess I'll make the choice.
No, you shouldn't make the choice either.
No.
No.
Quiet. I'll make the decision.
Mm-mm.
And I think we should go with killing the sun.
Why are you like this?
Like what?
Why can't you just be a little more villainous?
I don't know. I don't think it sounds good not having the gods on leashes considering what's happened.
Well, we lived this far through it.
We have lived this far through it. But do we want to live the next 100 steps through it?
I mean, no, but at the same time, like...
I'm not gonna change, Electra.
No, but your life's gonna change.
I'll remember both lives, I guess.
Yeah, and I can still change you. I don't like it.
You don't want to do it?
She glances at him.
You don't want to do it, Electra. Do you just want to go back? So I'll go back.
She looks at Mikkel.
Mikkel's kind of looks sad and he's like, I'm a good person, but this is a tough choice. I mean, I'd want to save basically everyone from the destruction of the crazy stuff, but also this is big. This is very big.
Let's just see what the father's doing.
Mm-hmm. You're both walking, you hear the father screaming at his son. And he basically is putting all the evidence out there, and his son screams back he's like, I would have done this if you just let me have just a little more control. And he's like, I'm not letting you have any control. He's like, you have literally committed crimes. And you hear the son say, no, you wouldn't do this. You wouldn't do that. And he says, your execution is tonight.
She looks at them like, oh, I don't think that execution's gonna go well if we leave.
What do we do? Do we want to stay or leave?
I want to leave. I'm not gonna leave, but I wanna leave.
Why are you not gonna leave? Why do you not want to leave? Or why do you want to stay?
Because the world would be worse off. And I happen to live in the world.
The fact she's now like, I'm still fucking good. Fuck.
And if the East got eaten when we went back because we decided to leave, it'd be fucked up.
Could find another way, as Agma said.
And would that be for the best or the worst? Because I think me and you both know, as well as Mikkel know, what the better decision is.
Because Agma basically told you that if you go back and let that thing stay, could be another way to stop it.
But also they don't know what's going to happen when they go back either. Because he said something bad would happen or something good would happen, and it would be both.
Yeah, he
in both
basically
cases.
said that because if you went back, it would expedite that thing getting more released.
Yeah, and that would also assume that they can find a way to fix it.
Yeah, it's the time.
That's not a promise.
It's a time crunch thing. Like, how long do you really have with that?
Yeah.
And this one's like, people's lives could change a lot or for a little bit, and then the gods will have leashes again.
She says, I really fucking hate Saloon.
Why?
Because I have a feeling.
You have a feeling about
Her bitch ass.
what's the feeling?
I'm not gonna put it out in the universe. I'm gonna leave it where it lies. And she looks at fucking Mikkel.
Phil looks pretty sad.
I really hate your mom.
Yeah.
You ought to hate her too. She's the whole reason you have to make these decisions. She's like, well, I guess we have to make sure the execution happens.
Okay.
Maybe we could also find out what God's fucking around and finding out. Because whatever God that is, if they happen to find out that we were the ones who changed the past because they saw us here, I'm pretty sure they'd be pissed.
Sure, maybe we can do it more secretly then.
I don't know, if it's Shaw, I think I wanted to know.
I wonder if the gods will even remember if the change happened.
Yeah, no, I think you're right, they wouldn't.
That's Dogma.
Yeah, I suppose.
Dogma or Maestra.
Yeah.
He seems pretty neutral about having a chain around his neck.
But he's not trying to do anything, he's just trying to exist. Knowledge is just there. She's like, well, I guess it's fine then. I mean, there's no way God would remember. Right, Agma? She prays to Agma.
Agma's actually right there. He just comes down the hallway.
Right?
He's like, only few gods would know, but how much would a god do to get that information out of us? Because even though we have leashes around our neck, it's only for the mortals, not for ourselves.
Would the gods have a feeling something changed?
Yes, they would have a feeling, but they would never know what.
Unless they got something out of you all.
Yes. The only ones that would possibly know about this change would be me, Maestra, and Cerberus, the god of divination and fate. Though he told me long ago that past fates could change, and I think this was the moment. So I think he knew this was coming. A possible decision.
And there's no way any other god would know.
It's like unless they dug it out of us.
But would they know that you had that information to dig out of you?
They would know that we have knowledge and could assume we do. But they would not know.
That'd be a lot of leaps and bounds, though.
It would. Because the gods will know who we are and what we possess.
Do you know which dark god is doing this?
And he looks and he says, not Shar this time, surprisingly. Though I think she wants to join in on the fun. But the one that's leading it all seems to be Bane, god of tyranny. Makes sense for him.
Okay. Well,
Though I think Shar is he's possibly working with other dark gods, but he is the leader.
okay. Well, I guess we have to make sure the execution happens. Yes?
And he says the execution will happen no matter what. Though this is your last chance if you want to go through with this or not.
I guess we're going through with it.
Because he says, if you don't wish things to change, there could be a solution, or will be a solution to solve the chaos, but it will take. You have to expedite how fast.
I don't like possibilities, and I don't like failure, so.
Mm-hmm. He's like, I'm sorry it had to come down to this place to make the decision. He points towards the three of you. But I promise you that most people around you will still know who you are.
Yeah.
All you have to face is a changed world.
So the change has already happened then by the time he's executed.
Yes.
Will anything interfere with the execution?
No. The only thing that could interfere with the execution is you.
I guess it'll take us the fuck back.
Are you ready to face the future?
Not really. But when have I ever been?
The change is nice, but also a lot.
Mm-hmm.
He says, I took a look into it while you were talking. I was gone.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of lives will not change a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Because not many gods like to meddle directly into people's lives.
Mm-hmm.
You and Mikkel, sadly, is part of a whole other game, which will still exist. But though, it will be more docile than you ever dealt with before. Villains still exist always.
Obviously.
Though, I think you'll have fun with the Immortal, because his whole goal was a lot different, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
You'll have another issue with that one. Miss Mercy. She'll know.
No.
She's a special case.
Oh.
Made a deal with me, and I shouldn't have. You guys are always kind of like, whoopsies.
No, she's not that villainous.
No, she's not. As long as the good guys have more chips in their hands, she'll go put her chips over there.
Okay.
Night Stalker. Nothing would have changed his fate. Except now that he doesn't have as much of a strong ally as he used to. Including the Bloody Baroness.
Who was his ally?
Take a guess.
Okay.
So Amari would still be after the Night Stalker, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
I mean that Kane and Merlin still knew each other.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions you had? Tisha. Special case, that one. She is torn apart by two gods because they fought over her all the time. They still fight. They still will fight. So she'll exist still.
Does she know him?
And she says she's unpredictable, actually. She may remember everything, too.
Oh, I'm sure she will.
Tisha's like, damn, that's a lot. She actually becomes normal. Changes in her.
Okay.
And he says, well, good luck. Because I feel like the future will be a lot different than the present. Yeah. And he kind of like walks you down to the circle.
Mm.
Says, if you ever have more questions, I'll still be available that time.
Thanks for that. Nicest god I've met.
He says, some of us became mean because of no leashes, I suppose.
Some of you are just already mean, I think.
Shar included.
Mm.
He says, Shar will still remember what you've done.
This?
No, not this. But before.
Yeah.
She'll remember.
Yeah, I didn't think that was going to change anything.
Mask will remember the artifact because gods can at least will remember what has happened from when you started
you can't change.
Especially with gods, no. But they will not remember the past.
Yeah, okay.
And who changed it. He's got one last smile. He's like giving you one more opportunity, but he notices that y'all are set, so he's like, okay. And he mashes his staff down as you start to see the circle slowly start to light up. He says, Kane's like, are you sure?
Mm-hmm.
Are you really sure?
Mm-hmm. Either what's blaming myself for something else, it's fine.
No, don't blame yourself for anything. What are you blaming yourself for?
Don't worry about it.
Is it about me? I know. Don't blame yourself about it. Okay? Because I chose this too.
She sighs.
I chose this too. And eventually you feel huge energy surge through you again. As you appear in the palace. Again. Different looking. Not as dark looking. He was a little brighter looking this time.
Do you feel like it's the present?
You can look around because you don't really know what feeling like a present's like.
Yeah, I guess that's a good point. She looks around.
You look around and the best indicator has been the portraits. The portraits have changed again.
When was the last time the gods were here?
And you say, it looks like 5 years ago. And again, it's scattered. The most recent one was 5 years ago. And you see a servant pass by. Hi, Elf.
Hi.
Hey.
Who's in charge?
Just think of stupid.
Tisha.
No, because you were right. Tisha.
She looks at Kate.
Like, that makes so much sense.
Like,
her office is open right now.
okay, thanks. Okay. She goes.
You go. And you look and you kind of like peek inside, and you see Tisha. Though you never seen this form of Tisha. And you see Kane's like, that's Tisha's old form, before she got reincarnated. She's an Eladrin elf, long braided, like silver hair, almost that shines as she seems to be writing at her desk. You notice that she still wears the crown. Kind of chuckles, and she doesn't speak like sporadically, like in tongues or riddles or anything. She's like, you can come on in, you three. Like, it's all right.
Okay. They go in.
Go in. She's like, and she actually like does magic to slowly close the doors. And she's like, I didn't expect y'all to do all that now. You really wanted to save the East, didn't you? Says, well, a lot's changed. I'll say that.
Mm. What's changed?
I mean, well, first of all, it's like weird seeing her speak normal. Kane kind of like smiles a bit. And he says, first of all, right? we have control over the gods themselves. So, a little less chaotic, though. Still pretty chaotic because the gods, of course, don't like being held on leashes. Even the light ones don't like being held on leashes. So, always fighting against that. I didn't think that being a dynasty leader would entail a lot of that. The West is different. I think you'll be surprised to see how the Holy City is now. They're run by a singular leader as well. Well, I guess what do you know more specifically? Because I'm sure you have more specific questions.
I don't know what to ask.
I guess maybe you might have to see, and then you'll need to ask.
Do they know what's changed about their lives, like in their own memories?
I'll leave it up to you. Because you'll know both, basically, now.
Okay. What about Kane? She looks at him.
Look at him. He still holds that same presence about him. But you notice that there seems to be like a scar across his face this time. Like right here. He has more scars on his like hands and stuff. The axe still stays with him. The axe is still with him on his back! That hasn't changed.
She stares at him.
Stare at him, he looks at you. You still see the familiar look in his eye.
What changed?
He says, well, Tisha kind of looks a bit like, my life was a lot different. It feels, I see. Mostly the beginning, though. And he says, I guess in the end, fate kind of repeated itself in my life, but it was a lot different than before. Didn't have as many people as it did back then. So I got into... He looks at his hand, and you just see like his scars, like kind of all over it. A lot more trouble.
She looks guilty.
Yeah, and he looks at you and he says, I chose this lecture because you gave me the option.
She looks at Tisha and she's like, okay, what about the other members of your party? The ones that were dead, can we still bring them back?
You can. We can. Though, they weren't as close as to us than they last were. But they still know us and we're still good friends. We were still good friends, I should say.
Did you all, like, become a team?
She says, much later in life, and then we didn't do as much as we used to back then, because we all split off doing our different things. And Kane said, I continued to be a hero, but this time, mostly by myself. And she says, we still died. We still died. Kane nods his head. Though, in a much different way. It's by Professor White. Though we still died and it was Kane that was only left. But it happened a lot faster.
Does Kane still have the scar that made him unable to be charmed?
You don't see it anymore.
Can you be charmed?
I don't know.
I don't want to test it.
Maybe better not to.
Should you try?
It's just like, why would I try? Okay.
So that way we know if he can be charmed, so he doesn't go straight up to somebody who could charm him and then get fucked.
She's like, I'll try. She's gonna cast command on him. But you see that same Arcana energy, like that the axe gives, like kind of like overwhelm him for a second. He like snaps out of it for a second. She's like, I don't think that axe will let him get charmed.
Okay, well that's good. Okay. How about you, Mikkel?
I was like, I mean, it feels like, I don't know, my city still got destroyed and stuff when I was younger. But how we met was a little different.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, I met you on, I fled to ALS Heaven.
Oh?
And you kind of like, you remember, you saw him. He was young. You were young. And he was kind of like, yikes. But then he left after a few days, taken away to somewhere else.
Mm-hmm.
I don't feel like too much has changed. But I feel like Saloon was, I feel like I can remember Saloon's face.
Oh?
But I still had that dagger driven through me. And then I remembered everything.
Yeah. I'm gonna leave Electra up to you on
Okay.
what changes and what doesn't because you're DM.
Yeah.
And I am interested.
Okay.
But I'll ask you questions.
I was just gonna make it one spot. Let's see what.
Okay. Was Isla's Haven still fucked up?
Oh yeah, it was still. I feel like
when did that occur in accordance to Mikkel?
I feel like the war still happened and her parents were still like
Shitty.
because
Yeah, that wouldn't change.
That wouldn't change. I feel like Shar couldn't do as much with Ayla's Heaven as she wanted to, so it wasn't as poverty stricken, but it was still pretty bad. Like, I think it was like right around when she started playing on the street that Mikkel showed up and was like, hello. But then he, of course, was taken away after a few days because they were moving him somewhere else. Because they couldn't keep all the refugees there, obviously.
Yeah.
So, I'd say that's when Mikkel met you, kind of.
Okay.
Hung out for a few days and stuff.
What happened with Shar's impact on Electra throughout her life?
I feel like the voice couldn't be there as often. Well, I feel like the voice would still be there, like, because it's still not as direct. It doesn't really need a tongue chain.
Yeah.
But it's like...
Well, that's an individual thing, so, I don't think that's something that they would be able to regulate as well.
No, that's why I feel like it wouldn't have changed too much for Electra in terms of Char's voice. But Char trying to pull off that fucking ring and dragging her ass and invading the holy city... Whoo, boy! That, I think, was extreme.
Yeah.
But the voice in her head and her needing the ring and stuff, still very valid. But Char being as aggressive as she was, harder to apply. I feel like she still would have done...
Still, like I imagine she's still aggressive, but she can't be as directly aggressive.
Yeah, compared to the last...
She has to kind of adapt what Saloon does.
Compared to the New Moon, which, that was very, like...
Directly
aggressive. So I feel like during that New Moon, the New Moon would have changed. I don't think y'all would have been in the Shadowfell, but still there was fucked up stuff happening. Mm-hmm. And so, of course, Saloon still wasn't there.
Mm-hmm.
So, again, still same concept, but she wouldn't have been in that group. But definitely there was gonna be wax.
Not that it changes anything, because she remembers both.
Yes, that's why. But she'll now remember like the two sides of the coin, kind of shit. I think that would probably be the thing that mostly changed. But overall, Char being in her head, and then everything, and Ayla's have maybe not being as worse as it could have been, but still being pretty bad, was
bad enough for her to have to leave.
Bad enough for the voice to still work. But I feel like the voice wasn't as aggressive because it's still hard.
Then I wouldn't think that Electra herself would have made as many bad decisions, like evil decisions.
But then she still has the second memory, so it's still very prevalent.
Yeah, so it's just.
But it's seeing
makes her feel a little worse.
It's seeing the other side of the coin of Gods on a leash, basically.
It still fucking sucks.
Yeah.
Because it also means that the shit that she did do, whether it was changed or not, right? The shit that she did do, it illustrates just how much sway that Char
had.
Yeah.
Makes her even more pissed at Char, I presume. Like, I will throw fire at you, bitch.
And fucking almost feel like fucking violated.
Yeah, no, that's fucking. Yeah. It basically opens her eyes and this shit was really fucked up.
She was aware, like, that's fucked up. But I don't think, like, anyone was aware just how
But seeing the difference it could have made is the craziest part.
Yeah.
I think because Kane's life has completely 180 almost. He basically was more reckless when he was, obviously with more scars he had. Mm-hmm. And, he didn't, you can tell he said he didn't have as many people. He knew. So.
What about your siblings?
I'm sure they still are around.
She looks at Tisha.
Tisha nods. Not adopted by me. Well, actually, Tisha says adopted by Merlin because I had to be Dynasty head. So I couldn't really take care of them.
So Merlin's still, like, Merlin is still relatively the same?
Kane nods and he says, still even more egotistical now because he did not learn his lesson in the way he should have. Well, actually no. I'm re-changing that. He said, kind of still the same. He nods because Kane said, I still remember him from when I was young. But our relationship was still a different when we left each other, so to part ways. And also he died, so I still buried him as a tree.
How was it different?
And he's like, I guess because Maliki was on a leash this time. I don't know if he fully learned his lesson anymore.
She's thinking.
He's like, he's kind always though, no matter what. But sometimes he can be quite full of himself. But I guess more so now. Mm-hmm. But we'll still do anything for anyone.
She says, Tisha, is there a leader of the West?
She nods.
Who is it?
I think you'll be happy to know it's Sophie.
Really? Oh. It's cute. She says, okay. How did the Holy City change?
Holy City? You knew the Holy City is very strict, right?
Yeah.
Very rigid and such. Well, they're a lot more fluid now. They do not exclusively worship the light gods, but they do the same that we do. Just as it's always been in history.
Okay.
So now they worship both light and dark.
So there's no worship outlawed anywhere?
No.
Okay.
So you could come across both dark shrines and light shrines and neutral shrines.
That's both good and bad.
Yes.
Okay, cool. Alright. Great.
I'm still thinking exactly what would have changed in Kane's life.
It seems like it changed, but it changed in like more minor ways than bigger ways, and I feel like it's for the same reasons that Electra's and Mikkel's didn't change.
Because Kane himself.
Because at the end of the day, that axe cannot leave him, and that's a big part of it.
Plus, Kane himself has always, back then when he was young, even before when he met the team, was a reckless person. He just was now more reckless because he didn't have as much regulation from his teammates because he met them later. I feel like they probably died by even a worse cause. Professor White is what happened with them.
So they didn't die by Professor White?
No.
Did they defeat Professor White?
Professor White was killed by other means, because Professor White had a reason she was the way she was, and it kind of fell through. So now she's just dead. But she still would have been very evil, like herself, but she would have not encountered the party group anymore.
Is he still, like, known as a hero?
He kind of says, not as much as I used to be. I'm just a folk hero in Alamigo, but nowhere else. Or he says, and Tisha's like, now he's a folk. I'm thinking. Tisha's like, no, he's a folk hero still. He's still a folk hero, though people are a little more cautious of him.
Why?
And Kane's like thinking, and he's like, in this life, I used my axe not in the best ways as I should have. And Tisha nods, and she says, we didn't die by Professor White. And you see Kane look sad, and he's like, and she like looks at Kane, and like, we died because, and she looks at Kane.
Because...
And Kane says, of me.
Fucking hell. Me and the axe have to have a conversation again.
Yeah, and he says, though, it wasn't my fault. And Tisha's like, nah, it wasn't your fault.
What happened?
And Tisha says, something happened to his parents where we were trying to save Alamigo. And it was another villain that did the dirty work, basically. Though long gone because Kane ripped them to shreds. He went into a flying rage. We couldn't see anything. And we tried to stop him, but we got hit by the axe. Kane kind of looks like, he's like a bit sad when she mentions that. He's like, I know it's not my fault though. And it's like, she was like, no, it's not.
She's like, okay.
I feel like that's a little more fitting if there was no really big villain for them.
Yeah.
In Kane's control and such.
Well, nice seeing you, Tisha. Always.
And she nods.
She stands up.
You stand up.
She goes.
Can you have both Mikkel and Kane follow you?
I guess, are you ready to see the east?
Do you need a break, Electra?
I need a lot. Probably a stiff drink, to be honest with you.
Guess we can get a stiff drink somewhere.
No, it's fine. She's like, come on, let's go out.
Okay. You go out, and as soon as you step out the palace, you see there's still a desert in the east, right? But you see like trees upon trees of large autumn trees lining some walls. You see water going through Alamigo. You see the desert, which usually looked harsh, now just looks like a white sand desert. And you see cities and growing and such.
So you go to Alamigo.
You go to Alamigo, and it's exactly in the picture you imagined. Or not imagine, you saw.
That she drew.
Yeah, but you still see that you had influence in this town for, Kane tells you what he can now kind of see the change. That Alamigo was still attacked and destroyed. Like, that was bound to be happened. Though not as bad as the war did it justice. And apparently you still came and helped them repair. Though, except this time it seems the repairs went a lot faster because there was not as much damage.
Did Char ever attack?
Yes, because you do see the circle. And it still is the same.
Okay.
And you see, people still seem the same. Like, generally, like, the same the way they act and stuff. Like, they're very friendly still. They still do stuff around. But you see there's more leisure. Like, there's a performance going on stage. And there's just more people enjoying life, it seems. Instead of feeling, they don't look like they're scared.
She's going through it.
Yeah.
She got like 50 emotions going on at once, rather than like how it was when they dealt with fucking Char. Yeah, and everything before.
It's
Now
like,
she's got like 50 things
like,
going on.
It's good, but it's also sad, but it's also good.
She's got a lot more. She's got relief that it wasn't as bad as she thought it was gonna be, obviously, but she's also got a lot for a lot of reasons.
Yeah.
A lot of which are Kane, but
Yeah.
there's a good few that have to do with the changes that she sees.
Yeah. It's just like, wow, what the fuck?
It's more so like, holy shit, like, it's put in perspective, I guess.
Like how
fucked up she was.
Mm-hmm.
And how fucked up Char was.
Cause now, what always happens, I feel like, is that you see the aftermath, right? But you never see, like, what it could have been. Cause, like, you only hear what could have been. But then you see it, and you're like...
Like, she's fucking sitting here looking at some of the most fucked up shit she's ever done. Just gone.
Mm-hmm.
Just was never done. And she's sitting here, like, holding up 2 pictures, like...
What the...
This Electra looks fucking awful compared to this Electra.
That's what Kane's doing. He's like, this means fucked up. He's like, oh
no. She's like...
More guilt. What worse?
Yeah, not like she doesn't have a ton.
Yeah.
Because of this dumb fuck who decided to be a good person and not just say, nah, let's just go back.
He said we can go back. He was like, let's go back.
But she wanted it to be his decision.
Yeah.
Because he was the reason she was worried about it. She was like, how much could my life really change?
A lot, girly. A lot.
Her life didn't really change.
It's just seeing perspective. I feel like that's a different story.
Hurts.
Yeah.
A lot.
And Kane's more like...
Oh my god.
Kane's like, I did a really bad thing. But he still was a very good person, inherently.
Mm-hmm.
It's just that he wasn't as in control as he wished he could have been.
Yeah, well, that's also because he didn't have as many years to work on that before whatever happened.
Yeah. But the way he met Electra was still like the exact same. But the axe protected him this time.
The axe did what?
Protected him this time from getting charmed. Instead of him just being like, I'm gonna be charmed. He still can't be charmed. The axe ain't gonna let it happen. Look around.
Do you think it's beautiful?
It is gorgeous. And Elise and David run up to Kane. Still. And he's like, Kane! They still hug him the same, you notice. Mm-hmm. And then he's like, I'm a performer now. All Amigo's best performer. You can tell nothing changed really much with Elise and David. In terms of how they act. But you can tell their futures have definitely changed.
She's very much going through it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure they all 3 are, to be
fair.
fair. Because now she also met Mikkel when they were younger.
Mm-hmm. They're like... And Kane tells them to go off, and he's like, I think we should rest somewhere.
We still have to see the West.
Let's go sleep somewhere.
I want to see the West first.
The worst.
The West.
The West. Let's go back to the Holy City. And you see the Miss Mercy's card's still there. That didn't change. The one thing familiar is Miss Mercy's card. And you go off to the West. And my God, the Holy City's bigger. And there's no large walls blocking anything. And like covering the city. It's like open city. And you enter and you see the chapel itself. The chapel is still a chapel, but it seems a lot bigger. But you see, instead of like more like major races, you see both minority and major races in this city.
Mm-hmm.
You see there's large farm fields like around the Holy City as well.
She's very quiet.
Yeah, no,
but she's taking it all in.
It's a lot busier and people are like, hello. good morning type of stuff.
She's like, she wants to go see Sophie, but also, this is the last place they put all their friends, so she wants to make sure they're all
Yeah, you go up the steps of the holy city, basically. The steps are still kind of the same, except you notice that instead of each step being of a light god, there's also the dark gods on it too, alternating. And you go up to the chapel, and the doors are open.
goes in.
You go in. You see a few people. It's kind of like typical, but the place seems a lot bigger. Like a lot bigger. And instead of a lot of the doors being closed, you now see the door open to the Holy Communion is now open. Wide open. Anyone seems to go in and out of it at all times.
She remembers her promise to herself never to go back in there, so she peeks in instead just to see if anything changed.
You peek in, a lot has changed. Like, it doesn't seem as private. It seems more public. You see, instead of like an altar, like of all the gods of sorts, you see actually a round table with chairs instead.
She actually walks in.
You walk in.
She looks around.
You look around. You notice that none of the artifacts are there anymore. But you notice that as you count the chairs, there's enough for both light gods and evil gods and even more people, it seems.
She goes and she's trying to find Sophie.
You eventually walk around and one of the servants is like, oh yeah, Miss Sophie's over there. And you see Miss Sophie is in the library, and she looks a lot like, she wears like more like fancier attire, but she herself, her face and her hair seem the exact same.
Hello.
Oh, hi Electra.
Hi.
Yeah, she's like, how's your stay going so far? And I had to be here because things are just going whack a little outside.
It's going good.
Good.
Is she still a follower of Saloon?
Yes, you can tell. Well, actually, no. She's a follower of all gods. You can sense it off of her.
And she says, just checking. My friends are still here, right?
Oh, yeah, they're still around. Amari's still working on the Night Stalker.
Yeah.
Ramona's helping Zool out still.
Yeah.
You know, Merlin, of course, had to leave. And Tisha, always on business. You know, that's just how it is for us.
Okay. Thank you.
No problem.
She looks very fucking... Yeah. She goes back to the room.
As you're walking, you hear someone talking down the hallway. And it's Lathander. One of the portraits. And also you see the same portraits in this place, too.
She looks at the years for the portraits.
You see, Lathander says, visited just now.
That's funny.
Yeah, actually, she saw says 25 years ago.
That's a long time.
Celine says sends also 25 years ago. A few of them seem like a little recent, some farther away.
She actually goes back to Sophie and says, question.
Yes.
Are any of the dark gods currently banned for worship?
She says, not right now, but we may be considering some, including a one light god. Me and Tisha are, at least.
Can you tell me which?
She said, so far, Shar is because she's doing some very sketchy things, but right now we need more harder evidence than individuals right now.
Yeah.
That's why we've been trying to prove the case with you. And Mikhail as well. Like, you remember, like, that conversation. It's just like, you remember instead of it being, like, the certain way, you remember saying it to Sophie, and Sophie's like, you can't ban her outright, but we're going to help you find evidence. And then ban her, basically temporary ban her.
So, did Shar destroy the Selenite cities, or, like, fuck them up? Like, all of them?
You actually remember not as many Selenite sites were destroyed.
Okay.
It seems like, because you know it's a big decision to temporarily ban a god, basically, because you know that's a huge decision. Now that you're like, history's passing through your brain.
Yeah.
You know that it's actually a major decision to temporarily, it's not just something that can be like, oh, you destroyed a few cities, ban.
Yeah.
It has to be like worldwide, almost genocide. And it seems that you think Char's playing her card just right now to get banned right now. But she knows that she's trespassing, basically, and almost touching the line.
Mm-hmm.
And you know that Saloon also has almost touched the line too.
She says, okay, what light gone?
And she says, Saloon, but there's not much hard evidence right now because, again, kind of like similar to the Shar situation right now. They both tend to fight a lot, but it causes a lot of casualties in the middle.
Yeah.
So banning them both will keep them silent. We also have Tyr, God of Courage. He recently almost overstepped a boundary. But luckily he stepped back, but we're keeping an eye on him.
Could gods frame other gods for stepping over boundaries?
Yes, and that's why we have to be careful of who we decide. It's basically trials, evidence.
Okay.
So compared to...
I bet she's confused. She's like, you should know this. Like Sophie.
Yeah, Sophie's like, huh? But she doesn't seem to mind explaining to you. She's kind of like, huh, but also like, I don't mind.
Okay. Well, thanks.
No problem.
And she goes back to the room.
You go back to the room. Seems like the most normal in terms of Zolbeck, I'm starving. Ramona be like, stop. I think Ramona's still suffering in the city just like you and Ayla's Haven, so Ayla's Haven. And Ramona's still working. And Ramona's like, how's the East?
She looks at Kane and then looks at Mikkel.
Kane's like, busy. Busy. Kane's like, we're gonna take a sleep. Cause like, I'm going to sleep. Not sure.
She sits down.
He sits down too. What are you thinking?
I'm thinking that I fucking hate it here.
Yeah.
I do recognize that it was the better decision, and it was the more right decision, morals aside. And I don't fucking like that, but it was the right decision.
It's gonna help us a lot.
I think it could both help and hinder
That's true.
us. Because what I see right now is that the gods can more openly play their cards before.
That's true.
And now their cards are close to their chest.
Meaning
And that's concerning for Shah.
because now we can't tell what they're possibly planning.
Correct.
Because now it's not just gods playing against gods, it's gods playing against mortals and gods.
Exactly. And based off of what Sophie just said, gods can also frame other gods.
That's why they have to be careful.
Which does not bode well for Saloon and Shah.
No. If they're both holding their cards close to their chests now.
And they're both towing the line.
Good and bad.
Jesus, how are you?
I'm alright. Just kind of a shell shock is all.
She nods. She's like, yeah, that's a bit of a statement for yourself.
Yeah. Just the best way I can describe it, I guess, right now. Axe speaks differently. I totally hope.
Howdy, friend. She thinks for a minute and she says, my life didn't change that much, other than meeting Mikkel earlier.
Yeah.
But there's one thing that changed, and it was some of my choice decisions I didn't make as many regretful decisions because Shaw didn't have the power to do so.
It just shows how fucked up. Sorry.
It shows the scale of how fucked up she had me.
Mm-hmm.
She's like, and I really fucking hate that I can remember the fucking OG. I hate that for me.
Jonathan's like, it makes sense if you're back in time and appear.
Yeah.
It just so makes sense.
Yeah. Well, you'd have to.
Yeah.
Because you're the one that changed it, so you'd have to remember doing it and going back.
Yeah, it's like fucking Spider-Man.
No, really, yeah.
Like Spider-Man.
I'm glad she took Mikkel. That would have been a fucking shit show if she didn't.
Yeah, no, Mikkel's like, what? Mikkel looks cell shocked too. He's like...
She...
I didn't expect it to be there. I don't know. I just was like, Time Palace. I was like, wait, Time Palace. In my head, I was like, but I gotta keep going with it because it's funny. It's also a really cool concept.
Mm-hmm.
It also makes the game more fun.
Mm-hmm.
Because now it's different when the gods are so close to the mortals.
Meaning that they could literally bump into Mortal, Saloon, or Char
Mm-hmm.
at any point.
Shark would be like, hi, and be just mortal, and I'd be like, I think that's more scary. Like, get the fuck out of here. And it's funny because you would know if it is them too. Like, they can't hide their aura or anything. Unless, you know, they use a lot of magic. That's still like, you're sus. You're sussy.
Do you think that Electra or Mikkel would have met either of them? Like, in person?
Considering the original concept of, I feel like the original concept of children still applies. Because, again, that's playing cards close to her chest. Because imagine if she exposed all of them.
Yeah.
Then the...
Well, I imagine that, but I imagine, like, with the mortal visits and stuff, like...
I feel like they probably would have. But it was, like, in slight passing. Like, something
Yeah.
you wouldn't have noticed right away.
At least for Saloon.
For Saloon, for sure.
I feel like Char would be a bitch.
Char, it's like, the presence is there, but then it goes away. But I feel like Saloon, it's like just in quick passing. Like, something so fleeting.
Because if they can be mortals, the gods can be mortals and go to these palaces, like how they just saw Lathander.
Mm-hmm.
Then my question is that in this life, have either Mikkel or Electra physically seen Saloon or Char?
I would say yeah. So yeah.
So they have seen them.
Yes.
Have they talked to them?
That is up to if Electra would or would not.
I don't know that Electra would have been able to see Saloon.
No,
I don't think that
I feel like
she
if
would have been given that opportunity.
No, I feel like Saloon wouldn't have even showed herself. No. So, I mean, Char would have. I feel like instead of the Shadowfell moment, it would have been Char actually showing herself to Electra, so she saw Char. For sure.
Yeah, probably.
And Char probably said the same things, and I think Electra probably would say around the same things as well to Char at that time.
Would it have happened in the Holy City still?
Yes.
So she's fucking sitting there in the fucking chapel, dude. Walks up to them. She just knocks on the fucking door casually and is just there at the door.
I imagine that Char still has god powers, obviously.
Yeah.
But now the gods are so familiar with being in a... Because they can switch forms. They just choose to look like that. That's why their portraits change, because they like to change, too. So... they don't stay like that. They choose to look like that.
That's fucking worse.
Yeah.
That's worse that Char at any point could straight up just pop up there.
I'm sure that now, recently, though, they took more measures, because they're like,
Yeah, now.
Like, unless she has an appointment, she ain't coming in.
Yeah, after the incident.
I feel like what happened is I think she more lured y'all out the city. Like, again, she did, like, I possess y'all or something. and then she led y'all to the city. So now they're like,
Do you think that Mikkel would have seen Mortal Saloon?
I think he would have.
I think so too.
I think he would have. But like, it'd be like that time he didn't know he was someone's son. He was her son.
Do you think that would have made his opinion change on Saloon? He was kind of at a disdain for her as well.
I feel like he is more favorable towards her, but with what's recently happened, seeing Elektra, I think he still has some like resentment towards his mother for not
intervening.
Yeah, not intervening with Elektra, who he feels he's close to. Even though I'm sure he prayed on Elektra's path too, and he just still isn't getting
nothing. Yeah.
So I feel like he's not as disdained, but he's more like resent.
Can Saloon followers reach Saloon now?
Yes, because they can actually physically talk to her.
Oh yeah.
Because nothing's holding her back. Because if Shari holds her back, they'd be like,
Yeah, and I also don't think that Saloon would have the fucking balls to show her face to Elektra.
No.
After all of this
Especially
shit.
I feel like now that the game has changed, what's going to happen is if Elektra sees Saloon, she could remember. Compared to just dying. But I don't know which would be worse.
I don't know which would be worse either. And I don't think that Saloon wants that yet, at least.
No. Not when she could be in big trouble for realizing that she put a bunch of her kids on the plane. Because,
Does the world know that now?
No, it's still kept a certain secret between.
So it's a secret that Saloon's kids are on the plane.
Yes, only your party knows now. You kept it a secret from Sophie because because Sophie's different now.
Yeah, and that would technically be
unlawful. It's just how it is. Like.
Yeah, it's not like biased. But then does that mean that she also doesn't know that Mikkel is Saloon's kid?
Yes.
That also puts Tisha at a tough spot though too, doesn't it?
Tisha. The issue with Tisha is because she knows the whole situation, because she knows Kane. She knows y'all still. Because she knows Kane, so she knows y'all. And she knows that in the other life and even in this one, that he's Saloon's son. So she's keeping it under wraps.
Until evidence comes out, basically.
Until evidence, but even then Tisha now has a huge bias, because she's seen the other world. So now she's is put at a tough spot, but you think she handles it well.
I can't with Char, dude. I know that bitch was. Oh my god.
I think it's gonna be a lot more entertaining. This
oh my god, yeah. Because she's just gonna pop up.
She's gonna be worse.
Bro, because you know what? Now that she can just pop up as a fucking person, whenever fucking Elektra's having a hard time, she can just be like, knock knock.
Mama Drew be like.
Literally.
That is how it is, kind of. Because they're still gods. They just choose to look like that.
And I think that's the worst part, though, is that with that ring on, it doesn't matter anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Because whenever Char wants, it wouldn't even be betraying any boundaries. She could just fucking show up.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sure she has.
Oh, I'm sure she has.
After Elektra figured it out that it was Char, I'm sure she just kept popping up.
Yeah. Just to make fun of her, too.
Just to fucking say shit.
Yeah.
I'm sure right now Elektra is like... Because she remembers all of the shit that Char made her do from the original one. But now, on top of that, she has Char fucking taunting her and in her face.
But this time
constantly.
I feel like it's less in the voice in her head, but now it's like in her face. Fucking
yes, right there. Like, I'm always here. I'm always watching. Like, Like, when she's having, like, fucking a mental break. Like... She can't. Mm-hmm. She can't, like... Because I'm sure all the gods can watch everyone now, too.
Mm-hmm. Can appear.
Whenever. Yep. Wherever.
Yep.
Because who gives a fuck? God. Like, just fucking... So the Shadowfell one, when it was originally Shadowfell that, fell through, like, brought them all in. Is that what still happened to a degree?
Like what grabbed them and dragged them away, like into the Shadowfell. I guess what happened this time was that Kane was used as bait by Shar, and Shar was able to get to Kane and dragged both Elektra and Mikkel out of the holy city. And basically, instead of taking them to the Shadowfell, she just messed with them right there.
Was her physical form there?
Yes. Mortal form.
Bruh. Alexa's just fucking sitting here like, no, she can just pop up.
You think there's like still a limit of like they can't just pop up like that often, but it's still like
she can pick and choose.
She can pick and choose what time.
And that's the worst part.
Yeah. She could just be like, I'm gonna pick every time, but it's like I can pick and choose what time I want to.
And she would know the best time.
She would though.
She's sitting there like, I don't know if that's what it is. Because the ring doesn't matter.
Yeah, so basically you think she can't now control you in your head, but now she's just out there.
That's no better.
Yeah.
Because Elektra's like thought process is still majorly manipulated by Shar. And that's why she is always at odds with herself sometimes.
Yeah.
Like, for example, how she was at odds with herself when it came to making the decision at all to do this. She was at odds because Incandescence wants one thing and then Elektra wants the other.
Imagine all the gods' prides are now lower. So now they're not as prideful anymore. That's even worse to play against because they're not full of pride.
So they're in it for the long game, basically. And Elektra's sitting here like, I feel like...
It's like they're weak. You know they're weaker. Like they actually are weaker. But that means they have to play like mortals. Yeah. They have to play like mortals.
She says, I feel like it was good and bad.
Kane nods. He says the gods are now power-wise weaker.
I feel like it was really bad for me. I didn't think it was going to be, but I didn't think that Shaw could just pop up occasionally. That's pretty fucking bad.
Yeah.
She was like, because in my head, I'm sitting here thinking like, Shar wouldn't even have to get in Elektra's head.
No.
To just remind her of the reasoning that she has instilled in her head for fucking 25 years. If Shar walked up when Elektra was having a really fucking hard moment or some shit and just fucking told her like, you're gonna end up back in Isla's Haven. This is gonna happen. You're gonna fucking lose everything. They're all gonna fucking die. She would spiral with or without that ring. Yeah. The only difference is that like the emotional thing, the emotional part, I don't think that Shar would have been able to have such an emotional blanket on her emotions.
No.
But I do think she would still just generally struggle with them. Because obviously Shar can't be that proactive anymore. But I do think that Elektra's like struggle with emotions since she got the ring on would be very much more like an internal struggle rather than a literal struggle with not having.
It's more like trying to break from a manipulator instead.
Yeah.
Instead of having a physical like I had a voice in my head, it was more like
she still had like obviously like I said she still had one, but it was more so that she wasn't as badly manipulated, I guess is a better way to put it.
Yeah.
Because it couldn't go as far as it was. Because
it's funny though, because Shar doesn't remember. That's the thing that she can play hard too. Because instead of Elektra just having that, now Elektra knows also. Shar doesn't.
That's like I don't. Elektra looks like she's like. Because it is good. It's also bad.
It is bad and good for everyone, because now it's like, what are the villains are now? What are the villains now? So what are the villains doing now?
Yeah.
That's the biggest thing too.
And is Night Stalker still working for Char? Or sponsored by Char?
What's happened with the Immortal?
Poor Sebastian. Hashtag he'll be missed.
Just the Immortal's whole goal was to wake up the gods. Put chains on them.
They're awake for real. And they have their chains. Hopefully he doesn't try and control them.
But does that make Immortal a worse villain?
Makes it easier for him to get what he wants.
It's funny, because you know in the history that you now remember that the candidacy for the West is coming up soon.
Oh. Okay.
Kane's like, oh no.
Okay.
I feel like the problems are always there, but now they're different.
I feel like they're more mortally manageable by mortals rather than...
Yeah! He nods and he's like, I feel like the bad thing is now we're playing in a whole different ball field, but now we can see the ball field. I don't know if that's good or bad.
Probably bad. Because they know that we can see it.
But we also see them coming too.
Nah, there's still curveballs.
Yeah.
I don't know. We didn't really see in this life you getting controlled by, John dragged out the palace, led away.
Yeah.
We didn't really see that coming.
Oh.
And we got to meet her face to face.
That's true. Seen her before.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Bitch likes to show her face a lot. Unlike fucking Saloon, that still hasn't fucking changed.
I think it's like just you and Kane that are awake at night. I think let's just reflect on what the fuck is happening. And he's like, do you know who's running for candidacy?
I could put money on someone we both know relatively.
Yeah, and he actually takes out the poster. It's the candidacy. 3 people. There seems to be a woman and a male. And then you see someone named Elliot White.
Oh shit. There's the Elliot. We figured it out. Oh my god. What? Oh. Oh. The necromancer dude we killed said Elliot. Elliot was his leader person.
Yeah.
And Elliot's running. And if Elliot's running, that's not good. But we never found out who Elliot was.
No, we did not.
How much do you want to put a bet on that being the immortal?
$10.
So that means that he was making moves even on ours. And we just didn't fucking know.
He was.
And he was looking for... He's awful. Oh my god.
Very welcome to my first villain reveal. His name immortal is Elliot White.
Jesus.
Or was Elliot White. I just want to know that my previous play is now thrown out the window. I'm gonna make a new one! Well, actually, it still is kind of in play.
She says,
I can't wait to tell Haley about this.
she says, well, you know, if I wasn't sleeping before, I'm definitely sleeping less now. So that's nice. Now I get to worry about, you know, just fucking waking up in the middle of the night and Shaw standing over me. That's fun, just like your fucking axe.
At least my axe is not that.
I mean, shit. If Shaw could just pop up, she could just grab us, literally grab us, and just leave. Oh my god. She's like, that's fucking awful. That's so fucked up.
You think in your head that's why you've been at the Holy City or the Eastern like castles, because Shar can't just come up in here.
Dude, that means when we're anywhere but here. She could literally just grab us.
More physical threat now.
More every threat now. Because the bitch really wanted to. If she. Whatever reason she wanted me. She has a lot easier of a chance to get me now. She could just pop on down here like it's nothing. Oh my god. Shit. Dude. She's like going like
Yeah.
through, like she's realizing more and more shit as she's like remembering.
Mm-hmm.
And she's like,
Also, things connected dots because now things are so different, so dots are starting to get connected faster.
and she's like,
Also, you do know Phoenix Rudy's does still exist, and it's still kind of the same. So nothing changes Phoenix Rudy.
okay. She says, okay. I don't know what was. I don't know if this Shaw or that Shaw was a bigger threat, to be honest.
I don't know. I think they're both going to be the same threat no matter what. But just in different ways now. Because this one has to play a different game.
Yeah. But how much different if you're sneaky?
I don't know.
That's the thing. They can only be held accountable for things that they're called out on.
Mm-hmm.
God knows how much Shaw has actually done that they actually know of. Or Saloon, for that matter. God. Yeah, because we know one thing Saloon's done. Now we're all fucking accomplices. I hate it here. Fuck. What happens if we have to camp out to the Holy City?
He's like, well, the gods here can see us, but they can't always just come down.
Yeah, I know that, but it's not boding well that we have both seen Shah in the flesh. Not once, but at least twice.
You know, the whole party has seen Sar the Flesh probably once.
She's like, that's a little concerning. What happened when they went to the city, the Sharin city?
Oh, she didn't show herself there.
Okay. Was her eye still over and everything after
Yeah,
the bomb?
that was still. You think that the gods still have that type of power?
Okay.
Like again, they're still gods, but they're also still knocked down a few pegs for real. All of them.
In what circumstances do you think Shar would have shown herself to Electra?
I think at the new moon moment. I wouldn't say she was that often. I think she more instills the fear that she could, but she doesn't actually follow through with it
Until the new moon.
until the new moon. Because I bet she showed herself a few times in Electra's life, but nothing like maybe like 2, really,
Yeah.
but wasn't really noticeable at all.
Not like direct, and I'm sure
No.
Electra didn't even really realize.
I feel like
who it
more like
was.
Shar would have instilled the fear that she could, basically. Like I could just do it, when in reality that's not how it works.
No.
But it's the fear.
I mean, it's how it works, but it's not how it works.
Yeah.
Because obviously she couldn't always just do it, but the fact that she could
Mhm.
at some point do it is not.
Yeah, because if she kept doing it, then that would give plausible cause, basically. Because if it's so common.
Yeah, and because when she, and I'm sure that when she was younger, Shar would go down, but she wouldn't do it.
Yeah.
Like, I also feel like it's a whole thing with
Because I feel like mortals words are taken more highly than gods. So.
Yeah, I also feel like though that an individual problem with a god is different.
Yeah.
Like if she could alternatively prove that Shar is attacking a bunch of these cities as well,
or has a big plan, because it can even just be a big plan.
Like if she could prove that, that'd be different. But I think that Shar like fucking around with Electra and being in her head, that's very minute.
Yeah.
To be something that she could be banned over.
Yeah.
You know? I'm sure that when she was younger, though, before she met Cain, that Shar showed herself, but didn't, like, approach her.
No.
More like she only realized it at the new moon that she had seen Shar before, and she was like...
It's like background character shit. Yeah.
Like, just, like, in passing, like, you walk by her or something, and she's like...
She just doesn't sleep. She's like...
No. Definitely not after realizing that fact, too. Is that bitch could be anywhere.
You know, Cain stays up with her.
And she's like...
Cain stays up with you.
She's like, I don't think it's good that I remember both. I really don't.
Yeah.
Really don't.
Yeah.
I think it's worse. I'm sure you feel similar.
I don't know.
You don't know.
Got a different situation than I have going on, so.
Yeah, yours is worse.
I don't think so.
I 100% think so.
I don't think so.
She stares at him.
He stares at you.
She says, you're gonna fully look at me and tell me that what happened to your party, that isn't bad.
Kind of looks to the side.
Okay. Pretty sure that's worse than whatever Shar could do.
I don't know. I mean, she's got you messed up pretty bad.
Yeah, but I didn't kill my friends and family.
Yeah. Looks at. Just looks at you.
How are you actually feeling?
Not that good. But also, I'm glad that the gods are, I guess, they seem easier but harder to deal with, but it feels attainable than it used to be.
It does feel more attainable, but...
And I feel like some of the villains that also are out there trying to destroy the world are also knocked down a bunch of pegs.
Like the Night Stalker, actually.
Yeah.
Especially given Shah can't directly, endorse him.
Mm-hmm. Considering he still is the same who he is. He's killed tons of people. And that means the Bloody Baroness has been knocked down a few pegs too.
She's still, like, she looks at him with a bit of guilt, but, like, minute.
Yeah.
She still feels really guilty. Because if she wouldn't have had them go to the fucking castle, it wouldn't have happened. At all.
And in a way, Kane's like, it was kind of bound to happen no matter what, by somebody, even if it was us or someone else, or if someone had to solve the whole chaos problem. It still would have had to been solved.
She still feels guilty about it.
Yeah.
Because this is a lot worse for him.
Yeah.
By a lot. Because that's a lot of guilt.
Heavier guilt than he used to feel.
Extremely.
Because it wasn't his fault that Professor, like, because Professor White was the guilty party, but now it's like, I was the guilty party. Which, again, you can see that Tisha and Merlin seem like it's not your fault. And he's like, oh no.
Would that also imply that he has less of a handle on that axe?
Mm-hmm. It does. Talk to axe.
So he definitely shouldn't be using it.
Oh yeah, for sure. Because he probably used it more often than he did before. He did not use the axe this time, though. when Shaw got him dragged away.
Yeah, I imagine that.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't use it either after having that kind of fucking shit.
Yeah, he seems more reserved in how he uses it after the fact he did that, so.
So he used it more in this life or less?
I'd say he used it more, actually. But it's like instead of it being like a gradual stop back then, it was like I use it so much it's cool, and then it was like, I did this, I stopped.
Does the axe still seem sentient?
You haven't talked to it.
Did they still name it Bloodborne?
Yeah, he still remembers the name Bloodborne.
Bloodborne.
Did you do inanimate object? Animate
Yeah.
object? Yes.
Do you remember?
I do remember.
What exactly happened?
To what?
Well, for example, Cain, when he killed all of his friends?
Blinded by rage, and he felt like using me was the only way to get things done. But his emotions clouded him, and he went on a full rampage.
Okay. So you... Okay. That's a lot.
He chooses how to wield me. I do not choose how he wields me.
Yeah, no, I got that part. It'd be helpful that, if you chose, not to let him kill his friends, but, hey. That's okay, dude. She's like, okay. Thanks for the input, I suppose.
You think the axe itself has not changed much? Besides, it seems a little stronger last time, but other than that, the personality has not changed a bit.
I feel like I hate Salim. I blame her bitch ass.
That didn't change anything.
No, because I blame her. Because it's her fault.
4.
Everything. I don't know, having me... I don't know, having... being my god. For the brief time she was. That's what I blame her for that.
I'm going for that.
We'll go with that.
We'll go with that.
Mm-hmm. She's like, she thinks about it for a second. She's like, there's a lot of coincidences. And I don't like coincidences, and I'm not stupid.
Yeah.
And I don't want it to be the case, so I'm not going to say it, because if I say it, then it'll be real, and I don't want it to be real.
Okay. You don't have to say anything.
But I think you know it too. And that axe definitely knows it too.
Yeah. Probably. Assumptions, yeah.
She says, assumptions, but eventually assumptions become quite the reality when you quite literally control a fucking god.
Yeah.
That's something that you can't really... That's something that I don't think a regular mortal can do.
Nope. Sure can't.
Why couldn't there just be flowers around me? Why couldn't a big flower just appear in the sky? Be like, oh, actually the goddess of the forest just loves you so much. Y'all are homies. Or a big book for knowledge. But no. Do you think he's figured it out? She gestures to Mikkel.
Maybe. Asleep right now. He's asleep right now.
Yeah, I believe that. She fucking puts her head against her knees and she's just like, this is just a fucking mess.
Mm-hmm.
And I hate that the mess didn't really change that much. Because it's fucking Saloon's fault. And what's funnier is obviously she couldn't have made that big of a different choice, but she could have tried to make a different choice. And she didn't. Because it was slim, but there was a possibility that both mine and Mikkel's life could have been different.
Mm-hmm.
If she and Shah weren't the way they are. Because decisions change things. And their decisions have been absolutely, irrevocably fucked up. I don't want to be involved in that.
No.
But it also seems like I don't have a choice.
We got dragged into shit we don't want to.
It seems like I was born into shit I don't want to. And your axe fucking knows it and wouldn't tell me. Because he fucking knew I was in denial, the bitch ass.
Yeah.
She sits there for a second and she says, and because of Saloon, my life played out the way it did. And that's unforgivable because I can sit here all day and I can blame Shah. But Saloon did this. She did it to Mikkel. And if I'm right, she did it to me. So I thought it was like, maybe it could be a coincidence I look a little like Mikkel. Maybe it could be a coincidence that her hair glitters.
Mm.
Or maybe it could be a coincidence that Shah fucking really wants me dead. Or captured or whatever the fuck. Really wants Mikkel dead. Maybe it could be a coincidence that Saloon helped us in Alamigo. Maybe it could be a coincidence that I can't really talk to Saloon. Maybe it could be a coincidence that I controlled fucking God and a big fucking moon appeared in the sky. But that's a lot of coincidences. It's a lot. And I would love to sit here and say that those coincidences are just coincidences. But I think we all know that they're not. And I think that if I died and came back, that I'd realise that. That's nice. Pretty great. And I really have a disdain for being a hero now. I have more of a disdain than before. I'm really fucking mad.
Mm.
And God fucking knows why she put us here, if I am.
Yeah.
But it makes no fucking sense. In the fucking previous timeline of this one, it doesn't make sense. Why don't you just fucking throw your kids to the wolves? Throw them on the fucking mortal realm? and hope. I hope they live. I hope Shaw doesn't do anything. And I'm sure she doesn't regret it. And that bothers me. Because for as bad as Shaw is, at least she owns up to it. Saloon doesn't. And everyone else is just a casualty. And because of it, and because of Saloon, I was put in a position where I was able to be manipulated. So everything that Shaw did. Do I blame Shaw? Yes. But I blame Saloon so much more. She looks fucking mad.
Yeah.
Now that she's connected some dots, she's mad. Because how do you not?
No matter what, it was just gonna be so
there
mad.
There were too many fucking dots.
Also the fact that no matter what, she would have been so pissed. Yeah. No matter what.
Oh, yeah.
It doesn't matter which way it would have gone.
Oh, yeah.
It really was.
She's probably going to be more pissed when she does remember eventually.
And it would have just been the same amount of pissed, to be honest. Like, just pissed, no matter what.
And that's exactly what Char wants.
Mm-hmm.
Char wants her to hate Saloon more.
Yep.
She fucking,
falling into a hand that she does not even know.
Yeah. Because how else is she supposed to feel?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
And, she says, I think she would say that. She was like, 'cause how else are you supposed to feel? How am I supposed to feel? Grateful to be here. Because if she put us here, I don't remember fuck all. Okay? I don't know shit. Probably no less than fucking whatever. Regardless, I don't know shit. And I don't know her intentions, but I'm sure it was some valiant reason. And that makes me even more mad. Because she put her kids here to do something that she wanted without giving them a choice. She took their free will and their control away. Expecting them to do something for her. God knows what yet. But she expects something. She's no better than Shah. None. And she put me in the position to have to make decisions and choices, and she put me in the position to have to be a hero when I don't fucking want it. Don't want it. Don't want to do it. She put me in that position. She put me in the position to have to make this choice that I made, and I don't like this choice. Didn't like it, and I didn't want to do it. And I got fucked either way. You got fucked either way. And I think that's fucked up. She covers the window back up.
Cover the window.
And she sits back on the bed and lays it down.
He's down.
She has a lot of other feelings there,
Mm-hmm.
but she does not want to talk about them.
Yeah.
A lot specifically concerning Kane.
Mm-hmm.
So instead, what she'll say is She stops like her little self-pity party because she has those a lot.
Yeah, you think Kane was listening the entire time? Like he's very attentive to listening.
Asteria on Cody because he has those a lot too.
Mm-hmm.
But she stops and she looks at Kane and she says, "I'm sorry."
No need to be sorry.
No, there's a lot of reason to be sorry.
No,
There is.
there never should be. If anything, I'm sorry.
You wouldn't have been brought into this if it wasn't for me.
I chose to be here. I chose to be by your side.
And I shouldn't have walked up to you that day.
No, but for some reason I think I'd still find my way. I chose to stay. You gave me the option to leave, but I stayed.
But I shouldn't have walked up to you.
And he says, but you still gave me the option to leave.
That doesn't change anything.
It does.
No, it doesn't.
Because I could have left. I could have. But I chose to stay.
I shouldn't have offered you the job to begin with.
I'm sure I would have found my way to you somehow.
Yeah. There's some surefire manipulation on some guards' parts, I'm sure.
Possibly, but I plan to stay here till the end.
Yeah, that end feels a lot sooner rather than later. I don't like that.
I don't like it either, but I'll still be there.
You shouldn't.
I want to.
You shouldn't.
And I want to.
Change your wants.
No.
She almost seems guilty.
Mm-hmm.
And he can see it on her face.
Yeah.
She's like, these are my problems.
And he says, and then you came and also took my problems on your plate as well.
Yeah, after you already had to deal with my stupid fucking problems.
He just looks at you over here like, you know, I think I feel a little guilty that you just took the stuff off of my plate to add onto your already full one.
You're the one that keeps almost dying and getting kidnapped.
And he's like, barely.
Not barely.
Barely.
Mm-mm.
Mm-hmm.
You became a pawn by correlation.
That's just how it is.
That's not how it is.
And I'll still be here. I don't plan on leaving because I'd feel a lot worse if I left.
Yeah, you'd be a lot more alive if you left, though.
I don't want to feel miserable.
And I don't really want you dead, preferably.
I don't want me dead either. I told you I'd fight through hell to get to you, so.
Then you should go.
No. Not going to leave, Electra.
It's getting worse.
And I'll still stick by you.
And you'll keep getting hurt.
And so will you.
Yeah, but I can't change that. You can. You can change the you not getting more hurt.
What if I want to go through it with you?
I'd call you stupid.
And you can call me stupid.
She keeps like saying things and then just going like You're ridiculous.
I am ridiculous.
And I don't understand you.
I know you don't understand me. What's there to, I guess, not understand?
What is there to not understand?
Mm-hmm.
A lot. On why you keep choosing to be here. Especially after the fucking whole time thing. I mean, I'm pretty sure that I would have fucking ran for the hills if I'd be so honest with you. Maybe after I actually saw me from your perspective with Mikkel and saw the two of us together and said, oh, I think I know what she is.
Mm-hmm.
I would fucking ran. I would have ran fast. You wouldn't have been able to fucking see me. I would have been gone.
Well, I guess I just care a lot about you.
That's the worst decision that you've ever made.
I don't know, I don't regret it.
I take back the 5-year plan.
You do?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not gonna change me staying here.
Why not?
I'm not gonna leave.
You're gonna end up dead.
I won't.
You will if Shaw has anything to say about it.
I'll die when you die.
Well, then I guess you'll live for a long time.
Yes, I will.
But I don't foresee me dying. I don't foresee a fortuitous and happy life, though, either. But that's just me.
Still be here.
She seemed almost frustrated.
Yeah.
She says, you don't get it. I prefer you not be in the middle of it.
I know you won't. Don't.
Then why do you insist on being in the middle of it?
Because he sits there and he's like, because I care about you. I don't want you to go through it alone.
Well, I have Dimwit over there, so I don't think I'll be entirely alone. He's already automatically having to be a part of it. I was just a special chosen, I guess. The perfect piece for Shaw, I don't fucking know.
Last thing we need to do is go through it, I guess, double alone.
I've been alone for my whole life. What difference would it make?
And he's like, no, I guess not, but I don't want that to happen again to you. You shouldn't have to happen again, do you?
She gets a little, like, I guess, less frustrated.
Yeah.
And a little sad.
I made that wish with you, didn't I?
Yeah. I don't know. I just think that this is going to be the stupidest decision we've ever made.
So be it. So be it.
How are you just so okay with that?
What? That I want to stick by the person I care about?
The strong potential of death?
It's always been in my life.
Erase it.
No. Erasing it will make you more alone again, then no.
I'd rather be a little more alone than you be dead.
I won't be dead.
I think that we have two varying opinions, very different, on who exactly Shaw is. And Mask.
I know who Shar is.
And the millions of villains in the world that are trying to kill us.
And I'm willing to put all my chips on the table.
No wonder your axe hates me. I would hate me too. She looks at the axe.
Look at that.
I get it. He's fucking stupid. She turns and she looks at Kane.
Looks at you.
Just as I'm never going to understand you.
That's okay.
I would like to. Now that we're here, can you tell me about that nightmare that you had?
Don't deflect. Don't deflect.
I'm not deflecting. Just asking. You don't deflect.
He rolls his eyes.
Don't want to talk about it still?
I don't know if it's relevant anymore or not with how everything's just twisted itself.
Well, then tell me it. If it's not relevant.
Just felt guilty, I guess.
About what?
About all I've done. I guess back in, if we're talking about the other number one, life, I guess.
Yeah.
I felt guilty about doing that to you.
Doing what?
Back in Char's room.
Okay. I was being a drama queen.
But you had every right.
No.
Yes, you did.
Not to get that angry, no.
You still have every right.
No. You were allowed to make the decisions that you made. You have free will as well.
But I took away your choice.
Okay, well, I decided to trust you. You didn't inherently take... Okay. There's a lot of layers here.
Isn't there? And I'm just going to take the lay that you were mad for a valid reason, so...
I wasn't mad at you. You get that right?
I mean, yeah, but you still had every right to say what you had to say.
No, I was mad at me. And you know that. And I was mad at Shah. And I was really mad at Saloon. Because if it wasn't for me, you wouldn't have been in that situation. And if it wasn't for Saloon, we could have gotten out of that situation. And if it wasn't for Shah, none of it would have happened. Because you could have died.
And you could have died too.
My death by one of either Saloon or Shah was written from birth. Your death was not. That's the difference here. One of us has a choice. And it's not me. And you're making a very scary choice.
Oh, yeah.
And I do not like it. Just because you're nothing like Shah or Saloon. I didn't fucking mean it like that, even though I said it like that. Because now, you didn't tell me exactly what you're doing, but in a situation like that, do you have enough time to be like, so I'm going to use this axe, which has the possibility to fuck my life up, but I'm going to use it to save us. Promise that we can be saved, though. I think that expecting you to be able to do that in a split moment, not feasible.
I know, but in that moment, you know, I get it.
Yeah, but it wasn't at you. Anger comes from fear. I learned that. And Jesus and I have a lot of anxieties and fears, specifically related to Saloon and Shah. And I suppose to an extent myself. And for 25 years that's been boiling to a head. And it keeps boiling, and it kind of boiled over. Because I don't really have people, period. And so when one of the people that I consider one of my people almost dies. Whether that be literal or not, I don't know how close you were to death, and I don't think any of us know. But whether or not you were, I thought you were. And that scared me. And so I was angry at you because of that.
It's justifiable.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, okay. Just like all of the anger in the world that anyone ever has for anyone is justified. No, it's not. It's not justifiable.
You had a valid reason.
I had a reason that was motivated by my experiences and my issues.
That's valid.
It's valid to an extent. It's valid if I tell you how it feels, but it's not valid if I take it out on you. That's different. And there's a difference in what I chose. And I chose to be self-destructive because I do that. And I chose to push because I wanted you to go. Because if you're gone, you don't die.
I'd still die if I was gone.
You'd be less likely.
I don't think so.
How so? What do you mean?
I'd be the one causing my own death.
And why would you do that?
It shrugs and says, I don't know. Just feel like that it's better if I stay here.
There was one thing in all of that anger that may have been justified towards you. And it's really one thing I can't even fault you for. You don't value your life enough. You rush in and make reckless decisions because you think that it'd be better to save the people you care about than the alternative. And I get that, but there is a possibility in every situation that you gloss over to save that person, but also save yourself. It's not a push them out of harm's way and take the bullet. It's a grab them and jump out of harm's way. And that worries me. When I have villains that are like Shah.
So that's why I'm gonna do just that.
But even then, there's not always that option.
Sometimes there's not, but...
And I don't want you to do it. Because my fate was sealed when I was born. Saving me or Mikkel or either of us for that matter, it'd be pointless. And you'd die for nothing. Because our fate was sealed. Saloon did it. Saloon sealed it for us.
I guess I'll stay with you until the end of your fate then.
She really tries to read him.
Mm-hmm.
Like, read his eyes and
Mhm.
understand. Like, if he means it.
He means it.
Jesus, you're not gonna buzz on this, are you?
I'm not gonna budge on it. I won't get myself killed, but I'm not gonna let you be alone until the end of your fate.
You know that means you're target number 1 for sure, right?
Yes, I do. I do.
That's a really shitty place to be.
And I'll choose it all the time.
I wish the change would have made you morally ambiguous.
I don't know. I still would care about you. That could make it a little worse.
I just don't like it.
I know you
And
don't.
that's not fair. Not fair to you. I shouldn't have came up to you.
I'm glad you did, though.
That makes one of us. Because as much as I am glad you are here, if there is a day you die because of Shah, that's on me. And we can sit here all day and say that it was your choice, but it was because of me. Because Shah's not your villain, she's mine. And the thought really upsets her.
Hmm.
She turns and looks back up at the roof.
Pick up at the roof.
And she almost has she's almost misty-eyed
Mm-hmm.
as she thinks about it. And she wipes her face and she says, I suppose nothing we can do about it now. And it's almost like within like a fucking second, that sadness turned back to fucking anger at Saloon.
Mm-hmm.
And it seems like I'm sure even Kane could fucking see it.
Yeah.
That with the more like this fucking shift, she went from being angry with Saloon, like really fucking pissed,
Mm-hmm.
to being almost like hating Saloon.
Yeah.
Like being that far toward hatred. Because of the time thing where she's gotten more context.
Yeah.
But more than that, because of the realization that she made.
Yeah.
But she doesn't really say anything else.
Yeah, Kane stays awake as long as Upcher's awake, so he.
She feels a little safer in the whole, like, in the Holy City Chapel now.
Yeah.
So she does try to go to sleep, even though she has a lot on her mind.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sure eventually she does fall asleep. Because Sis, as much as she'd love to not have any sleep, that's not gonna work.
Nah, she needs to fucking sleep. But the next morning comes. Sun's shining through the blinds. Shutters, I should say.
Yeah, she opens the window.
You open the window.
She looks at the weird-looking holy city and is like, "Oh yeah."
You notice Kane is awake. He's just
It seems like she got more sleep though. relatively more sleep.
It's like weirdly safer for some reason. It's like I feel a little weirdly safer.
I mean, it'd be really, really extreme for Char to fucking do anything. You know?
Oh, yeah,
So
no.
that's why she's like, yeah, I don't think she'd be that fucking stupid.
Especially when she's already telling a lie, she probably knows that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you notice Kane's awake.
She turns back and she looks at him. She's like, why are you awake?
Just making sure you're alright.
I've been alright. I'm fine. Did you sleep? You need to sleep. That is important.
To go to sleep. I'm alright.
I don't even have to inside check you to know that I don't believe you. She says, go to sleep. I'm not going anywhere.
Just want to make sure you're alright.
More alright than you.
I wouldn't say so.
I would say so. I think that you're hiding things.
Like what?
Your feelings.
About?
Guilt. Because new life or not, you know, we still made those decisions.
Yes, we did.
And that's hard. And Jesus, and to be fair, I don't get it at all, because, you know, like, I haven't been in that situation. But I know how I feel if, someone around me died because of, something because of me. Even though we know it wasn't your fault, but, you know.
That's why I'm not planning to die until, because the fate you say is ended on your end, so.
What, you don't think that it will end like that?
Could change.
Okay. We're making a lot of assumptions on how we'd be able to deal with Shah.
Lots of things happened that were unpredictable.
Like?
The whole time change.
I suppose.
You never know what's next. I'd like for you to have a better life, so.
Yeah.
I don't wish for you to be alone anymore.
No, to be fair, I don't really want to either, but it's the way the cards fold.
I won't let those cards get me, so.
Okay, you hold those cards and I'll hold your card, because you're not allowed to use it anymore.
It's like, okay.
Okay. Because I swear to God, if there is ever a decision you have to make where there's no alternative, it is me going or you going. Wherever, whatever. Do not fucking go. Do not trade these.
We both go.
We do not both go!
He laughs a little bit. He just laughs at your reaction.
We don't both go. You can figure something else out, okay?
No.
You can reconvene. You can reconvene somewhere and figure something out with other people, and then try later.
Yeah. Oh, and death, I meant. It's not good.
Okay, yeah, but we don't go together. We don't go together. This is where you say right. Because you'd go into an axe.
Mm-hmm.
I think you need to remember that part.
Yeah.
Okay? You would go into a fucking axe.
Yeah.
And super cool powers or not, I can't destroy that axe. And just pull your soul out of it.
We don't got no Ruzello here. Ruzello.
She says, so if I die,
Mm-hmm.
for one, it's extenuating circumstances.
Yeah.
I would probably go to one place, well, one of two places, potentially.
I guess I'll find your soul there.
Kane. No. Just live a life. I don't have to be in it. You had a life before me. Right?
Just looks at you.
This is the part where you answer. Call and response, that's what they call it in improv. What?
I'm looking at you, he's listening, it seems. Just imagine he's just looking at her, like dead in the eye, saying nothing. No other expression or even like a mouth thing just going on. He's just like looking at her.
What?
What?
You were supposed to respond.
I'm listening.
Yeah, but there's a time for response. In the listening part, and you kind of missed it. Just went a little over your head.
No, I didn't.
You just chose not to respond?
Yes.
Because you disagree?
Maybe.
Okay. If I died, why would you follow?
I would follow you.
Kane, how would you do that when you die you go into an axe?
Well, I'd go find your soul and bring it back to your body.
You're gonna go where?
Yeah.
Shah saloons around to go grab it?
Yes.
A potential demigod soul?
Yes. I'll try.
You know how that would end for you? You'd still end up in that axe. And I'd still be dead. Why do you want to change that so bad?
I think you deserve something better.
That's not in the cards. I know that free will is a thing. And I believe in free will. However, I was born probably under special circumstances, and those special circumstances are pretty fucked up. And certain special circumstances you can't avoid. I can't avoid Saloon, and I can't avoid Shah. And whether they are weaker or not, it doesn't matter. Because they could decide one day to go hell raise in glory and just destroy everything. Or just me and Mikkel. And they could.
What was that?
I think it was Madison. That's the problem. Because you are seeing this from the perspective of Electra. But there's a bigger one. Because essentially I am a pawn in a game. And pawns don't get to live or have a life outside of it. They get sacrificed to the knights and shit. Right?
He's like, well, I told you I'd still be there till the end, so.
Don't be there until the end.
Of course I will.
I'm like, I'm not going to change your mind on this. I'm not.
No.
Oh my god.
Staying right by your side.
Maybe sending you to maybe the axe is there for a reason.
I know know what I signed up for. I'm gonna stay right here.
I take it back. I take back the bet.
Just because you take it back doesn't change anything.
You win, there you go.
No.
Fuck. Okay.
I won't die. I'll throw myself into the fire.
That's not gonna... Okay. We can say that. We can say that. Right. Okay, old habits die hard.
I'll do it for you.
So you're saying if I was dying and you realised it was a me or you thing, that you would let me?
You told me you feel better.
Hmm?
You told me you'd feel better if it was you, so. But I'd still find everybody to try to not let that happen.
But some things are unavoidable.
Doesn't mean I'll still try.
She stares at him like, you stubborn ass, bro. She looks at him with like the fucking I can't with you face. And she says, you know what, no. Make your own choices. Fuck how I feel. Do what you want.
You feel better if I leave?
Yes and no. Would you feel better if you saved me?
I feel better if you have a better life.
But that might not be possible.
I know.
Because to make it exponentially clear, if you saw me dying and tried to die for me to save me, the better life still wouldn't happen. I'd probably feel worse. And then probably end up being a puppet for Shah anyway. Because there are about 3 reasons that I can literally count out for you for why at this point I'm not already a puppet for Shah. 1 is the ring, 2 is Mikkel, and 3 is you. The ring is removable, and it might be removed whether I like it or not. You and Mikkel are actual people, not as easy to remove. But we're talking about gods. Like big bad gods.
Mm-hmm.
And if I lost one of the 3 things that I have, it wouldn't matter if I was dead or alive. Because it's the only things I have. The only things. Because I've never had anything else. And if I can't even protect the 3 things that I have, that have made my life feel livable, then what's the point? What's the point of being a potential demigod or Saloon's kid or whatever the fuck I am, and going through all of this shit? Truly, do you have an answer? I'll take that as no. It just feels like I have to make a choice. And it's not even a choice between Saloon or Shaw. It's more of a choice between who I am. Am I incandescent or am I Electra? And some days I'm not really sure. Because they bleed together, but they're starkly different. And incandescence isn't all Shah. Some of that is me. And some of Electra isn't all me. Some of that is Saloon. And I hate that. But to be honest, I could give less of a fuck about Saloon or Shaw with a little fucking war. Or whether I'm Electra or Incandescence or neither or both. Because I just don't want you and Mikkel dead. Honestly. That's it. And that feels like a lot to ask for, given my life and who I am, and who he is. This is the part where you respond.
Says, and then your life will be worse without us. Even if we leave.
And I recognize that. It would. But that doesn't make me want to have you all stay anymore, though. Because if it's a choice between having you in this world, somewhere, or you being dead, I would rather you be in this world. And that's what Electra feels. Because Incandescent wouldn't care. She sits crisscross on the bed next to him.
Hmm.
She says, "You do need to sleep, though."
Okay. I'll sleep tonight.
Well, it's not like we're doing anything today anyway. Sleep through the day.
No,
Why?
I want to.
Why?
You don't think he actually is tired?
You're ridiculous.
What?
How are you not tired We literally travelled through time, and only 4 of us know about it.
Because my brain is moving so fast.
Yeah, I believe that. I should have killed that fucking kid myself.
He laughs a little bit.
I got pretty fucking close.
I guess it wouldn't matter if you killed him or not, by your hands or not.
No, but I suppose there is a difference between a, straight up murder versus an execution.
I don't know, I think they're pretty the same. That's where his moral ambiguity lies, in a way.
She chuckles and she says, yeah, but murdering somebody in cold blood, bad or not, in a castle full of people and guards while we're trying to escape, probably not the wisest.
No, I guess not. It's not.
Don't think it'd be as casual. They could be a little more fucked up. With a lot of, they need to be executed, they committed murder. Because there was no trial. But before she thinks for a second, almost like she's second guessing herself.
Mm-hmm.
She says, before we go to deal with Night Stalker in the coming days, I'd like, well, not like, I need
Mm-hmm.
to do something.
Okay. What is it?
I need to go to Isla's Haven.
Would you like me to come with you?
Maybe not today. He says, but probably with Zool and everyone.
He nods his head.
Because I want to see if I know in the first timeline, the first life, I guess, or whatever,
Yes.
there was no change really to Isla's Haven after the Sharon attack. But I want to see if maybe this time there was.
Nods his head.
Maybe someone could have provided the town assistance, or Saloon cared enough to intervene, I don't know.
Possibly.
Because I know that it wasn't as bad of an assault.
But it was still.
It was bad when I was there, but maybe me not being there helped it. Because even in the first time I never went back, I just heard that it was still rough, but I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
And seeing Olamigo the way it did look made me think of it.
Mm.
And I don't want to go back, and I never wanted to go back, but I need to go back.
Why do you need to go back?
Because I need to realize that I can leave it.
Mm.
I'm not stuck there, and it's not a cage.
The shark can't hold you there anymore.
Or Saloon.
Or Saloon.
Because it feels like it was Saloon that was keeping me there, not Shah. Shah wanted me to leave so she could have more power, obviously, but
He's just bait for a reason to stay away.
but But Saloon wanted me to stay. Because that's why I was there to begin with. I'm sure. And I really hate her for it. And I don't like Shah at all. Don't get me wrong. But I hate Saloon. Jesus, but I need to go to Islet Haven because I have to know that I can leave and that it's not that I won't be stuck there anymore.
No, it's your choice.
And if I have the opportunity to, and it is as bad as I remember, I have the opportunity to make it better.
You do.
And I'd be an ass if I didn't take it. Because it's not better. A little girl just like me in that city. Except no one's coming to help her. And she's not going to leave it. Because Shah or not, and I do not like Shah, if I would have stayed in that city, I would have died there. And I understand that Saloon probably had her reasons for wanting me to stay in that city. But it was abysmal. It was awful. Like, even Alamigo in its worst state was nothing compared to what Islet Haven looked like when I first saw it. My first life thing, whatever the fuck it is, the first timeline, I don't know. The first chain of events. Then I still haven't seen a city look worse. And I've been to a lot of shitty cities. But that was hell. Jesus, but before I go there, I don't want to be this angry.
That's fair. You should take your time. Rather you take your time and be ready.
Yeah, me too. Instead of running into, an eastern castle and hoping for the best.
Yes. How about let's not do any of that anymore? Let's just deal what's in front of us.
To be fair, that was going to become an issue.
It was, but maybe not as fast as we thought.
Maybe not as fast. It was something I could control though, so you know how I got that.
Here, I'll give you the remote for me, so you can make me leave or not, whenever you want.
No, I'm not gonna do that. I'm not.
It sounds like you care a lot too, so.
I suppose. She gives, a small smile. Jesus, but I also don't inherently know what it is to care, so I'm kind of winging it as I go, rolling the dice, hoping for the best.
You're hilarious at it.
I'm pretty bad at it.
I don't think you're that bad. I see they put a frog in my soup or something. I don't know.
How would I put a frog in your soup?
Kind of like looks around like he's avoiding the question.
Who put a frog in your soup?
Long ago story.
That's scary. No, you're right. I'm not that dense to put a frog in your soup. But I'm also, not a child. And that sounds like something a child would do.
You said I won the 5-year bet?
I guess so.
Cool.
Because I feel like, as I have been told by multiple sources, I have bigger things to worry about. And it's probably for the best. To be honest.
What do you mean?
What do you mean, what do I mean? Have you met me?
I don't know.
I'm a ticking time bomb, and I'm pretty self-destructive. And I'm also in the middle of a war.
He shrugs.
Don't fucking shrug at me.
What? I don't care about it.
I do. She scowls at him.
He smiles and he's like, I like you, so. Just like you jump in a pit for me, so.
Well, that's what you do when you care.
Exactly, so. I care about you. I jump in a pit for you.
Okay, but I feel like there are extremes, though.
I don't know, so tell me, if I was having this situation, you'd run away? Knowing me?
No, but I feel like that's really extreme that I wouldn't.
So you're saying you'd still stick around if I had a similar situation?
Yeah, but I mean... Yeah.
Why do you think I'm sticking around?
But I mean, I take into account that you didn't want me there to get hurt and killed.
Well, of course I'd take into account of that, but you said you still would stick by my side.
Well, yeah, I'm not going to run for the hills.
Yeah, and that's not what I'm doing, so. Considering what you said, I'm not going to run for the hills.
Okay, mister, use my words against me. Okay, but also, I don't understand how to care about people.
Oh,
So I do it to the extreme.
so you're to the extreme?
Yeah.
Guess we're both in the same boat.
Because I only have 2 people that I care about.
I guess we're both in the same boat, huh? Doing such to the extreme.
You've had years to figure out the whole caring thing.
I did. And I found my own way to care. Because everyone has a different way.
It shouldn't be the same as mine.
Why? Like, someone can't have the same caring as you?
Because I'm reckless and self-destructive. I'll put it on my forehead.
Oh, let me put reckless as well on my forehead and self-destructive, huh? Kill all my friends. I was just like, kill all my friends.
She just holds her head. And she's like, if I find out that a god is responsible for me and you meeting, I'm beating their I swear to God. That motherfucker.
What if it was coincidence?
I don't believe in coincidences. Sadly.
I'm glad.
I only believe in them when I'm in denial.
He's like, I'm glad I won the 5-year plan.
Yeah. You know what? Good for you.
It's like he seems like he wants to say a joke. But
But
no, nothing. Maybe another time.
I'll never understand you. I still have the 5-year plan though with Mr. Axe over there.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Because I guess it doesn't matter if you're in love with me or not, it's probably for the best.
And if I was?
I think you were fucking crazy. And suicidal.
I already think I'm fucking crazy, so I can't go any far beyond that.
Yeah, 'cause you are.
Yeah? You're crazy too.
I'm not crazy.
Mrs. Go heal up my entire hometown and save the entire East. I have a single problem, you throw yourself straight into it.
She kind of chuckles. It's just like, okay, well your problems are fixable for my capabilities. You know what's not fixable? A war between Celine and Shah.
And he said, then I tell you that if I had a war between two gods or two, you'd still stick around.
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to fix it, but I'd try.
And he's like, what do you think I want to do?
Okay, but I'm fully aware that that's reckless.
I'm fully aware that it's reckless too. The fact that he's turning looking at like this shit hurts her. Like, bitch, look at the fucking mirror.
Okay, just because it's something that I would do doesn't mean that you should do it.
I'm not following your example, I'm just who I am.
Maybe you should change it.
No. Because are you going to change your stuff?
Yes.
Liar.
I don't know. I'm still learning, okay? Let me learn.
I learned. And I learned exactly what I want to do, how I want to deal with it.
And I don't like it.
You don't like it.
No,
No.
I don't like it. This is the part where you respond.
With?
I don't know, something? Anything?
I don't know what to say to that.
Oh my
besides
god.
Try not to make a joke. That sounds cruel.
What joke?
Would like it.
Then why'd you think of it?
I thought it was funny, but I was like, I think it's not that funny.
What's the joke?
You don't want to know.
Shoot.
I was like, if you don't like it, you can just throw me to the wolves.
She puts her head against her knee. You're not a sacrificial lamb.
No, that'll be the only way to get me away from you, I guess.
I don't really want to know reality in which you're not in it. I don't think that'd be beneficial for anyone on the planet.
No, I'm saying you're gonna have to be the one to throw me to the wolves.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm not going to.
Exactly, so I'll never leave.
I did it to myself.
No, you didn't.
Mm-hmm. You weren't the one that walked up to me.
No, but I still chose to stay. You even told me year 3 that I could leave.
Okay, but here's the thing. I walked up to you, introduced myself, you were uninterested, and I kept on.
You did. But that doesn't mean you took away my choice.
I don't think I took away your
I could have
choice.
told you now when you came up to me.
Yeah, and I don't think I took away your choice.
You did it, so it's not your fault.
But you'd be safer if I wouldn't have introduced myself to you.
Anyone could have introduced myself to me and came up and said money. At that point, I would have said yes.
Okay, but it had to be me.
It's like,
Because the gods hate me.
in a way, I'm glad it was you.
I'm glad that you're glad that it was me. That makes me feel no better.
I don't know what, you would never know me, and then you would never...
But at least you'd be alive.
Yeah, but you would never know me.
I'll be so real with you. If there was a reality in which you were alive, but I didn't know you, I'd probably take it.
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know?
I'd rather know you.
I feel like you need to reassess your priorities.
No, I know my priorities. He seems very sure of himself.
I'm not gonna win this, am I?
No. Kind of laughs a little bit. But I bothered you enough today. So then he turns around.
What are you gonna do?
Just lay here.
You said you weren't tired.
No, I'm not tired.
Get up and run a marathon.
No.
Run in circles.
Fine, laying just here.
She scowls at him.
You scowl him, but his back's towards you.
You're just gonna lay here all day?
Yeah.
Then I'll go on an adventure.
Okay.
Bon voyage. She grabs Mikkel
You grab Mikkel.
and drags him.
You drag him.
They're like, okay, I don't know where we're gonna go, but we're gonna go somewhere.
Feels like where?
I don't know. On an adventure.
What were you and Kane talking about?
Nothing. I have a question for you, actually.
Yeah.
And you have to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
You have to be 100% honest.
Okay.
And you can't lie.
Okay.
Do you think
Uh-huh.
that there are an awful lot of coincidences when it comes to Saloon and me?
I guess so, yeah.
What do you mean you guess so?
I don't know. It's pretty... I mean, I think there are a lot of coincidences.
Okay. Do you think that it's a little insane that a mere mortal like me would be able to control God, even for a split second,
Yeah, that's kind of crazy.
with, moon in the sky?
Yeah.
Okay. Don't you think it's a little crazy that me and you look alike?
Yep. Kane told me.
And what do you think it means?
Could be my sister.
You hold her hand, she's like, yeah, I have a bad feeling.
Yeah.
I have a really bad feeling.
Yeah.
I wanted to check and see if you had any inklings. See if you were like,
I didn't think about it till Kane brought it up.
when did he bring it up?
It was like you were doing something and then me and him were talking.
What was I doing?
You were setting up stuff for him.
Oh, pet day.
Yeah.
What? He thought the same thing?
Yeah.
He asked you and you just didn't think about it until then?
Yeah. He's smart. He's pretty observant.
I tend to be in denial, though, yes.
Yeah, you're in like pretty much denial. Like,
Yeah.
a lot.
Like 24/7.
Yeah.
But I'd rather be in denial.
Especially concerning Kane sometimes.
And considering what it would mean to actually be Saloon's kin.
Yeah.
Which is almost comedic that I think as soon as I talked to tried to talk to Saloon in the High Communion, and then opened a fucking thing that you quite literally said, only special people can open this thing. Yeah, I think I had a pretty good inkling.
Yeah.
But no one wants to hear that the person that you hate the most is actually your mom. Do you hate her?
I mean, I think what she's doing is not good. I don't really like that she's doing that.
But
I don't know. She's still a mom, I guess. Though I don't like the way she's doing stuff.
do you remember any of your siblings?
Yeah. Only remember 4 of them.
What are their names?
I don't remember. I was too young. Just remember their faces. But they could have changed so much by now.
Do they look like me?
We all kind of look the same.
I guess we could find out one surefire way.
What?
I could just die and be revived, and then we know.
You ready to tell Kane?
If it's true.
Let's wait on it for a second. Let's wait on at least for a day, okay? I'm still reeling. I don't know if I'm a reel another time just yet.
Well, it could just not work.
I just want to.
Maybe she's really.
Can we just have peace?
You're funny.
Like,
see, I just had this conversation with Kane about how, we're in the middle of a war.
Yeah.
Whether we like it or not. Me and you specifically.
I'm glad Kane's good at wars.
I don't want him in it. Frankly, I don't want you in it, but you don't really have an option.
I know you don't want him in it. I heard your conversation.
You fucking eavesdrop there?
Yeah. That was funny.
You're funny. What do you mean we're funny? What do you mean?
They're both funny.
How?
Kane wants to say something, but he obviously goes around the bush.
What do you want to say?
I don't know.
She's like, fuck. See, but if I found out, right, that I wasn't Saloon's kid, then there would be a way for me to get out of this war.
And if you did realize, maybe they can be both put on leashes? I mean, even a harsher leash, and then they'll never bother us again?
What, we go up to fucking... we go up to them and tell them?
Stop worship, and then I guess we not be heard for years.
But we don't have anything on Cha.
But we're gonna find it.
We don't even know if I'm Saloon's kid yet.
Yeah?
Yes, we do. Why do you have to look like me?
I can't help how I look.
You could.
No.
Yeah.
What am I supposed to do?
Dye your hair.
No. You go dye your hair.
What?
I like my color.
I'm starting to hate my hair color.
Then dye it.
I like my hair.
Maybe you can match Kane or something.
That was funny. That one was good. Matching hair, matching bracelets, matching trauma.
Gosh, you sound like a couple.
Shut the fuck up.
You left.
I already ditched my 5-year plan.
You already ditched your 5-year plan?
Mm-hmm.
It looked like you wanted to say something about it. He laughs.
Keep your thoughts to yourself, peasant.
Mm-hmm. Whatever.
What do you mean, whatever? What did he want to say?
I don't know. I don't know how to read his mind.
Then why say anything, Mikhail?
Because he's funny to see his face.
I hope I'm not your sibling.
How mean. How cruel to me.
How fucked up? You lived a fucking like a fucked up life, but it's not as fucked up as mine. How is that fair?
I don't know. I can't tell you.
She frowned.
You show your you show your guilt trauma with Kane or something. I don't know.
She flicks his forehead.
Ouch.
Back up. Just you, kid.
No, I don't. I don't get it. It kind of like falls into your whole trap like that.
She glares back at him and is like, "You're no help today. I was going to go on an adventure with you, but might as well stay here."
No, we can go somewhere.
No, I don't want to go anywhere with you.
Where do you want to go?
I don't want to go anywhere with you.
Okay. I'm gonna go out.
Where are you going?
I don't know. Just traveling.
I only have one place that I want to go, but I'm not going to go
What's that?
today. Hopefully ever. Maybe I'll change my mind.
Come on, let's just do something. I don't know.
What are we going to do?
We got kind of a new whole area to explore that we have never seen before. Half of the fucking West is done 180.
I suppose we could check out the Holy City.
Come on, let's go.
She follows him.
You just kind of look around. It's just you don't see like sections for gods anymore. It's just all merged together.
Interesting.
This is weird.
Yeah. Pretty weird.
People just walk fucking willy-nilly everywhere, dude.
I have I don't know, nowhere's safe it feels. Doesn't feel safe in here anymore.
I think that's how it is anywhere.
Yeah.
Even back then.
I disagree. It felt a little safe.
Felt a little safe.
Yeah. I suppose it's safer now that, like, they really can't do anything. Otherwise, they'll get fucked majorly.
My stomach. My bowels are moving.
Ain't that weird?
It feels like 100 knives are sticking on my step.
What if... See, here's the thing.
Mm-hmm.
Previously, it was harder for the dark gods to, you know, get to a place like the Holy City because it was all light gods.
Mm-hmm.
But now it's like mix and match. But the reason that the gods stay in line are because the mortals have something to threaten them with. And I get it. And I understand. But in a way that feels more... It feels less safe,
Yeah.
personally. But I get it, I guess.
I guess he wins some and you lose some.
Overall, I guess the decision was for the better.
Would you go back and change it?
Part of me would. The game. I don't know, killing, everyone you love is pretty fucked up.
Yeah, but he also understood that something bad could have happened for him.
Still. And I don't inherently know if that's incandescence or Electra that feels that way.
About Kane?
No, about if the part of me that wants to go back
Mm-hmm.
and that would want to make that decision and change it. I don't know if that's incandescence or Electra.
I guess. What's the reason why you would change it?
Well, generally this feels a little more messy, but more singularly, too many realizations, and Kane got really hurt. Whether he wants to admit it or not.
I don't think you'd show us.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
He's the one rather than not show us because he knows that we're already going through our own stuff.
Yeah, I know. That's why I shouldn't have fucking took us there.
But we ended up going.
Hmm?
We ended up going. I mean, we're probably gonna go there no matter what in the end.
I blame Salim
I know you do.
for every single decision I make that happens to be even slightly morally good. It's her fault.
It's not Kane's.
No. It's Salim's fault. Because there's a reason that she threw all her kids down here. Is it not?
Possibly.
Do you know why?
I don't know why.
Okay, well then we can make assumptions, right? Let's make a couple of assumptions. Generally, she's a pretty good god, right? Good aligned, at least.
Yeah.
Why would a good aligned god put a bunch of her kids down here?
Like a Shar.
Yeah. So what would she want her kids to do down here?
I guess good things.
Okay. So generally, every heroic deed that I fucking do feels like I'm doing exactly what Salim wants. That pisses me off.
And some of it you did for Kane.
Hmm?
Some of it you did for Kane.
Which parts?
Fixing Olivia. Wanting to fix Olivia. Wanting to kill Professor White.
But that's different.
He's like, what's different?
Because there's a difference between me making the choice to be a hero or whatever the fuck because I felt like it would help Kane or do something good for Kane, specifically the for Kane part, versus me doing something good just for shits and giggles sake because something in me tells me that I need to.
Yeah.
That's the difference. That's the fucked up part. The decisions that I made for All Amigo, the things that I do for Kane are because I care. That has absolutely nothing to do with it being the good, morally right thing to do. Does it fraction in? Yes. But is it why? No. After I seen those kids, it became why. But before that, it wasn't. And the decisions like we made regarding the past, that was a choice between for Kane or for the world. And I hate that I'm obligated to choose the world. Because it's what it feels like. It feels like there's a voice in my head when there's not. A part of me telling me, you know the price. You know what you have to do.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then he's collateral. So that's why I hate Saloon. Because I didn't have to be down here.
No, you didn't.
I could have just been idle or whatever the fuck demigods do in Saloon's realm. Just, fucking off, doing whatever the fuck.
I don't know what the fuck happens up there. So.
Running in circles, just hopping up and down, maybe.
Like he would have known about you.
Probably for the best.
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know? He would be alive.
Maybe not himself, though. He'd probably be in the axe earlier, faster.
He would be alive, though. I don't know. Sometimes I don't think that the axe is the worst fate that he could face.
I don't know what's in that axe.
I don't know what's in that axe either, but that axe seems to love him in whatever fucking weird, twisted, creepy way.
Maybe he just can't wait to tear apart his soul and eat it.
Not gonna think about it like that. Personally.
See, I had theories that it just wants to tear apart, can't eat it, so eat him. So.
Well, that's no fun.
I don't think it's meant to be fun.
I think it is.
I don't think so.
You didn't talk to the axe.
No.
I have.
Well, you described it, honestly, it just sounds like you just eat him alive.
I don't agree. It wants to be with him for eternity. If it eats him, then he's gone. He's not with him.
But maybe he's with him in eternity. But
That's not how that works, because the way that axe refers to Cain is as if it's he is the master Cain.
Mm-hmm.
Would a dog just eat its master?
To be with it forever.
No! I'm sure that axe is crazy, but not that crazy, because if that was the case, then why hasn't it just beheaded him?
I don't know.
He buried it. When he buried it that one time, it could have come and beheaded him, but it chose not to. You see?
Yeah, I guess I see.
And I'm be honest with you, whether that axe chooses to eat him or not, I don't know that is less of a worse fate than whatever Shah has.
I don't know.
But I assume that they're looking around the city.
Yeah, he's looking around the city.
And eventually, they go back.
You go back. You're back in the front doors of the chapel.
She also notes, and she says, and the reason I wanted to go out is because I wanted to give Cain space. Because he's hurting and he doesn't want to talk about it.
What'd you say?
Because he's hurting and he doesn't want to talk about it.
Yeah.
She's like, and I get it. But I feel like I'm being a very honest person.
He just doesn't like being honest because he feels like it's
a burden.
Yeah.
And I get it. But I swear to God, I'm going to knock him out one of these days.
Do it right now. Finally, you can be. Well, you can't be charmed because the axe will refuse, so.
Exactly.
I guess it's one good thing.
What?
The axe will protect her from getting charmed if by a villain.
This is why I don't think the axe wants to devour his soul.
That's true. It's still waiting for the perfect opportunity. Perfect!
It doesn't charm. It lets him get charmed that one time.
Because he thinks it's funny.
It's like the perfect opportunity. Lets him get charmed. And Electra's like,
bitch, what the fuck?
She's like, okay, well, thanks for the walk and thanks for agreeing that you think that I'm Saloon's kid. See you later, brother. She cringes.
Yeah, he's like, don't call me that, weirdo. You're such a weirdo.
Says you.
No, you.
No, you.
You're the one that called me brother.
Could be true.
And if it is, I don't want you to ever call me that.
I'm gonna call you only brother.
Nah, I'm gonna call you sister.
Don't call me that.
Sister. Oh, sister.
No.
You're actually my little sister because I'm a year older than you.
Maybe I'm the older one.
Liar.
Maybe I'm the older one.
Because you're just a baby.
But what if I'm not a baby?
You're a baby.
What if I... What if...
You're a baby.
What if I was older
You're
and
just
just
a
reincarnated after or whatever the fuck
Well, that
Saloon
doesn't
did?
count. Because
It
you're
does
still
count.
a baby.
What if I was an older demigod than you?
You're silly. Immortal rules. Baby. Little sister. You laugh.
She makes a face. She's like, I shouldn't have asked.
His little pose. And he's
I
like,
didn't want to know. I did have a question for you though.
what?
Have you ever talked to Saloon in this life?
I feel like I have. I think I have, actually.
What'd you say?
I was a little younger then, like 10 or something. I didn't know what she told me that it'll be okay. But as soon as she said that, she left.
Mm. Of course she did. At least she talked to you.
Not much though, I don't remember anything about it.
But that's all it would have taken. That's all it would have took.
Yeah.
She looks a little sad. She's like, but no. And she's like, I'm gonna go back to Kane.
Okay.
She walks back to the door and she like peeks in.
He's not in there.
What?
Imagine she peeks and she just throws open the door.
Yeah, she does.
Don't open the door.
She's like, what the fuck? She looks around.
Look around, no one's in the room right now.
She looks back out.
Look back out.
He's got to stop doing this.
And the kid's like, what?
He's not in here.
He must have gone to do something or something around the city. And you see Amari walking down the hallway.
Where's Kane?
Oh, he said he was gonna be outside in the garden area, so.
Thanks. She goes.
It goes like, he's alright. He stayed around.
Yay. She goes.
He goes to the garden.
Did you see him?
Yeah.
Notes are important.
It's funny because as you are behind him, you notice he's like staring at his axe, like at his reflection on his axe.
She wouldn't say anything.
Yeah. He doesn't seem to notice you though.
She looks at his axe.
You look at his axe and your reflection kind of appears on the other side, and he like you know how like the mirrors are, and you see Kane like looks at your reflection and he looks back at you. It's like, how was your outing?
Brilliant. I got to see the city at least.
How is it?
Interesting.
Really?
I mean, it's weird.
No.
Both safer and less safe.
Said of all gods are worshipped.
You need to start leaving notes.
I do. Thought you were gonna be gone longer.
What did you think I was gonna go do?
I don't know.
Not much that I really do without you.
That's true.
No, I'm gonna go conquer the world. I'm gonna become a god.
At least you could make me immortal then.
Maybe. I'm sure your axe there would love that.
I don't know.
He already hates me, so I might as well make him hate me more. Why are you out here?
Just wanted some fresh air, I guess.
With your axe?
Well, can't really. It doesn't really leave me, so. Just thinking about my other life and this one.
Mm-hmm.
That was two different things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which one do you want to be?
I don't know. Feel the same, but don't feel the same.
How so?
I feel like the other me was guilty for different reasons than this one.
Why does the other you feel guilty?
So like I felt like I should have died that day with Professor White.
Why does this one feel guilty?
I feel like I should have had a better handle on myself.
Well, I do know a thing or two about that.
I know you do. Now this axe feels different.
She nods. She says, but you get to choose who you want to be.
I do.
And that axe, it doesn't control you. You control it. It calls you its master for a reason. Because it does call you its master.
Sorry. Here we go.
And if it was the other way around, it wouldn't call you that.
No, it wouldn't.
But I do get it. Too well. And I understand why you would feel like it, to some extent, is your fault. But there are some things out of our control. And sometimes we have to accept that. And does that mean that we shouldn't take responsibility for the things we do, even though they are out of our control? No, we should take responsibility. But there's a difference between taking responsibility and taking the burden of it. Because there are reasons why we do the things we do, and those are important too.
Like some reasons I did it wasn't that good.
And she says, I could say the same about myself. Do you think that everything that I did was fully Shah?
I don't think so.
And that's why there's still an incandescence in my head. Because the people that I killed and the things that I did, really crazy things, they were still me. And they were my choices. And so while I could sit here and say all day that it's Shah's fault, I'm responsible for what I did. But I'm also responsible for living the life that I want to live. And making the choices that I want to make. And no God or axe can take that away from us. So if you don't want to be the Cain that we came back to, then don't. Be the other one. Or if you don't want to be that one, be this one. Or take bits and pieces. Because that's what I do. Before I had the 2 eyes. Now I have 4.
Doubled them up, huh?
Mm-hmm. It's like I needed more.
Well, both of you are you in a way.
Yeah, one of them is a bit more... a lot.
Well, we take the best parts we want, that we think are the best. We stick them together. That's who we are.
But the bottom line is that you shouldn't feel guilt for something that you did not have control over. Put it like this. Did you want to hurt your friends?
No.
Then it's not your fault. If you can sit here and say that you did, then we'd be having a different conversation.
Actually, I did. I did. I was kidding.
Because I can say for a fact that there have been situations that I do regret and I feel guilt for, but alternatively, I wanted to do it. Me, not Shaw, me. And that's the difference. Is that there are things that I did that I did not want to do, not truly. And those are the ones Shaw is responsible for. Not that it raises the feelings, but...
No, it never does.
But it does put it in perspective. Because if you would look at me and tell me that I was not responsible for the things that Shaw made me do, then how are you going to look at yourself and say that you are responsible for the things that that axe made you do? Isn't it the same thing?
I guess so. Just never, the axe never controlled me.
It didn't have to. It's a curse, Cain. The axe doesn't have to control you, the power does. That's the point. It's like a fail-safe. It's like a false sense of security. And regarding your previous life and feeling guilt for your friends, regarding Professor White, though I cannot directly understand, I can sympathize. Because while I don't really understand what it is to lose someone that I care about, I do know how I would feel if I lost you, Mikhail. And I do know that it would be pretty fucking rough.
Yeah.
But I can also reason with the fact that I would fucking hate it. But probably after a while, hopefully after a while, I would look at it and realise that they wouldn't want me dead too.
Yeah.
And that perhaps the fact that I'm still here is for a reason. Perhaps that reason is to do something that they wanted me to do. Because you did.
That's what I did. Though now I'm worried about the other 2 last members. Because now that all they know is that I killed them.
Yeah. But
I want to bring them back no matter what, but I don't know what their opinions of me they would have.
But you know you didn't kill them. Right?
Yeah.
And that's what matters. I have a little thing called magic. And this little thing called magic, it can sometimes show people things and put things in perspective and help people understand.
Yeah.
So we can try and make them understand.
Same when Merlin got the rundown from Tisha.
Does he hate you?
No. I could cut off his head and hold it there and make him speak, yet he said he still wouldn't hate me, even if I did it on purpose.
But you didn't.
I know. Just an example.
And everyone knew the risk.
They did.
And it's the same thing for me and for you. Do I know that you could pick up that axe? And that if you really wanted to, you could use that power? Regardless of whether it would make you do something you regret or not. Yes. Do I trust you to only use it if it's absolutely necessary? Yes. And I'm sure your friends felt the same way. And you didn't know that would happen either. She says, and let's look at it this way. This ring, if I take it off, there's a possibility Shark could take control and have me do whatever, including potentially kill you guys. Right?
Yeah.
And you're trusting me not to take off this ring, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. In the same vein as you and that axe are, it's like a ticking time bomb. But you're trusting that the person who has the bomb will not let it go off and will continue to hit the button that's making it wait and adding another minute before it detonates. But you know full and well that there's a possibility that that person might not be able to.
My demon with the fucking frog and scorpion. Hilarious ass fucking shit.
Exactly. And she says, and there's a possibility that one day this ring's going to come off my finger whether I like it or not. And you know that. And Mikkel knows that. We all know that that wouldn't be good. Right? But we wouldn't say, it's Electra's fault.
The paladin might say otherwise.
Then the paladin and me can have a conversation.
Don't do that to them.
Why not? You can't control everything. Even though I want to. And if one of them doesn't understand that, then perhaps they need to reevaluate. Because, I don't know, I feel like that's all we've seen.
Yeah.
But also, I suppose, they haven't met me.
Only Tisha and Merlin have.
And I am a walking exception. As you can tell.
I can very much tell. Putting your little head into my business.
If I could go back, I would change it.
No, I chose it in the end. I chose it.
Well, I chose first, but you know, hey.
I know, but you then you said I would choose second. And I ended up choosing. And I chose.
Mm.
I'm just glad that I think most of them will be alright in the end. I don't know about Tisha's new position though. But also very expected from her.
She says, I don't think there is going to be a person left on this earth that does not understand you, Kane, if I have anything to say about it.
Because what are you gonna do?
Have a very nice conversation.
With the knife?
No. That's what words are for.
Kill them with your words, huh?
I would never.
Power word kill. Yeah, just says that out loud.
No, I'm a mere bard.
You bard.
I don't have those kind of powers.
Liar.
All I have is charm person. Not that I will.
I laugh.
I can be persuasive though.
You can.
And I don't know, I have a way of showing people realities. And I feel like I give pretty good advice.
Yeah.
This was my first time trying.
With me?
Yeah.
It's because you care, so.
It was an attempt at empathy.
Well, you're pretty good at it. With me, at least. I don't know about
Thank you. I've been working on it.
I've been practicing the mirror. If Kane said this.
I can't empathize with Mikkel though.
Oh yeah, because you have a sibling bond, huh?
Don't even mention it. He called me little sister and I almost threw out.
You see Kane trying to hold back a laugh.
I started it though, I did call him brother.
That's your fault then.
It is.
There's some things that are people's faults and that was yours. Just like when you spilled my coffee that one time ago. I thought it was hilarious.
You let it go.
I didn't let it go. I teased you about it. I teased you about it. It was funny.
You know what?
What?
Mikkel did say something else. He said that you have something to tell me and you're not telling me.
What is that? Yeah, that's funny, suspicious. Like, what is that?
Oh, I don't know. He doesn't know either. He just said you have something to tell me.
I don't know. I don't remember half the things I say sometimes. Because Axe fucks with my brain. I'm sorry. She's like, no, just kidding.
She pops him.
Like, stop popping me.
No.
Maybe I'll get permanent brain damage when you're popped.
Hopefully.
He gives you a little tap on the head.
Ow.
Not even as hard as your pop, it's like even lighter.
You can't say that Axe is messing with your head when you're talking to someone who's literally had something mess with her head.
Well, Axe feels really weird. I don't know how to describe it though.
You can sense it now?
Yeah.
Does it talk to you?
Tries to.
It really likes you.
I don't know.
You don't know?
Scary.
Yeah, and I've been having conversations with it.
I think it's grabbing onto me.
Yeah, I think it's been doing that. You just didn't realize it until now.
Mm.
This is why you should die. Don't go. Don't go to the axe.
Okay.
What's it saying? What's it saying right now?
It's not saying anything.
You were just staring into it intently before this conversation.
Mostly just thinking.
Was it talking?
Felt like it was looking at me, but that was about it.
It does that a lot. It looks a lot. And it stares. She side eyes it.
Side-eye axe. If it axe could side-eye, it would side-eye.
And it side eyes a lot.
Probably you, because you side-eyed it.
Because it hates me. I could add. She does a fucking. She talks to the ex, and she goes, "Did I get it right?
What?
Am I a demigod?"
And he's like, how sure of you are of it?
How sure am I?
Mm-hmm.
I just came to ask you. Because I was decently sure.
Decently sure.
You're making me more confused.
Are you gonna believe an axe or your gut?
Are you gonna tell me no?
No.
So you're gonna tell me yes?
Whatever you want me to say, I guess.
That's not what... I want you to have your own thoughts and opinion.
I do.
Okay. Then in your opinion...
Maybe I don't want to share my opinion. This axe is fucking weird.
Why are you so mean?
I am always mean.
You don't have to be mean to me. I wanted to be your friend.
I mean to Kane too.
That's not nice either. You were nicer in the first time.
I've always been mean.
No.
I'm sure you'll figure out stuff soon.
Maybe if you were less mean, he'd like you more.
And he's like, well, high price to pay.
If he has to pay the price regardless, why not make it a little fucking nicer? Instead of taunt him all the way.
I don't taunt him. I just am very direct.
Yes, you're very direct in letting him kill his fucking friends. That's jealousy if I've ever heard it, but you know, hey.
It's funny because like this is the most unfazed fucking axe by your comments.
Jesus, genuinely though, I don't understand why you don't. If you want his soul or whatever the fuck so bad, then why don't you just let him die?
He has to make the choice.
To die?
Yes.
Okay, I don't know if you know this, but generally, people don't have a choice when they die. Unless it's sacrificing themselves.
Then, I guess it's whenever fate or him decide that it's time to die.
Okay, until then, why don't you try and be nicer?
Next time gives you like a cold dead stare. It's just cold stare.
Why not? You say that you're... Okay, do you plan on devouring your soul?
No.
When it enters your axe?
That is left up to interpretation.
Okay, what would happen to his soul when it enters your axe?
And he says, and the axe is like, only he will find out.
This is a really long game just for a short payoff if your answer is to devour his soul and be so real with you.
This is no game.
It is a game though.
It is what it is.
You stress me out.
Why?
Because you're trying to take him.
I'm not going to try to take him.
You are actively.
No.
Yeah.
He chooses to use me. There's a high price to pay to use a god's weapon.
Okay, let's say he never chose to use you again.
Then he chose me to never use me again.
But he would still end up in you.
Yes. He grabbed my hilt and that was the end.
That's not fair. There were extenuating circumstances.
Nothing is always fair.
But it should be.
It should be, but nothing always is.
Then I'll change it.
Then do it.
Fine. She hangs up.
You hang up.
She looks at Kane.
Kane's like, how was it?
It was fine.
You have that glint in your eye.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yes, you do.
I don't know what glint you're referring to.
The one where you have an idea and it involves something big.
I have no ideas.
Yes, you do.
Mm.
It pokes you in the middle of your brow.
I don't have any ideas.
Yes, you do.
It's between me and the axe.
Between you and the axe.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm. Does it involve me again?
Nope.
It does, doesn't it?
Nope.
Yes, it does. Electra?
What?
Electra?
What?
I'm attached to this axe,
Mm-hmm.
so it involves me, indirectly or not.
Mm-mm.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
She turns. She goes.
By the way,
Hmm.
I didn't win that 5-year plan.
What? Huh?
Don't think on it.
Okay. She goes, confused. She walks all the way back up to the room, confused.
Like thinking because like you got the most confused face in your life, girl.
'Cause I am.
Why?
Because I'm confused.
About what?
She's like speechless. She's like, I'm gonna go.
He's like, what's going on? Give me the tea. What?
She goes to the room.
He goes in the room.
She sits down.
You sit down.
She's like, thinking. She's like,
I didn't win that 5-year plan. Like repeating those exact words in her head.
she's like, but I said he won. What the fuck? I said he won. How did he not win? If I said he won, then he won.
She's just talking to herself.
Yes. I didn't win. She goes out to Mikkel.
You go up to Mikkel.
She still looks confused.
So, you gonna tell me what's up?
If you tell someone they win something and they tell you that they did not win even though you told them that they win,
That means they were hiding something or cheated?
they cheated.
Yeah.
How would they cheat?
It depends how, whatever the game is.
But they didn't say you won either.
Well, if they said they didn't win, that means you won.
But that's not what was said.
That's not what was said.
What was said was I didn't win.
Mikkel, like, looks behind you. Kane walks by and he says, you won.
The fuck?
And Tina's walking.
She looks at Mikkel and looks back and looks at Mikkel. She's like, I don't know how I feel. She just kind of like looks around confused.
Mikkel's like, what's going on? He's like, what's going on? What did you win? He's like, what did you win? Did you make another bet?
I won eternal sorrow is what I won. She holds her head and she's like, I fucking hate Saloon.
You always hate Saloon.
I hate her extra on days like today.
Yeah.
That's a great. You know, I didn't want to win.
No, I know. But I don't know what the deal was.
She just stands there just like,
Feels like, do you want to go to bed or something? Or
No. I think I'm good.
Okay. You don't have to go to bed.
She's just so quiet. And it's even funnier because it's in front of Mikkel, and Mikkel's like, so quiet.
Mikkel's like, what is going on in her? What is going on inside her head?
There's like an Electra and a fucking incandescence running in circles. Like, in her head, that's her head. That's it. It's like it's the SpongeBob episode,
With the
dude.
files and like
Except for
everything.
it's just versions of Electra and
Yeah.
and bolting around, just throwing shit.
They're like,
at
they
you.
both don't know what to do with the information. They're like, wow.
They're fucking short-circuiting.
He's like, I'm gonna sit you down. How about that?
Okay.
I'm gonna sit you down.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just gonna stand right here.
Mm-hmm.
Be right here.
Mm-hmm.
As you process information. Because he's like, you look like you're processing.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't do that.
Felt.
I mean, maybe he does do that a little bit.
And she's like,
So what you think?
what do you mean, what do I think?
I don't know. I mean, I'm gonna let you think.
Oh.
Because I'm sure you don't know what you think right now.
I think this is bad.
Yeah.
That's all I think.
Maybe?
Maybe what?
I don't know. Maybe it's bad or good. I don't know.
With Shaw? Let her catch wind.
Give me a secret.
Yeah.
Secrets.
He's just been around for 4 years for no reason. He just hangs
And-
out.
and
I
you
just pay him that good.
And you still stuck around him for 4 years.
People wanted me dead.
And you still wouldn't let him do anything about it. Girl. He's like, you wouldn't let him do anything about it. Something's trying to kill you. You said, okay, don't do that.
It's your fault.
What? What? Don't put blame on me! I'm an innocent party! I've done nothing!
You're the one who said he knew something and wanted to tell me something and then wouldn't tell me something.
You're probably gonna find out sooner or later.
Later would have been better.
Yeah.
Never would have been greater.
I was gonna say, because I don't think later would have ever been better for you.
No, I shouldn't have made the bet.
No. I don't think a bet would have mattered, honestly, Electra.
The fuck do you mean?
I don't think a bet would have mattered.
It might have.
I don't think so.
Maybe if I didn't try and swoon him.
I think it was way before that.
I said when?
I don't know, but it was definitely at those moments.
I guess I'm gonna talk to Kane.
You don't have to.
Yeah, because that's gonna go well. And then he gets kidnapped by Sean and I never get to speak to him again. She stands her ass up.
He's in the holy place still.
Yeah, and then I'm gonna turn around this corner and Charles are gonna be sitting there talking to him. In the holy city.
You think he's not gonna deck Char in the face if he sees her? Considering who he is, he would deck Char in the face.
I don't think he should deck Sean in the face.
You don't think he would just out of pure anger just deck her in the face?
Shouldn't.
You think he'd... also not deck Saloon in the face?
He shouldn't? I don't know. I feel like decking a god in the face is probably not a good idea.
I'm pretty sure, like, in his new life, he probably decked a god in the face.
It's probably not a good idea.
Oh, I don't think it is. But I don't think Shar has any chance of talking to him, even letting a word out before he...
That's not the point. That's not the point. That's not the point. Because she doesn't have to get a word out. Because if I saw her, it'd be enough.
For him, I think if he saw you, just like, bitch, I'm gonna fucking punch you.
Oh, that's good for him.
He just kind of answers everything by punching it.
Yeah, that's the problem.
But I think he'll control himself in front of a god, though. I know he probably would really want to punch them.
That is the problem there. Is that him punching the god wouldn't matter. I would feel pretty similarly if Shah just, just fucking showed up and just started chatting with you.
Yeah. I don't think he'd actually punch Shar, though.
Who?
Shar.
I would.
He would.
If I saw Shah talking to one of you, I'd go to an early grave right there.
I guess what Kane's gonna do.
I give you a pass for Saloon. But if Saloon talks to anyone else around me, early grave.
Look, I'm not going to, like, stop you. So it's like, I'm not gonna stop you.
I'm gonna face my undoing, I guess.
For his doing.
What do you mean his doing?
I don't know.
Go talk to Avril or something.
Kim doesn't remember me, so.
What?
Yeah. It's okay.
She looks really sad.
It was just a few days, okay? It's okay. It was just a few days, okay? Stop! Plus, I can't really tell him that I'm... Quiet! Hey, you know what? Go deal with your fucking tiefling.
He's not mine. She goes.
You walk around. What do you check?
Huh?
What do you check?
The room.
He's not in the room.
Is he in there?
No.
She looks around.
You look around. He's not in the room.
She goes to the garden.
He's not in the garden.
What the fuck? I was just talking to Mikkel for a second.
It's actually 20 minutes.
She goes. She's like, she starts wandering the hallways.
Wandering the hallways, like, because it's like a different chapel, so you're like, what the fuck
Yeah,
am
looking
I?
around like.
No one in the kitchen.
Do you see where he went, Mikkel?
Mikkel's like, no, we were both talking, so he just walked past us and that was it.
He went that way?
I think so. Cut out that way.
I'm trying not to be concerned. Okay. She goes.
Go.
She looks around.
Look around, you're like, what the fuck is this dude? Eventually you come across the library.
She looks in.
He's reading, he's like on the second floor.
Notes would be nice.
Does she show?
No, she whispers. Notes would be nice.
This is a library?
That's what
But she would have just shouted it out loud anyway.
She whisper shouts it.
You whisper shout it. It's kind of high up, so you don't think it actually reached it.
She goes up there.
Mikkel just stays downstairs.
Hmm?
Mikkel just stays downstairs. You go up there. You're just reading.
Notes would be nice. As I said twice today.
I thought you were going to talk with Mikkel longer.
No. What's there to talk about?
I don't know.
Other than Avril no longer remembers him.
Oh, that's actually really sad a little bit.
She sits down.
You sit down. Where do you sit down?
Across from him.
You sit down across from him. Continues to read.
She stares at him.
Why are you staring at me?
You have some explaining to do.
About?
Me winning the bet.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for your explanation.
About what?
I just said it.
You won the bet.
Where's the explanation for how, why, when?
And he's like, how, why, and when?
Yeah?
I guess it's near the end of year 3. You can tell you held it all.
She scowls at him.
You laughed. Don't want to tell you.
Why
So I
not?
wanted to win the bet.
Fucking asshole.
I'm a little bit of an asshole, ain't I?
You wait till I call it off.
Maybe a little bit.
Petty.
So he smiles a little bit.
Really petty.
Yeah.
She crosses her arm.
What would he have gotten out of it if I guess you won it.
I would have fired you. Still gonna fire you.
Good, and then I'll just become your friend.
You're still gonna hang out. You already said that, so I guess there's nothing I can do to avoid that.
I won't get paid no more.
No.
But that's fine.
I would hope so. Not that you used the money.
No, I never used it.
Exactly. Maybe now you should use it.
I have been, well, I've been using it on other people besides myself.
You're ridiculous.
I know.
And I'll never understand you.
I know. Said it many times.
And I mean it every time.
I know you do.
How do you fucking drop it like that? Oh, you were the man.
Shrugs.
Have me fucking confused.
Am I supposed to be at your knees or something? Or your feet?
No! The fuck? No. Didn't just drop that on someone though. No, I should have made that bet. I shouldn't have made it.
It wasn't the bet.
Yeah, it was.
So you like to believe, huh?
Sometimes denial's best.
I'll let you believe it.
Circles.
I'll let you believe it.
What? Was it Electra?
No, it was both.
You liked incandescence.
For both of you.
Yeah, but incandescence is a lot.
I'm a lot.
Not really.
How you talk to me all the time, like, you're ridiculous. He like mocks you a little bit.
Okay.
I'm a lot to you.
No, you're not. I just don't understand you inherently. That's why you're ridiculous.
Yeah.
I'll figure it out eventually, I guess. Probably.
Maybe.
We'll see. Because apparently you're not going anywhere.
No. That's my reason why.
So I could have gotten you to leave on year 2.
Maybe.
Year 3?
No.
She pouts.
Don't pout.
What do you mean, don't pout? You
Right.
told me some really grim news.
What's grim?
That you're gonna die.
Gonna die?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Pretty sure.
I guess just don't love me back then.
Yeah, because that fixes everything. Even if I wasn't in love with you, right? Then I still care about you.
Mm-hmm.
And you're already fucked enough there. But then you were like, nah, let's make it worse. You're a masochist, surely.
Yeah. Guess so. He looks at the scars on his hand.
Stop it.
What?
Didn't mean it literally. Can't even make jokes with you anymore. You take them too seriously. You won the bet. I can't with you.
I'll have to stay with you tonight, so.
Huh?
He's like, I'll stay here tonight.
Why? And what if Shah pops up here?
I think she will.
And she What if she does? What if she drags you all the way out? All the way out of the holy city? Hand in hand?
Then I'll punch her.
And that's a bad decision.
Or she gets knocked out cold.
It's a bad choice. They're choices. And you would make bad ones. You're gonna knock out a god cold? How the fuck are you gonna do that?
I don't know. Would you punch a guy?
No.
Conversation with Kel flashes in her head. You wouldn't punch a god if Char was talking to me?
Mm-mm.
Liar.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Liar.
No, I don't know what you're talking about. I might kick Shah. I would deck Saloon. But that's just me.
That's just you. I know, that's just you.
But you shouldn't.
I shouldn't.
Mm-mm.
I shouldn't, even if Shar was talking to you or looked at you.
No, because I can handle it myself.
Just looks at you.
What?
What?
What do you mean, what?
Let Shar drag you away?
No, I wouldn't allow that.
What if you did?
Why would I?
It also could happen. Because I feel like I can get dragged away. Because you said I can get dragged away by Shar.
You could.
What about you?
I wouldn't let her.
Like, and you're thinking I wouldn't let Shar try to drag me away?
Okay. Perhaps.
He just kind of raised his eyebrow at you.
Perhaps you would try to stop Shah.
What do you think? Would you think I wouldn't try to stop Shar? He said perhaps.
Perhaps what?
That I would try to stop Shar.
When?
Just now.
In what regard? Don't try and stop Shah. Unless you're getting kidnapped.
Well, that's what I meant.
Oh. Why would you only perhaps try and stop her?
That's what you were talking about earlier. Unless you thought that was a whole different thing.
I was talking about how you should deck her just to deck her If she's just talking to you, don't just fucking knock her on her shit.
But I really hate her.
Okay, that doesn't mean you should though. Right? Yeah, that doesn't mean you should still deck her. Okay? Now she's trying to take you, yeah, beat her ass.
Mm-hmm.
But not if she's just standing there taunting. That's my job. To beat her ass. God, what is she gonna do? Kill me? I wish her luck. Truly. You just fucking drop that shit on me. The day I fucking drop the bet, I can't with you.
He's just that teddy bear. I just love it. It's so funny.
I sit here and say, well, fuck the bet. And you go, oh, matter of fact, you won.
Maybe that was the moment.
That was the moment. It's gonna get a lot harder, isn't it? All of this. Because I have a feeling.
A feeling. Well.
That is very bad
Mm-hmm.
that I won the bet. Very bad. That is very worrisome. Not that I wasn't worried before.
Would have been the same in the end.
No. Mm-mm. No. Not the same. Very different. Very different in the end. Because losing someone you care about is very different than losing someone you love.
It is.
That's very different. And those are two very different types of pain. She pops him.
What?
What do you mean, what? You know exactly what. I can't believe you've done this.
He's like, so you're saying you love me or you do not?
What do you mean?
I never asked you, so.
She looks like she's thinking really hard.
He's like, he closes his mouth and he taps her head. It's like, I knew you'd think.
What do you mean? I don't wanna lie.
Well, think about it, I guess, but you don't have to give an answer if you ever want to. Don't pout. Stop pouting.
She pouts harder.
He grabs her cheeks again.
Didn't do that.
Stops you from pouting for a second. I'll do it again. Just holding on his hand. Instead, he just cups your face. He shakes it. He gives your cheek a pat and he laughs.
You made this messy. It wasn't me for once.
No, it wasn't.
I'll get back to you when I figure my life out.
That's fine.
Maybe when I die and come back and remember that I'm Saloon's kid. Whenever that happens.
Well, whatever you wish.
Because we could just rip off that band-aid.
Would you want to?
I don't know, would I rather die in battle somewhere and then wake up and realize that I'm Celine's kid and remember some shit?
Well, I mean, I guess Mikkel does have Revivify. Such.
I really hate that.
It is only if you want to.
Matter of fact, I don't.
Then don't.
But if I don't, and then I wake up after a battle, after having died or some shit, I feel like that'll be worse. Especially if we lost a battle.
In the middle of combat, unless. Make your choice. It is nighttime right now. So we can wait for tomorrow.
I guess.
Whatever you want.
What do you think I should do?
He says, I mean, it's smart to not die in battle, but I guess how fast do you, if the news is true, that you want to learn it? If you just want to take it, not right now.
But what if I wait and then something bad happens?
I think we can wait a day.
Or what if I know something
I think we
and
can,
I just don't remember?
I think we can wait a day. What if we kill him? We can wait a day. It is late.
Fine. We'll decide on Isla's Haven then, I guess. She crosses her arms and she goes. And she walks towards the room.
Kane follows.
And she's like, until tomorrow.
Until tomorrow. You pass out.
She doesn't pass out this time, but she thinks and then goes to sleep.
She thinks you're gonna sleep. It's 4:20.
Holy shit! We do this every time.
I was like, we need to stop. Stop laying like that. I was waiting for it to end the bet, so I could say that, by the way. I was waiting for the bet to end so Kane could say that.